Good morning. This is Frank Gaffney. I'm going to be speaking at about this level, talking to the assembled multitudes. Does that sound? Do you need me to sit down? This is Frank Gaffney. We'll be speaking probably about this level. Does that sound as though it's doable? Okay. Do you have a live signal there? We're actually able to go? Hoo-ha.
The first time we tried.
Excellent.
That's a good sign.
That is a very good sign.
Yeah, that's I know. Really? Yeah. Not practically right now.
Okay, so no more of these doors, right? Just wondering.
Oh, is that right? So the sound is a little bit of a delay. Whenever you're free, don't worry. We're back. So this is actually what it is that clicking the Wirecast to stop streaming, not on YouTube. So YouTube is still fully engaged. What it was saying was I'm not getting the Wirecast streaming. We're back.
I don't know that she's going to make it. This is Charles. This is what I had in mind. Okay, but I was thinking that you'd have it here until that point. Okay, but just put some, Charles, put something here so that you know it's yours.
Yeah, I turned the levels down on the camera.
said some things that got the left mad. The reality is, if you have the
Testing, testing. How are we doing? Good.
Can we assume our seats, please? Those of us who are seated. Tommy, sit at the table, please. Yep. Close in, please. Actually, I've got 8:58. Gentlemen, we're going to start with Jeff at 9. Have a seat, please.
Good morning. How are you? Welcome.
General? Good morning, sir.
How are you this morning? I'm Jeff Phillips.
Hi, nice to see you.
I think the mic is hot. That's exactly right. Good morning. My name is Jeff Phillips, and I'm the Executive Director of the Reserve Officers Association. It's with real pleasure that I welcome you to the Minuteman Building, the home of the Reserve Officers Association of the United States. We have hosted many important defense programs over the years, but none is more important than today's program on Jihad, the threat and what can be done to thwart it. It is a special privilege to again work closely with the Center for Security Policy and its president, Frank Gaffney. Frank has been a leader in the handling and discussion of national security issues for 4 decades. He and the Center are true friends of ROA. He has been a keynote speaker at a number of ROA events over the years, and we value his friendship, his keen intellect, and the unbounded energy he brings to the task of defending America and indeed Western civilization. The Reserve Officers Association represents the reserve components of the military, as well as the Coast Guard, the Public Health Service, and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Nearly 1 million people serve in the active reserve components, and several 100,000 more are in a less active status, but available if needed. Since 9/11, 900,000 reservists have been activated and served with distinction. General Odierno, Chief of Staff of the Army, has noted that the reservists have been vital to the war effort, and the nation could not go to war without their support and expertise. Today's program could not be more important or timely. Jihad and its threat are the lead story on every news program. Virtually everybody understands the threat is real. The question is how to respond. You have on today's program an extraordinary array of distinguished and experienced speakers who have lived with this threat and responded with understanding and wisdom and action. No program occurring in America today is more important than this one. It will greatly help set the tone and suggest courses of action. Again, it is my privilege to welcome you to the home of the ROA and today's program. It is now my honor to introduce Frank Gaffney, the President of the Center for Security Policy, who will lead us throughout the day. Frank, welcome.
Thank you very much. Bless you. Good morning. I am Frank Gaffney. I'm the president of the Center for Security Policy here in Washington, D.C., and I'm delighted to welcome both those of you here in the room for this roundtable discussion and those of you joining us via our live feed and the internet for what is, as Jeff has just said, a hugely important topic at a most critical time. And I just want to say a word of particular thanks to the Reserve Officers Association for continuing this wonderful partnership that we've developed over the years, as Jeff has mentioned, in the interest of advancing the common defense. We have with us today, in increasing numbers, I'm happy to say, some of what I think of as the most important freedom fighters in the world today. They're engaged in something that I think is best described as the war for the free world, and it is at a moment when each of us needs to be understanding the stakes are nothing less than the future of the free world itself. The backdrop to this, of course, are some recent developments. Some of them have, as was indicated, been dominating the news cycles of late. They run the gamut from beheadings and the immolation of a prisoner to just other horrific acts of jihad against people, most of them innocent civilians around the world, and a great many of them, by the way, Muslims, as well as people of other faiths. In addition, we've had the, spectacle, I think it's fair to call it, of the President of the United States and his administration engaging quite directly with some of those that are most involved in these acts of jihad, or at least in enabling them, or at a minimum, encouraging them, legitimating them. I'm thinking in particular of course, of the Muslim Brotherhood meeting that the State Department had 2 weeks ago. Then there was that being the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood, the meeting with the Muslim Brotherhood here in the United States that the President himself participated in at the White House last week. Amidst declarations by the Brotherhood that they are engaged in a, quote, long and uncompromising jihad. We've had the President's national security strategy rolled out by Susan Rice last Friday. Curiously airbrushed from it was virtually any reference to Islamic supremacism or to jihad or to the ideology that, as we will be talking about throughout the course of the day, impels these activities of Islamic supremacism and of jihad, of both the violent kind and the stealthy kind. We're going to be speaking at some length, I'm sure, about that. I just want to introduce to all of you a very valuable document in terms of understanding this, not so much nonviolent as pre-violent kind of jihad, the civilization jihad, as the Muslim Brotherhood calls it in this document. It's titled The Explanatory Memorandum of the Strategic Goal of the Group in North America. It was introduced into evidence in the Holy Land Foundation trial, and it makes very clear that as dangerous and horrifying as the violent jihadists are with their acts of murder and mayhem, at least as troubling, as problematic, as dangerous to free societies like ours are the efforts being made to subvert us from within, as the Brotherhood says, by our own hands. We had the President announcing that he's going to be sending up an authorization for the use of military force. We will, in the course of the day, be talking about what that should involve and what better ways there might be, besides military force, or I should say in addition to military force, to achieve the defeat of jihad. And then, not least, a week from today, the President will be hosting an international gathering at the White House for what he calls his Countering Violent Extremism Summit. It is unclear exactly what that will entail, but the presumption is it will be more or less the same sort of countering violent extremism, a euphemism that is more opaque than illuminating, but it will provide, I suspect, a platform for self-congratulation on what has been done to date to address threats that will not be named, and will try to conceal the fact that the threats are not being very well addressed. There will be none of that here. We will be speaking the truth. We will have some of the most formidable and courageous truth speakers with us. And unfortunately, that will mean that in the course of the day, there will not be as much time for any of them to speak as we would like. I'm going to keep my introductions of them to an absolute minimum. I think they're all fairly well known. But I do want to make sure that, particularly for our audience elsewhere, there is a recognition that much could be said about these heroes, certainly to me, and I think to those of us in this counter-jihad fight. And in the interest of having them say rather more, I'm going to keep those remarks brief. I'm also going to ask them to keep their remarks very disciplined and brief as well. Let me conclude by simply saying that we are, I think, at a moment that my former boss, Ronald Reagan, described aptly when he said, starting back in 1961, that every generation faces an existential threat to freedom. It isn't passed on to our children through the bloodstream. It must be fought for. It must be protected and turned over to them to do the same. Or we will spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children what it was like to live in the United States when men were free. The people in this meeting and the people we work with, the people we speak to, I believe, share a commitment to ensuring that the United States remains a place where men are free, and indeed that it is a leader of the world in which freedom is respected and enjoyed by men and women, of course, globally. We're going to talk here about understanding the threat as it actually is. We're going to talk about the inadequacies of the present approach to contending with it, and we're going to offer some very constructive suggestions about what can be done that will make us more likely to prevail in this war for the free world. And in that regard, let me just close by saying another book. Both of these are available for free as downloads at securefreedom.org, for purchase at Amazon. This one is a new product. It has just been rolled out about 3 weeks ago by the Center for Security Policy. We call it the Secure Freedom Strategy. And in the course of the program, we'll talk more about this specific set of recommendations by what we call a Tiger team, pulled together for the purpose of evaluating whether a strategy that was used very successfully by President Reagan to defeat an earlier generation's existential threat to freedom might suit the doctrine that impels it. With that, I am exceedingly pleased to be able to introduce as our keynote speaker a former Attorney General of the United States, former distinguished federal judge, former federal prosecutor, a man who has, in all of those capacities, as well as in his post-government service at the moment in the private sector, contributed mightily to the security of our country and continues to describe, and former Attorney General Michael Mukasey.
Thank you, Frank. I want to thank Frank Gaffney and the Center for Security Policy for having both the energy and the courage to organize this event, which is entitled briefly a Defeat Jihad Summit. Now, there may be some of you who are used to this town and who've been listening to the rhetoric in this town for the last several years who may be confused about the name of this event. So I will tell you that in current Washington speak, it may be thought of as the meeting to oppose man-caused disasters, workplace violence, and other random events having nothing to do with Islam. In fact, of course, this meeting is meant to stand for precisely the opposite of the woolly-headed and mush-mouthed thinking that gave us expressions like those and phrases like those. Here, Frank, as you've just heard, and others you're going to hear from, are very much in the tradition, not of the current mode of expression here, but in the tradition of George Orwell, who wrote a splendid essay that I recommend, actually, to all people who are watching this and listening to it, an essay called Politics in the English Language that he wrote in the late 40s. His thesis was that there's an intimate connection between politics and language, and that when a speaker resorts to abstract and indefinite phrases, that usually means that the speaker is trying to conceal from the public, or possibly even from himself, what he is doing and what he is saying. And I'll tell you in the privacy of this room that the left actually has no monopoly on this practice. In fact, the administration in which I served applied certain harsh but lawful methods to get information from captured terrorists, but then instead of calling them harsh or coercive techniques and facing up to a reality that was unpleasant but within the law, they called them enhanced interrogation techniques, which looks and sounds as if it were a verbal flinch away from something illegal. It wasn't. And the phrase enhanced interrogation techniques, which made it sound like you're trying to sell a wash day product, buy the enhanced product, did nothing to contribute to the clarity of either the analysis or the discussion. Today, of course, it's the Obama administration that's using fuzzy language to try to divert the public away from a stark reality, which is that the violence that's being perpetrated in the name of Islam and the stealth cultural attack that's being pressed to advance the goals of Islam, which include imposing Sharia, a repressive and misogynistic doctrine, both have a basis in Islam. And that until Muslims figure out how to deal with that in a way that allows them to live in peace and tolerance with the rest of us are going to have to take whatever measures we can, including both clear thinking and force when necessary, to fight back. The problem isn't simply the few thousand or even the tens of thousands of fighters who adhere to ISIS, or the many more who subscribe to the motto of the Muslim Brotherhood: Allah is our objective, the Prophet is our leader, the Quran is our law, Jihad is our way, and dying in the way of Allah is our highest hope. That's not the problem. The problem is that the acts of ISIS, the beheadings, the burnings, the words and violent images of the Muslim Brotherhood, and the cultural campaign against Western values lay claim to religious authority stemming from passages in the Quran that speak of smiting the necks of unbelievers or achieving the supremacy of Islam and the like, and are regarded as fit for public consumption and as a normal part of everyday conversation in many parts of the Muslim world. Videos of the burning of the Jordanian pilot were shown in public on large screens in areas controlled by ISIS and were greeted not with averted eyes, but with shouts of, "God is great." Salafi Muslims rallied in Gaza in support of the Paris attack, warned worshippers of the cross, as they put it, to expect more attacks, and said, "Our Sheikh al-Baghdadi has armies that drink blood and are entertained by body parts." Those were the phrases used at the rally. At the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem, a cleric preached a sermon supporting the Paris attacks, as did a Saudi imam in Jeddah, who told his audience that this is the only language Jewish and Christian infidels understand. In Turkey, members of the Muslim Brotherhood called on television for the killing of Egyptian officials, including President al-Sisi, in a broadcast that was aimed at Egypt and urged foreigners to leave Egypt. A Turkish official who was questioned about the propriety of such a broadcast said that the Muslim Brotherhood members were simply exercising their rights to free expression under Turkish law. Even in India, in Hyderabad, a Muslim cleric led a funeral service for the Charlie Hebdo attackers and justified their conduct by precedent from the life of Muhammad himself. The problem here is not simply the statements and sermons and rallies, but rather that they are accepted by those in the immediate audience and by those outside the immediate audience as perfectly normal. The small change of daily discourse. That's not to say that there are not other voices. There are. Let's start with President al-Sisi of Egypt himself, who has put a target on his back by cracking down on the Muslim Brotherhood, by going to Al-Azhar University in Cairo, which is the authoritative seat of Sunni learning that dates back to the 10th century, and you'll recall was the venue for our president's declaration that he was going to reach out to the Muslim world and that no longer would we seek to dominate. And telling an audience, as President al-Sisi did, of Sunni clerics, we have to reform our religion. Al-Sisi's not alone. Saudi newspapers published in Great Britain have carried articles sharply critical of the strain of violence in Islam. One Saudi columnist wrote that non-Muslim societies and countries are busy with their affairs and scientific discoveries, which serve all mankind, including Muslims, while Muslims are busy killing each other. Now the question is, what are we doing to support the struggles of people like that and to defend ourselves against those who preach the message of ISIS and of the Muslim Brotherhood and those who would impose Sharia law? We're not doing very much. Perversely, the Justice Department allows a Muslim Brotherhood affiliate to review the training materials used by law enforcement and to take out any references to militant Islam. And as you heard, the State Department last week hosted a delegation of Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood leaders, the Muslim Brotherhood, of course, being banned in Egypt, including one who posed giving the Muslim Brotherhood salute. Even the Defense Department does its part. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Martin Dempsey, announced that in the coming academic year, the National Defense University will host an essay contest honoring the late Saudi King Abdullah. That kind of conduct can result only from a frame of mind that refuses to focus on reality and deals instead in fantasy. And it's a circular process. As Orwell pointed out in his essay, it's kind of like the behavior of a man who drinks because he thinks he's a failure and then fails all the more miserably because he drinks. So people start out by refusing to face reality and become all the more unable to deal with it because they have refused to face it. The goal of this conference is to break that cycle, to look reality in the face, to call things by their proper name, to assess what we are actually doing, point out what we should be doing, to figure out what we have to do to make our situation better, and to recall who we are, and to protect our way of life. Proponents of what is fashionably called soft power, who like to present it as a more intelligent alternative to hard power, often cite the truism that we can't kill our way out of our difficulties. Like any other truism, that one is true. But that's not to say that we should not recognize that we have adversaries who believe that they can and should kill their way out of their difficulties, out of this world and into the next, and that we should be the people they kill. Adversaries who can point to religious authority to support that view. We have to recognize that and act accordingly. We also have to recognize that alongside the violence and in its wake is a cultural campaign to impose Sharia law on as broad a swath of the world as possible. Initially, and at least on those parts of the world that were at any time under Muslim rule, including Spain and elsewhere in Europe, and gradually expanding to include the entire globe. That campaign includes as one of its tenets the use of deception. There's even a name for it, taqiyya. It's been said that we cannot solve the problems of Islam, that only the Muslim world can do that. And that is literally true as well. That's one of the things that the First Amendment to our Constitution means is that our government can't go around picking winners and losers in theological disputes. Fair enough. Although we should also recall that one of Douglas MacArthur's great achievements was that at the direction of President Truman, he made certain to change how the Shinto religion was practiced in Japan before he left and the occupation ended. But saying that our government has to tread carefully in matters of religion is not the same as saying that you have to permit people who are the enemies of your way of life to decide what you can do and what you can say, or that it's wise to enhance the credibility of those people and their stature within the Muslim world, particularly within the Muslim world in America, in the United States, by welcoming them to the halls and councils of government, or that you should not do all that you can to strengthen the hand of people who are in fact your friends. It takes a clear mind and a clear vocabulary to do that. It's that kind of clarity that I think we're going to get today, and not a moment too soon. And for that, again, I'm grateful to Frank Gaffney for this conference, to all the participants, and to all of you for attending. Thank you very much.
General Mukasey, thank you very much. And as always, you have both delivered a message and you've delivered it very punctually. We're very appreciative. This is an international roundtable, and we are going to have people coming to us who are overseas, and one of them will be a lead discussant for this part of the roundtable discussion. Before we get to Lord Malcolm Pearson in the United Kingdom, I'm very pleased to welcome one of America's most distinguished and, bemedaled military heroes. He is one of the leaders in this fight. As I say, freedom fighters is what we're largely hearing from today, but there are a few who are more accomplished and highly respected in the fight, not least because of his service in uniform, than Lieutenant General Jerry Boykin. General, you can speak from the podium if you'd like, or from here as you wish. It's your call. But welcome. Very.
Thank you, and thanks, Frank, very much, and good morning to all of you, and thanks for allowing me to speak here for just a couple of minutes. As a matter of fact, I've just come from the Capitol Hill Club, where I met with a group of conservative lawmakers there that are asking questions about what's important about this authorization for the use of military force that the Obama administration will probably drop today. And you know, part of my answer to them was an authorization for the use of military force is meaningless unless you know who your enemy is. And this administration has demonstrated that they are unwilling to acknowledge and recognize who the enemy really is. The reality is, if they come in with an AUMF today that focuses on the destruction of ISIS and ignores all the rest of the global jihadist network that we are up against, then I think that it is a mistake to even support it, because the reality is our enemy is a global enemy. Now, someone in that meeting this morning asked me, made a comment about the days of Hitler and how this is different from the days of Hitler. Well, actually, the Nazi threat was far easier to recognize and to isolate. We knew who they were. We knew what motivated them. We acknowledged that. We talked about it, and then we isolated them, and we went after them with a strategy that was developed to actually win the war. We haven't had a strategy to win since, really, with the exception of the first Gulf War, we haven't had a strategy to win since the 6th of June, 1944, when they came across the beaches of Normandy. And that was all out, and we were going to win that one. and we knew who the enemy was. Today, the administration refuses to acknowledge that this is a global jihad network that is motivated by the tenets of Islam. They are motivated by a very strict, authoritative interpretation of the Quran and the Hadith. They don't need an excuse to go after us. They are motivated by their theology. Now, thank God that a large percentage of the Muslims in the world are what I will say reformed. At least they reject Sharia, don't want anything to do with jihad. But that's not the point. The point is those who are killing people all over the world are motivated by exactly that, the Islamic theology, and that compels them to build a caliphate. At the end of the day, this is not Christianity or anything like it. Their focus is about building a caliphate, and they are succeeding. And in fact, just since ISIS started in Iraq and Syria, they've increased by about 30% the land holdings that they have there. And this is the last thing that I will say. One of the great mistakes that we have been making, supported by both Republicans and Democrats, is the fact that we've been arming and equipping the very people that live by this theology, and we wind up getting those arms and equipment back like we did in Benghazi, when we rushed in and armed and equipped people that were jihadists in the very beginning. Folks like Frank Gaffney and John Guandolo and others could tell you those are jihadists. But we armed them and equipped them anyhow, and then we got it all back. And my concern is that now we're off on this in this direction of arming and equipping Islamic groups in Syria, and it will result in exactly the same thing. Ultimately, they're going to use those arms and equipment to kill Christians and Jews, and we are going to pay a heavy price for this repeated pattern of arming and equipping these Islamic groups that are motivated to want to kill us and to establish this caliphate. I'm done.
General, thank you very much. Do we have Lord Pearson on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Wonderful. Let me say a word of introduction, and it'll be just basically a word of introduction. We're keeping this very brief so that we maximize your time. Baron Pearson of Rannoch is a member of the House of Lords in the United Kingdom. He has served under Margaret Thatcher and in the private sector in the United Kingdom, also been a leader of the United Kingdom's Independence Party. He has been truly one of the stalwarts in this war for the free world in the United Kingdom and in Europe and really internationally, and it is a delight to have him with us by phone. We're very grateful to you for taking some time, sir. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Frank. I hope you can hear what I'm saying because I'm not on a landline. But can you hear more or less what I'm saying?
Yes, we can. You're coming through loud and clear.
Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you all know much more about this subject than I do. But Frank has asked me to give a few thoughts from this side of the pond. What strikes me most when talking to normally well-informed friends is that they haven't the faintest idea about what Islam actually is. They haven't even thought of the most basic point, that there is no separation of powers in Islam, as there is in our Western democracies. Islam is a legal, political, and religious system, all in one, taking its authority solely from the Quran and from what Muhammad did and said in his life, and all is interpreted by its clerics. Islam means submission to the will of Allah, as revealed by Muhammad, and in its most virulent Islamist form, aims to take over the planet, as did communism and other forms of fascism. There are, alas, a great many verses in the Quran, however you translate them, and much that Muhammad did and said, which justify violence towards non-believers. It is therefore wrong to describe Islam as a religion of peace, as intoned by our political leaders and bien-pensant commentators in response to whatever the latest Islamist atrocity may be. What they mean is that the vast majority of the many millions of Muslims on this earth live peaceful and good lives, as indeed they do. But that isn't the same thing at all. And the odd thing is that if we try to talk about any of this, we are immediately accused of stirring up religious hatred. Yet most of us do not hate Islam. We may fear it, but all the hatred is in the breast of the Islamist, and it flows only in one direction, against us, the non-believers. Let me give you a recent example. You may have seen that 2 British jihadists murdered a British soldier, drummer Rigby, on the streets of Woolwich some 18 months ago. They gave a bystander a handwritten note, which was produced at their trial and of which I have a copy. In that note, they quote no less than 22 verses of the Quran to justify their action. Last November, we debated in the Lords the failure of our security services to prevent that atrocity, which our Prime Minister duly parroted was, and I quote, a betrayal of Islam. I have been described by 2 Muslim Labour MPs as diabolic for challenging the accuracy of that platitude, and for suggesting that our government should encourage our peaceful Muslim community to address the violence in the Quran and in what Muhammad said and did. I have, of course, challenged the MPs to a public debate, but answer comes there none. That was all I did. I just said that our government should get our peaceful community to address the violence in the Quran, and all hell was let loose on the left. And ladies and gentlemen, we have to get rid of another silly one, and it's this: oh, but there's a lot of violence in the Bible too. Well, Jehovah does indeed smite the uncircumcised quite a bit in the Old Testament, but I am not aware that Orthodox Jews are killing tens of thousands of people on the strength of it. But the New Testament and Christianity's founder are entirely good and non-violent. So I don't think we want to rise this one of the Bible being as violent as the Quran. And even so, we shouldn't hide from the bloodshed, which has come from within Christianity over the centuries. The 100 Years' War, a spot of bother across the pond, the Soviet Revolution, 2 world wars, the Holocaust and more, all erupted from within Christianity. But not today. Today, the collective dark side of human nature appears to be moving most strongly within Islam. Islam now has the religious fervor and energy, and I don't think we have much chance of standing up to it unless we start by recognizing it for what it is. I'll leave the military side to you people. But personally, I think we have to start by talking openly about Islam amongst ourselves and trying to draw our peaceful Muslim friends into that debate. In the end, only the vast majority of peaceable Muslims can deal with their violent minority. The problem is that they don't have to engage with us. All they have to do is sit there and say that the jihadists misinterpret the Quran and that Quran is a religion of peace. And here I leave you with another very worrying Muslim tenet, al-hijra. This enjoins Muslims to follow Muhammad's example after he moved to Medina and accepted his host's hospitality until he was strong enough to send them into exile or kill them if they didn't convert to his new religion. And he killed quite a lot. You may have read about the Islamic takeover of many of our schools in Birmingham. One of those schools, ladies and gentlemen, is called the Al-Hijra School. So the tenet is alive and well in Birmingham and in many of our other cities. Of course, luckily for you, Islam is not so well entrenched with you as it is with us and in other European countries. You don't need to end up in our predicament. So please don't. As for us in Europe, all we can do is to start at least talking about Islam amongst ourselves, with our peaceful Muslim friends. Let us hope they will engage with us. Or will they just become fellow travelers, on their way to al-Hijra. Since reform can only come from within Islam, let us hope they will assert their dominance over their tiny, violent minority. We are constantly told that this minority is so tiny. What is the great majority doing is what I want to know. They could, for instance, call a great Muslim council and declare that true Islam flows only from the peaceful verses of the Quran, and that the violent verses are to be internalized as the struggle between good and evil in each one of us. They could cast the jihadists out of Islam. Will they? I'm not so sure, ladies and gentlemen. We can but hope that they stand firm and do something like that. But I fear they won't. Let us see if they prove me wrong. Thank you.
Lord Pearson, thank you. We will be talking, I'm sure, in the course of the program about the necessity of helping the Muslims of whom you've just spoken do that. But one of the starting points for that, it certainly seems to me, is to stop embracing and emboldening and empowering the people who are trying to make them submit to this jihadist program as they seek to do that with us. We have approximately an hour, I'm very pleased to say, to entertain comments or discussion between this group. It's now fleshed out nicely, and there are more coming up. We have a member of Congress who has just joined us. Congressman, please come up. We're going to ask you to say something, if you will. Congressman Scott Perry from the 4th District of Pennsylvania has just joined us. Grab a chair here, perhaps, if you would. And thank you. I knew you were coming at some point, but wasn't quite sure when. This is a very good moment indeed. The Congressman is, among other things, a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and perhaps even more important for the present purpose, a member of the House Homeland Security Committee and the chairman of its Oversight Committee. There is a lot of overseeing to be done, it seems to me, and I think to many of those of us here. Congressman, welcome, and thank you very much for both participating in this program. As I know you're very, very pressed for time. We welcome you, and any remarks you might wish to make.
Well, thanks very much for the very warm welcome, but more importantly, thanks for the work that you are doing. I, like many Americans, and many I think are silent because they're afraid of what their neighbors and what the country might think of them, have been watching what's going on in the world for some time with increasing angst and wondering who, if anyone, will do anything about it. And are they the only ones on the planet that thinks the way that they do? And so in the context of an AUMF that I understand the President has sent to the Congress, we are going to take that up, I would imagine. But the conundrum for people like you, people like me, and people out in the homeland that feel the same way is that we feel duty-bound to do something, to be proactive, to take action to save not only our country but our world from this growing scourge, this cancer that walks and breathes among us. At the same time, the conundrum is, regardless if the military is ready, regardless if all the instruments of power are ready, we have a commander-in-chief who seems not only not ready, not unwilling, but really working collaboratively with what I would say is the enemy of freedom and of individual freedom and liberty and Western civilization and modernity. And in that context, how do you vote to give this commander-in-chief the authority and the power to take action when, A, you know that in your heart, if past performance is any indicator of future performance, that he won't, and that he actually might use it to further their cause and what seems to be his cause and just drag you as a compliciter in it. And so I would say, first of all, thank you for your work again. One of the biggest things you can do, I think, is to, of course, share your ideas, but also to get to other members of Congress and the instruments of power and beseech them to at least listen and hear the plea and get the information and make their own determination from the facts. Make their own determination from the facts, knowing that Eric Holder refuses to prosecute these several hundred co-conspirators that are right here in our midst. and what the gravity of the circumstances are, and look at, read Mark Stein's book. It's just, look, if you don't like Mark Stein, that's fine, but find the numbers yourself and come up with your same conclusion of where Europe is and where it's headed, and then wonder if America is going to be the same place, and if we really are going to do something about it, and what that is and when that's going to be. And this is going to be a long, arduous process, of which I'm sure that will be pilloried and derided by many folks, but we know that we're on the side of right and the side of God, and we're duty bound. We are duty bound by our Constitution and the oath that we took to take action and to take the correct action. So I would just urge your enthusiasm and your passion for this, and your willingness to be heard. That's the most important thing, is to target and focus your activity and be heard. So thank you very much, Frank. Thank you. And thank you.
Congressman Perry, thank you. And I know you may have to, as they say, shoot and scoot. He's a former Army aviator who knows a bit about the pointy end of the spear, so we doubly appreciate both his service in the Congress as well as his service in uniform. To the extent he can stay, I'm sure would be welcoming comments to him, but I'm at this point opening the floor to others around the table. If you would, some of you have tent cards, some of you don't. If you would just introduce yourselves and maybe just a word of what you're doing, and then put whatever you'd like to into play. Do I see anyone wishing to make an intervention? Bashful sorts. I can't believe it. John Guandolo.
Okay, so I'm John Guandolo, former special agent in the FBI, combat Marine, and founder of Understanding the Threat. And my primary focus is briefing and training, and at this point, very much focused at the state and local level. Attorney generals, governors, state legislators, and specifically military and law enforcement. My only comment is, one, thank you for what this program is. And I think among those who understand the threat, I think it's extremely important to just stay focused on the fact that the threat is Sharia, and that it finds its authority in Islam. And there's no such thing as a version of Islam that doesn't rely on Sharia to drive it. And at least among those of us who are fighting this fight, the more we are actually very clear on that, the more ground we're going to gain, so that our allies, we don't give our allies any gray area about what this is. One of the things I teach law enforcement is, while that is the ideology, there are Muslims, I would never put a percentage to it, but there are some who do not subscribe to it. But we see through both practical realities. I mean, we have 80 to 85 or 90% of the Islamic centers, of which there are over 2,100 in all 50 states, are controlled by the Muslim Brotherhood. So we know that Sharia is the driving doctrine. So to say that the vast majority are not subscribing to this, despite the fact that global polling shows that 70 to 95% do support Sharia, that's not reality. And I think if anyone's going to live in reality, it needs to be us. We need to be focused on the reality and the facts on the ground. And thank you, Frank, for putting this together today.
John, thank you. Judge, you need to grab a mic.
I'm not really
You
clear
have to introduce yourself, please.
Oh, sorry.
Though you need no
Janine
introduction.
Pirro. I'm not really clear on whether or not I got this because I'm on my first cup of coffee, but General, you talked about the fear of just identifying ISIS as the enemy and arming ISIS and arming those who fight ISIS, and then we end up in a Benghazi situation where these arms are then being used against us. How does that relate, Congressman, to the AUMF and who we would authorize and who we would arm? I mean, does the military and does Congress, this is the question to you, does Congress deal with that issue in voting for the AUMF?
Well, I haven't seen the AUMF. I understand it's present in the halls of Congress, so we're going to obviously we're going to ask to take a look at that. But it is my understanding that the president is looking for the authorization to combat ISIS. But there are many among us in Congress and elsewhere that think that ISIS is a symptom of a larger issue. Boko Haram, you got AQAP, the numerous organizations, the Khorasan Group, Al Qaeda proper. So there's a concern that anything that is just limited to ISIS really is a political statement, just as a means to an end to get through the next 2 years. That's really going to have little, if no, almost no effect on the larger issue, which is what we're all here to discuss today. Therefore, the conundrum. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Frank?
Please introduce
on that
yourself
point,
too,
this is,
because you've not been introduced yet. So
Okay.
welcome.
This is Andy McCarthy. On that score, and following up on Janine's question, I'd be very concerned with the AUMF that it's an effort actually to limit the authorities that we're operating under now. I've said any number of times and made the argument any number of times over the last 10 years or so that the AUMF needs overhauling, and it's undoubtedly so that it does. We have organizations which have joined the enemy over the years, which didn't even exist at the time that the AUMF was first enacted. However, the AUMF, as it's been interpreted over the years, gives us very broad power to take whatever appropriate military action needs to be taken against Al Qaeda and its offshoots, of which ISIS is one. So I would be very concerned if, under the guise of needing, or the thought that we needed, military authorization against ISIS, we made the mistake of enacting something that was actually more narrow than what we have now and ties our hands worse than they're tied now. I'd be very concerned about that.
Let me just make a point here that I was in the meeting with the congressman this morning when we were talking about this AUMF. And one of the issues that we need to be aware of is that there is the potential that this would cancel 2 previous AUMFs, both of which, as Andy said, are actually significant in terms of enabling us to be able to fight this global threat. So you got to make sure there's not a bait and switch here, so that we wind up doing ourselves more harm than good through this AUMF.
Frank? I'm sorry.
Just to underline the point that Andy was making, and that the general was making, it's my understanding that they proposed to repeal prior AUMFs and simply permit action under the current one, or what will be the current one when they pass it. The current AUMF basically permits, as interpreted since it was passed, permits us to act against any entity that's got the DNA of Al Qaeda on it, and as was pointed out, that includes ISIS, notwithstanding that ISIS is a hostile offshoot. So we don't have to be governed by our enemies telling us whether they're friendly or unfriendly with Al Qaeda. If they are people who once belonged to Al Qaeda or were related to people who belong to Al Qaeda, that's sufficient. And to limit ourselves with a new AUMF, I think would be a huge mistake, particularly when you would think that the executive would be promoting its own prerogatives rather than trying to limit them. The current president, I think, is putting not only himself but future presidents in a very difficult situation by sponsoring legislation of that kind.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Diana West. I'd like to pick up on something that John Guandolo mentioned, and also Lord Pearson, that has a lot to do with a word we have not used yet today. We're talking with Attorney General Mukasey's concept of words that we fear. That word is immigration. And when we look to Europe and we see these Islamic demographics that have transformed the continent really before our eyes, and we twin that with the statistics that John Guandolo brought up, which are consistent, vast certainly large, two vast majorities of Muslims in various countries, including alarming demographics here of Muslims who favor Sharia, who favor the caliphate and these aims. We do have to take those facts and the example of Europe and apply them to a policy that will protect us from democratically accepting, accommodating, voting into place Sharia and Sharia norms. And so I think this takes us into the realm of immigration policy as a defense mechanism against creeping Islamization, this age of jihad, that is not usually discussed, certainly not publicly. But I think in many ways it is the first line of defense in all interpretations of the term, and has to come into the public conversation.
Yeah, I think, as you said, Lord Pearson referred to this as the al-Hijra kind of model that is very much a risk. We at the Center for Security Policy have been putting together a series of monographs on what we call the Civilization Jihad Reader series. The first is dealt with a subject I'm sure we'll talk about in due course. We have a copy of it right here with Tommy Waller, that our colleague David Yerushalmi in particular has been very involved with the Sharia penetration of American court systems. But next one, I think, in the pipeline is going to be dealing with this issue of refugee resettlement and the basic problem this is going to cause in our democracy as it has elsewhere. Diana, welcome. Charles?
I'm Charles Jacobs, Americans for Peace and Tolerance. The misguided foreign policy that we've been talking about is about to be brought, it has been brought right to the home front. As Frank Gaffney said, President Obama on February 18th next week is going to showcase his program called Combating Violent Extremism on February 18th. And he cites, this is an opportunity for us, I think, because he cites Boston as one of the three models, pilots, of the place where this can work. And that's going to be a problem because the central Muslim institutions that federal and local law enforcement agencies have been partnering with against extremism are themselves extremists. We have a full-page ad today. I'll put it out here for you. It's in the Washington, oops, I won't put it out here. Thank you. It's in the Washington Times. Thanks, John. Showing that the very institutions in Boston, that is the Islamic Society of Boston, which built the largest mosque, here he wants it, in the Northeast, larger even than the mosque in Manhattan, with Saudi money, and the Muslim American Society are the go-to organizations that federal and local Boston law authorities have been partnering with, and with whom they will continue to partner. There are 12 people, and I point you to them. There are 12 people that are associated with those two institutions who are either in jail, dead, awaiting for trial, or are fugitives. And so I think this offers us an opportunity to take a look at and explore exactly what the president means by partnering with local Muslim institutions. I mean, how many more Muslim... The problem is the radicalization of the historically moderate Muslim community in America. If we don't stop that, we're going to be in trouble. How many more Muslim children, souls will be stolen? How many more of them will become murderers? How many more Americans will have to die until the president can understand that there is radical Islam? And by the way, by not distinguishing between radical Muslims and non-radical Muslims, he's committing the very sin that he warns all of us against, which is he's making us all think, in a way, that every Muslim is a hidden terrorist. And so I think that this is extraordinarily important, the Boston issue as a model. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. May I just say that in the packets you have, and for those of you watching, we will have this online shortly, if not immediately, is a sort of rendering of what you've just talked about in the context of Boston in the other two cities that the president apparently is going to be showcasing, Los Angeles and Minneapolis-St. Paul. And unfortunately, a similar kind of very, very troubling record is present there. Again, one of the reasons for doing this alternative summit was to showcase things that probably Americans are not going to be told in the other one, to the extent that they're told anything about it at all. Anyone else wish to weigh in, make a comment about particularly the nature of the enemy, which is the focus of this particular block? Joe, please introduce yourself.
Joe Schmitz, former Inspector General of the Department of Defense and constitutional law professor. I wanted to ask the question while Congressman Perry was here, but I really hope that Congress takes this opportunity with the authorization of use of military force request from the President to simply call the Muslim Brotherhood what Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and UAE has publicly called it. It's a terrorist group, and it's an enemy of the United States. And the reality is we have Muslim brothers in our executive branch right now, and we need to call them out. And this opportunity, it is Congress's power to declare war. It's not the President's power. And I really hope our members of Congress take this opportunity to call out our enemies.
David?
David Uwashami, General Counsel to the Center for Security Policy and a co-founder of American Freedom Law Center with my colleague to my left here, Robert Muse. We hear often, especially among military analysts, the idea or the concept of knowing the enemy. And it comes up whether it's the foreign enemy and the AUMF or the domestic enemy and the infiltration of the Muslim Brotherhood in the United States, Sharia in the courts, etc. It's probably not necessary for this crowd, but for the broader audience, to understand when we say, why is it important to know the enemy? It's important to know the enemy to understand what it is that drives that individual or that group to be an enemy of the United States or the West. That becomes important because if you don't know what drives the enemy, the threat doctrine that animates their actions, then you can't orient on the specific threats. From where do they recruit? How do they expose their message? Where do they attack next? Where do they meet? Under the AUMF of past and even the present one, and also given the domestic policy of the Obama administration, Eric Holder, especially at the Department of Justice, their view is we can treat this threat by looking at conduct simply. That is to say, if someone picks up a gun and starts shooting us or burning pilots, they are the enemy abroad. And if they identify themselves as Al-Qaeda or ISIS or IS or any of the myriad other groups, then we can identify them as the enemy and simply orient on them, picking them off as they pick up their guns and start shooting. Domestically, what that means is you have to commit a crime or you get caught in a conspiracy. If you don't orient on the threat, that's all you get. That is to say, a response to violence or a response to criminal behavior. If you orient on the threat and you understand what motivates them, we've talked about it, Sharia and the various doctrines, then what you're able to do is to say, abroad, what groups are likely to be recruited for this war and begin going at that threat. Domestically, what does it mean? It means what we used to know in New York, but we no longer do. Where do these groups begin the recruitment process? Well, we know the internet has become a modern version, but the main source in the United States is in mosque. It doesn't mean that every mosque is a source of a threat, but you know that that's where the individuals, the young Muslim males or now females, congregate, listen to the doctrine itself, and are recruited. That is why in New York past, confidential informants and others connected with law enforcement would visit the mosque covertly and overtly, make their presence known and not, and find out where were the threats. Most of the successful prosecutions in the United States arise out of individuals being approached because they were heard on some wiretap fortuitously, by chance. Then they were approached by a confidential informant or an undercover agent, and they're given the opportunity to provide the material support of terrorism, which becomes the predicate for the criminal prosecution. But if we don't understand the threat doctrine, if we don't talk about Islam, it's not simply, as it were, the axiom not knowing the enemy. It's that you can't understand where the enemy is going to come from and where they're going to go.
Could I ask you just to explain briefly the findings of the empirical investigation that you did of mosques, and in particular how it bears on the point you've just made that these really are incubators of radicalization within this community?
In 2005, listening to the approach to the foreign enemy that was articulated by the Bush administration, we understood that no one had articulated who was actually, or what was the threat doctrine. We knew who, Al-Qaeda at the time. We decided to examine the question that after studying all of the various groups around the world and looking what they told us motivated them, we found that it was Sharia. So we then wanted to make certain that the Sharia that they identified was extant, authoritative Islamic law today, not some classical version of a millennia ago. And we found that it matched up perfectly. So we then decided to try to examine what would be the threat in the United States domestically. And since we knew the threat doctrine was Sharia, we decided to contextualize Sharia in conduct and see if it existed where we thought it might exist in U.S. mosques across the country. So we devised a study that selected 100 mosques randomly across the United States, so they were a statistical cross-section of all mosques, Sunni, Shia, large, small, modern, classic. And on the independent variable, we measured Sharia conduct. How close the men prayed, how strict the prayer lines were, the kind of prayers, the clothing, the facial hair, the dress. The dependent variable was the measure of the actual talk of violence, jihad, speakers who came and put on shows about attacking the West. And many of the individuals, including al-Awlaki, was in one of the mosques and measured on our dependent variable. Our thesis was that we should find that as the mosque in the United States, we assumed varied in terms of Sharia compliance, how adherent they were, that we would see the more Sharia adherent, the more violent. But we had thought we would see that most mosques across the country would be spread across this continuum from non-religious to religious. And maybe because I came from a Jewish environment where we said, well, maybe there's Reform, Conservative, and Orthodox. You know, it goes up a scale. When we got the results from the 100 mosques across the United States, this is what we found. 80% of the mosques in the United States were Sharia compliant, hardcore. In almost every single one of them, it was almost a one-to-one correlation. We found that they advocated jihad or violence against the infidel. The study was published in the Middle East Quorum, a peer-review journal, but it was also later studied or published in a broader analysis on Perspectives on Terrorism, which is a very renowned peer-reviewed journal that is a collaboration of many universities across the globe. What we know is that in the United States, Muslims generally are assimilated. But what we now see in this study is that the only way they can articulate themselves publicly, the only way they can institutionalize themselves are through organizations which are predominantly Sharia adherent and preaching violence. So if a Muslim sits at home and only attends a mosque once a year during Ramadan, then he's not a threat. But if he articulates and wants to participate in his community, the only organizations that he has available to them are those that preach the violence.
Brian Kennedy from the Claremont Institute. I think what you said, David, was very important, but I just want to ask General Mukasey a question, because I thought his remarks were very important. If the topic of this first session is knowing the enemy, I think it might be important to know ourselves and what's wrong with America. It seems today we don't really believe in Western civilization and American freedom, and we're not willing to defend that with the kind of logical policies that would lead to our ultimate defense. We're not willing to say that Islam may not be compatible with the American Constitution. We believe in religious freedom, but only for religions that believe in freedom. But we've never in our history had to deal with that. The Bush administration was the first administration to have to deal with that right after September 11th. I'd like to ask General Mukasey if he could describe to us why we got that seemingly wrong. He didn't get that wrong, for sure, but why did we as a country seem to get that wrong?
I wanted to follow on what has been said a little bit earlier by David and also previously. One of the reasons I think that we are failing to understand or to be able to articulate or identify the enemy is that we've lost the sense somehow in this country of identifying an ideological enemy. We've forgotten how to do counterintelligence, as it were. We've forgotten that the primary threat of the Muslim Brotherhood in this country is not terrorism at all. It is subversion. But we don't have any way anymore, as we did back in the Cold War years, and as we treated communism in that time, to identify the subversive agenda of the Muslim Brotherhood as a national security threat. And until we do that, identifying it with terrorist operations abroad is not going to help us with the threat we face domestically here at home.
Hello.
Yeah, Andy McCarthy. I just want to make 2 points to try to tie together a few of the things that we've said in the last few minutes. With respect to David's point and the study, the findings are extremely important. What's disappointing is that they should have been surprising to anyone, because we know that there is a predominant Muslim Brotherhood control on the mosques across the United States. We know from the evidence, for example, that came out in the Holy Land Foundation trial that a big part of the Muslim Brotherhood's infrastructure in the United States has actually been to buy up a lot of the real estate that was then used for mosques and Islamic community centers across the country. The reason that's incredibly important is if you look at the doctrine of the Muslim Brotherhood as taught by its founder in the 1920s, it's a ground-up revolutionary movement in which the teaching is that the mosques and the community centers are supposed to be what they call the axis of the movement, wherever the movement operates. So it's a natural that the mosques and the Islamic Community Center would be performing that role, and I think the study confirms that. What it also confirms, and this goes back to a point that Diana West made about immigration. As Claire just mentioned, the big threat to us is more of a cultural threat and a subversive threat than necessarily a terrorist threat. And a big part of the anti-communism in the Cold War phase was to try to deal with that, not just in the United States, but overseas. So that at that point in time, you could actually do things like criminalize membership in the Communist Party and keep out of the United States people who preached the doctrine of violent overthrow of the United States, even if they hadn't been connected to a violent organization, and even if they hadn't been tied to things like paramilitary training. And one of the things we're going to have to deal with is that in the anti-communist pushback, and in a lot of the decision-making that was done in the Supreme Court in the 60s and 70s in the First Amendment area, it's become very difficult for us to keep people out of the United States who are adherent to an anti-American, anti-Western doctrine, but whom we are not able to connect evidence-wise to organizations that actually either do paramilitary training or have conducted terrorist operations. And that's a big gulf in our policy. It's something that we'll have to address if we're going to keep out of the country the people who are animating and catalyzing the threat to us.
We are having mic challenges, including my own, but Diana's yours seems to be working. Back to you.
I think so, yes. Yes, I would like to follow on that a bit. It's an amazing thing to think of, but Attorney General Biddle, around 1940, came up with a list of subversive groups. This was a concept that was not laughed at. I think when Claire says we've forgotten how to identify subversives, it's not so much we've forgotten, I think it's been ground out of us. And if we look at what happened going forward 10 years, when you see in Congress the great investigations of communist infiltration of the US government in the House and the Senate, this was still a concept that American lawmakers, American professionals, and so on still understood. But when you see what happened to the investigators, not least of which Senator Joseph McCarthy, but many other investigators as well, who were congressmen and others, this became a term of derision. I mean, the idea that someone is subversive becomes something, you must see a communist under the bed kind of derision, and people were isolated and destroyed in their public lives. This is another reason why I think it's important to understand the infiltration in the communist in the middle of the last century by communists into the government and other institutions, to understand it as a real thing that happened, that was almost exposed but then layered over and almost forgotten. We see the same thing happening today, but we don't have the tools to identify it. This goes back to what the communist lessons were, which essentially is what we describe as political correctness. Political correctness is just another way of describing Marxist-Leninist lexicons that control speech and control thought. And we are all subject to them today. We don't even know it. It's everywhere, and this goes back to that same experience. There are a great many similarities between communism and Islam and their impact on our way of government, and we have not really grappled with those either. One of them, which I'll put out there, just in terms of the fight against communism, which I argue was not successful, certainly domestically in terms of ideology. Otherwise, our campuses would not be outposts of Marx. One of these points is that the anti-communists learned and were guided by ex-communists. And it isn't so much looking for the moderate communist ally to defeat communist infiltration or communist ideology at home. they look to the ex-communists, Whittaker Chambers, Arthur Kessler, many, many others, defectors, and so on. I think today we lose a big resource by not paying more attention to the ex-Muslims, those who have left the ideology and renounced it for liberty. And we, I think, put too much stock in a reform movement within Islam. You know, maybe that will happen someday, but right now it is not. And in order to protect ourselves, I think it is incumbent on us to remember these lessons on how you deal with totalitarians.
Can I just put in a plug for Diana's absolutely superb book, American Betrayal, The Secret Assault on Our Nation's Character, which documents what you've just described very powerfully. General Mukasey.
Just responding a little bit to what was just said and also to a question that was posed to me a few minutes ago. The question is, how come we had difficulty facing up to this in the early days after 9/11? I think, obviously, I was not there, but we all tend to fight the last war to a certain extent and to learn lessons from the last war. And I think the last war, in this case, in large measure, was the treatment of the Japanese after Pearl Harbor. And I think there was a great desire to avoid that, in fact, to lean over backwards to avoid it, so that immediately the administration jumped in and said that Islam is a religion of peace. In fact, somebody said that Islam means peace. It's been pointed out in this conversation, it doesn't mean that at all. It means submission. But the eagerness to avoid treatment of the Japanese being replicated by treatment of Muslim communities was rampant in this country after 9/11, and we leaned over backwards, I think, to our detriment. Secondly, of course, Islam is a religion, and written into the Constitution are several provisions. You cannot have a religious test for public office. It's written right into the body of the Constitution, not even in the amendments. And as I said in my opening remarks, we tread very carefully when we're dealing with matters of religion. I think what we're going to have to get used to in the case of militant Islam is dealing with the political and other manifestations of a religion, regardless of whether it is or is not a religion, whatever it calls itself. When there are political and obviously security manifestations, we're going to have to deal with them regardless of the fact that it's a religion, and that's an idea that takes getting used to and that takes selling to the American public. Regrettably, we have an executive who not only won't sit down and have a fireside chat with the American people and explain all of this to the extent that he has any chats at all, as we've pointed out, as Frank pointed out, as others have pointed out, they're all in the opposite direction. They're all toward obfuscating, toward denying, toward concealing the nature of the enemy.
I'd like to ask Steve Coughlin to address in a moment this issue of how to define this political agenda of Islam and those who are adhering to it. But before that, I was asked by General Boykin, and rank has its privileges.
Well, first of all, I want to say to David Urashami, remember that Guandola is a Marine, so you have to modify your vocabulary somewhat to fit his understanding. So I wanted to be clear on that. And how many of you saw yesterday, particularly on Fox, the school district in Florida that was teaching the Muslim prayer? Did anybody see that? Teaching students. So we're talking about recognizing the enemy, calling the enemy what it is, and holding our leaders accountable. But there is responsibility that goes all the way down to the individual level for this. And I think that it's important that we put some emphasis and focus on holding ourselves accountable for A, being informed, and B, doing something about it. And that situation in Florida is because somebody wasn't paying attention to the school board. And when school boards are left unchecked, this is exactly what we're going to get, because people don't realize, I think, the strategic sophistication of this network that has infiltrated our society, and it is determined to take over. And we have the documents right here, the explanatory memorandum, that tells you exactly how they plan to do it. So we have to hold ourselves accountable. And you've got people like Rabbi John Hausman back there who is doing exactly what I'm talking about by encouraging his congregation to understand what's going on, but also to stand up and take a stand against us. So we can't just hold the leaders accountable. We've got to hold ourselves accountable too.
I'm going to come to John Hausman if we can lure him up. But Mike Waller, you've been very patient. If I may just ask Steve Coughlin quickly, I've learned a great deal about Sharia from you, Steve. Would you just briefly talk about this as a phenomenon and as a fault line between Muslims who clearly are a problem and those that we hope are not?
Well, I think that the key thing to look at is that when we're fighting an enemy, he basically says that he fights according to Islamic law to implement Islamic law through jihad. And each of these terms is doctrinally defined in Sharia law. Almost all of it has a basis in the Quran and the Hadith. So that means that there is an imperative to understand if the enemy we're fighting says that he fights by those rules and you don't know those rules. I'm not talking about a one-off where you have someone write a book you buy in Barnes and Noble and then decide, gosh, that's good for me. I'm saying you actually read what they have said and then you understand what they say in the context that they mean it. If you're not there, you cannot do a counter, I'll use the words we're using here, a counter-jihad war, because they have made it clear. Ayman Zawahiri said 85% of this war is in the information battle space. And if you cannot fight an information battle space with people who have PhDs. They actually have PhDs, a high percentage of them from our best business schools that have the best marketing and strategic communication schools in the world. In the military, if you are a regimental or a brigade commander and you're not going to go up to the next level, but you're a good guy, you get assigned all these duties at the J staff level where they'll send you a 2-week course like strategic communications. And I can't tell you how many colonels and naval captains I've worked for who got thrown into that after coming off of brigade commands, combat commands, where they were reasonably successful, only to get crushed because in a 2-week course they were going up to people who live and breathe this. So what I would like to point out is to understand Sharia, we have to read their stuff, we have to know what it is. But there's another thing, and this goes into this discussion about Marxism. Political correctness has to be understood as the enforcement mechanism of a cultural Marxist campaign that masks itself in the postmodern narrative. So that if you are going to succumb to the postmodern narrative, if a leadership of the Republican Party kneels at the altar of racism, sexism, and homophobia, he will fold at the critical point of attack because he has accepted the narrative that is designed to get him there. This is important because in the late 1980s, the IIIT realized that this political correctness narrative, this cultural Marxism narrative, was going to bring the U.S. down. And so they worked hard. You'll have people tell you Islamophobia has a 100-year, 200-year history, but we know that the IIIT, and we know the people who did it, created the word Islamophobia, that the Organization of Islamic Cooperation then decided to make it its brand, okay, for the purpose of sticking it right next to racism, sexism, homophobia, and Islamophobia so that they could get the left to execute 90% of its plan to mainstream Islamic slander law in America without anybody having ever known it. So this raises a second thing. We all talk about political correctness and not understanding it's an enforcement mechanism that has wildly succeeded, not just on the left, but among I would say, key parts of the RNC, okay? So that if you have somebody who folds to the left-wing what's the word I'm using? Information campaign, their talking points, they're beaten. There are people who know they believe the left-wing narrative, and there are those who fold to it, not understanding that they do. And so we have a quote we often use, which is, I think Carlos the Jackal, that there is an alliance between Islamists and Marxists. And what I would like to point out is there really is. You can see a crossroads, a meeting point in Ferguson, for example. You can see just a couple weeks ago, after Charlie Hebdo, the ambassador to the organization, the OIC ambassador to the United Nations, Ufuk Goksen, I think his name is, he came out and basically said what happened with Charlie Hebdo was good law. And he had a little link in his communication to something from a group called Article 19. Article 19 is an organization created by Soros to redefine the word incitement in US and UN treaties. So in redefining incitement, you redefine what it means if we agree to that, and it is understood to link up with 1618 in the UN, which will make defamation of Islam a crime. So here I just want to say, whether it's at the grand level where you see this Sharia, the Sharia narrative, as it touches the people here, masks itself in the left-wing narrative. But as it backs away, it is golden. So one step past 1618 is pure Sharia. And this is how it impacts it. So you have to really understand how those converging narratives line up. And at the point of attack, you're not even seeing it happen.
Mike Waller, you are an expert on information operations and how to counter them. Maybe you could say a word about this part of the portfolio.
Sure, all of these pieces just come together so neatly. Right now, what you have is a teachable moment with this AUMF. And to get a sense of the Congress resolution right now, which can be run through very quickly, identifying the Muslim Brotherhood as a threat to the Constitution of the United States would be an ideal time to get to define something and also to draw certain lines, because we do have to remember, as Stephen just mentioned, there is an element of Muslim Brotherhood penetration of conservative and Republican ranks, as we found 15 years ago. But apart from that sense of the Congress on the Muslim Brotherhood, in understanding how it works structurally, apart from the doctrine, if you find structurally, tactically, and by division of labor, you have a huge degree of correlation between the way the Muslim Brotherhood operates in the United States and the way the old Soviet front groups used to run in the United States. So if you have an understanding of Soviet active measures and how they worked structurally and through Christian churches at the time as well, you have a very good understanding of how the Muslim Brotherhood works. It's almost like the Brotherhood copied from the Comintern. The last item is that Islam is protected by the Constitution, as Attorney General Mukasey said, but the Muslim Brotherhood is not. And they're going to try to obfuscate that issue by saying you're picking on us because we're Muslims. And so if we just keep it as this is a political organization that seeks political change and political control, you can determine it's a constitutional threat, and then you can compel anyone who has taken the oath to uphold the Constitution, you can hold them liable for that, as well as anyone immigrating to this country or naturalized U.S. citizens who have taken the same oath.
Thank you. One of the other places where we're watching this play out is, of course, in the religious communities. The civilization jihad is being waged there, and I don't know whether Rabbi Hausman, you've been invoked here, whether you'd like to say something, or Rick Joyner, another of our great leaders on the Christian side, about the threat that you see within your communities from civilization jihadists of the Muslim Brotherhood.
Well, you know, identifying the enemy is the theme of this particular one. There are enemies inside and outside. And, you know, the prophet Isaiah, speaking for God, said, "My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge." And I know many of you here, the Center for Security Policy, John Guandola and Steve have done and many others here have done such an incredible job of educating, which I think is a basic part of the strategy right now, but it's got to go a little deeper. I know many people that I think have sworn to defend our Constitution have never read it. I think maybe we should require, before you swear to defend something, you need to know what's in it. And there does need to be some really basic education on things. You know, Charles Spurgeon once said he could find 10 men who would die for the Bible for every one that would read it. And, I think that's true. And I find it to be true. But there is the power of truth that is a light that can cast out darkness. And there is a power of clear speech. One of the greatest enemies in the scripture is what is called Mystery Babylon, which is typed after the Tower of Babel, where men's languages were scattered and separated. So we speak different languages, and they say the first evidence of someone who's been delivered from Babylon or confusion, which is what the word Babylon means, is clear speech. Now, I really appreciate the clear speech that I'm hearing here today and that I've heard for so long from so many of you. And I think that is one of the most powerful weapons because, once you identify the enemy, you've got to go to another level. What is the strategy for defeating the enemy? And I do believe the most powerful weapon we have is the truth. And spoken with clarity, with also with courage. You will be slandered. You will be attacked. I mean, we all know the story of Winston Churchill, who started sounding the alarm so early about Nazi Germany, and he was ridiculed and lampooned and disrespected. And then all of a sudden there was an awakening, and everybody thought, well, Winston's been saying this all along. And all of a sudden he went from being one of the most ridiculed people to the one everybody wanted to follow. But we need to be willing to pay the price of enduring the ridicule, enduring the attacks. We've got to resolve that the truth is more important than anything else, and we're going to stand for truth regardless of the consequences. We're not going to compromise our convictions, and we're not going to compromise the truth.
Rabbi, are you inclined to say anything?
Am I inclined to say anything? No, but for you, I will.
Thank you. You might just introduce yourself if you would.
Rabbi John Hausman. I come from a tradition that is a questioning tradition. Counsel, you would agree with that. For the people here who have been in my office, you'll see it's festooned with rabbinic tomes, okay? Hebrew and Aramaic, because for every answer my tradition has, there's another question. You agree with that? I'm interested in one thing. I'll be honest with you all, I'm interested in one thing. The safety and security of the Jewish people in the state of Israel. And if Jewish history has taught anything, is if somebody says they hate you and they seek your destruction, you better darn well believe it. Particularly when they have a tradition stretching back millennia that underscores that. I'm interested in comparative doctrine and theology. What does their doctrine state in their sacralized texts? End of story. Now, how so many of our colleagues check their brains at the door when they walk into their institutions, I have no idea. Listen, I know we have an admiral here and we have a marine here. I have to put it down on their level. General, I'm taking your lead on this. Okay?
It's a dangerous thing to do.
I think so. But that's where I come from. And, I'd rather bring you people around to do what needs to be done. And the only other thing I'll say from a clergy point of view is this. I'm very Hausman in my orientation. There are two people who have the right to tell me what to say and what to do. And I had to tell you, neither of them are around this table. One's in college and one's at home trying to take care of a leaky roof. That's it.
We're appreciative of you being here under the circumstances. Speaking of the Admiral, we're very pleased to have Admiral James Lyons with us. Sir, welcome.
Well, thank you, Frank. Sorry I missed the earlier presentations due to my 3-hour and 20-minute commute this morning. But, as a number of you heard me say before, we've had many opportunities to change the course of history. And it hasn't mattered whether it's been a Republican or Democratic administration. We failed every one of them. Starting with Carter, went to the takeover of our embassy. We could have cut off Khomeini and his Islamic fundamentalism at the knees. We were going to take Carg Island, and he rejected it. We could have walked in. The next time was the Marine barracks bombing. And you all probably wonder why we never responded. I won't go into the long detail, but the guy that sabotaged the strike, and I'm glad you're all sitting down, was the Secretary of Defense. Not once, but twice. Reagan approved, the French wanted to do a combined strike, and Reagan approved it, and Weinberger wouldn't issue the order. I have personally talked to George Shultz and Bud McFarlane. They told me they pleaded with him, and he wouldn't do it. You have to say, who the hell got to him, or what got to him? I've never been able to get an answer on that. In the Gulf Tanker War in '87, we were going to bring down the Khomeini regime. And the guy that sabotaged, I had briefed Weinberger at my headquarters at Pearl Harbor that summer. And this was going to be in August of '87. And the one who undercut us the most was our own chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Crow, at the time. If you go forward and you look at, we shot down by accident that Iranian civilian airliner a few months later. And what did Khomeini do? He said, I'm drinking from the chalice of poison. And he said, I have to make a truce with Saddam Hussein because the Americans have shown they're coming in on Iraq's side. Well, think of what the hell we could have done had we executed the strike we wanted to do in August of '87. We all say we have to identify the threat. Well, I think the one who identified it the best was Erdogan from Turkey, when he said, Islam is Islam. There are no modifiers. Democracy is the train we ride to our ultimate objective. He couldn't have said it any plainer. And until you recognize that Islam is a political movement masquerading as a religion, you're never going to come to grips with it. And as far as a strategy, let me just conclude one thing. And as I just had in my latest op-ed, the Obama administration has a strategy. It's very simple. Any thinking American should be able to grasp it. It's anti-American, anti-Western, it's pro-Islamic, it's pro-Iranian, and pro-Muslim Brotherhood. And with that, I'll yield the mic.
Thank you, sir. A very, very well-stated and characteristically powerful way of wrapping the first section of this program on the nature of the enemy. We're now going to switch to a discussion of the extent to which our approach towards this enemy has succeeded or failed. And I'm very pleased to say we are joined by several people who have been at the forefront of this struggle for some time to lead us in this discussion. You have heard briefly already, but I will introduce briefly but properly Andrew McCarthy. Andrew McCarthy was a former federal prosecutor, appeared in court, most notably in a very important trial that Judge Mukasey presided over when he was on the bench, that led to the indictment and conviction of the perpetrators of the first effort to take down the World Trade Center, led by Omar Abdul Rahman, forgive me, the blind sheikh. Andy has, of course, now published a number of very important best-selling books, including Willful Blindness and The Grand Jihad, and is a commentator and writer at National Review and PJ Media. always welcome here. Andy, if you would kick off this part of the discussion, we'd be very grateful.
Thank you so much, Frank, and thank you for doing this conference today. Frank mentioned the trial that I had the privilege of prosecuting before Judge Mukasey now 20 years ago, and I was joking with Brian Kennedy as we both came up in the elevator this morning over the fact that we're still talking about exactly the same thing 20 years later. I at that point, I think, said that we hadn't made any progress, but what I'd really like to talk about today is 20 years of regression, because I think that's really what the history as unfolded demonstrates. There's three dimensions to the challenge that we're dealing with. There is a legal aspect to it, a military aspect, and a cultural aspect. And I think we have regressed on every front because we never took up the cultural challenge in the first place. We originally regarded radical Islam in the United States as a legal matter. That's how I got involved in it. That's how we dealt with it at the beginning. We eventually, I think too late in time, but eventually realized that we were dealing with more of a national security challenge in terms of the violent jihadist aspect of it. But we really never took on the ideology that fuels the threat against us, and as a result, I think we've gone backwards on each dimension. I've probably said over the years about every bad thing you can say about using the civilian justice system as the point of the spear in terms of the government's counterterrorism policy. Let me begin by just saying the one really good thing about it. And that is that no matter what the government was saying, whether it was on in the White House, the Rose Garden, the steps of the Justice Department, press releases, etc., what went on in the four corners of our trial was reality. Because we have the good fortune of a system in which the decision is left to 12 ordinary Americans, and ordinary Americans, sensible, common sense, right-thinking Americans, are not going to convict people, particularly of very serious offenses, absent being shown not only what was done, but why it was done. So no matter what Washington was saying and no matter what the government was saying elsewhere, in the four corners of our trial, we got to prove that what we were dealing with was militant Muslims whose ideology is taken directly from Scripture, who were animated by revered figures in Islam, and who carried out terrorist strikes for that reason. We also learned that their ideology was a lot more mainstream than we would like to think. I mean, if you listen to what the government was saying in Washington, you would think that there were 12 knuckleheads in Jersey City, and if we got rid of them, everything would be peachy. But in point of fact, what we found when we put witnesses on the stand, including people who were authentically moderate Muslim people who testified in our defense case, every now and then a question about Islamic ideology and theology would come up. What is jihad? What is Sharia? And the like. And we had witnesses who said, and these were no more terrorists than anyone sitting around this table, I wouldn't be competent to answer that. You'd have to ask him. And they would point to the homicidal maniac who was sitting in the corner of our courtroom. And with respect to that man, I want to point something out, because I think a lot of the conversation we have about Sharia gets very abstract for people. I'd like to bring it down to a more concrete level. Omar Abdul Rahman, the blind sheikh Frank mentioned, had, besides being blind from about the age of 4, almost every malady that you can imagine. And as a result, he was utterly useless to a terrorist organization. Couldn't build a bomb, couldn't conduct an assassination, couldn't hijack a plane. The only thing he could do was run it. And why was he able to run it? Because contrary to what our government on a PR side was putting out about the terrorists that we were dealing with, about how they were wanton killers, about how they essentially were barbaric for no discernible reason, Omar Abdul Rahman was a doctor of Islamic jurisprudence, graduated from Al-Azhar University, which we've heard about earlier today, the seat of Sunni learning, as Judge Mukasey said, since the 10th century. His ability to control terrorism, his ability to command terrorism, was solely and only a function of his mastery of Sharia. That was the only reason he was able not only to be in a terrorism organization, but actually to run it, and actually to command acts of mass murder. That's what we're dealing with. And there shouldn't be any doubt when you look at that in a common sense way that that is the ideology that animates this, and that we couldn't conceivably defend the country without understanding it. We limped along for about 8 years on the idea that you could indict the Jihad into submission, and the country got attacked again and again. The threat got bigger and bigger, as you would expect when they were using bombs and we were using subpoenas. That didn't work out well. And ultimately, there was a moment of clarification in 9/11, when for a moment in time, we recognized that this was a national security threat, not something that we could handle as a criminal justice problem. And it had to be attacked from a law of war framework rather than by civilian due process. And in conjunction with that moment of clarity, President Bush gave a speech about a week after the 9/11 attacks that still remains the roadmap for victory. Would that anyone were actually interested in victory, and would that we had actually followed it. But what he said then, now 14 years later, is just as true today as it was then, which is that we have to attack violent jihadists anywhere on earth without geographical limitation that they operate, and we have to treat state sponsors of terrorism as the enemy, as if they were the terrorists that they were aiding and abetting. Unfortunately, I think over the years, that which was known as the Bush Doctrine got enmeshed with democracy promotion, which I don't think was a critical aspect of it from the beginning. But in terms of dealing with the violent aspect of the challenge, that remains the case. We have to have the military will and capability to hit the terrorists wherever they operate, and we have to treat the regimes that aid and abet them as if they were the terrorists themselves. And if we did that, and if we had, which we should have built by now, a legal construct that was directed at this unique threat, which is doesn't present as a traditional war, but is certainly much more like a war than a crime wave, and where we're able to detain people under the laws of war indefinitely, and do it in a way that we can get national political support for it, we would have the military part of this right, and we'd have the legal part of it right. But we will continue to lose, as we're losing now, if we don't address the cultural aspect of it. The Muslim Brotherhood has been building an infrastructure in the United States for more than half a century. We are way behind in dealing with this. They started with the Muslim Students Associations back in the 50s and 60s. There are now about 600 chapters of that organization across the United States and Canada. If you want to get a sense of the problem, Mohamed Morsi, the president of Egypt, who basically turned that country into ruin in about 18 months, grew up in the cauldron of Islamic supremacism in Egypt. He was radicalized in the United States. who's a member of the Muslim Students Association in California. And it's from that organization that everything builds out. The Islamic Society of North America, ISNA, CARE, which is the PR aspect of it, Triple IT, which Steve talked about before, the International Institute of Islamic Thought, which is kind of the think tank, the North American Islamic Trust, which buys up the property. They are implementing a strategy that is no secret. It's very knowable. It's something that the Muslim Brotherhood's been preaching since the 1920s. But if we don't grapple with it, and we don't challenge it, and we don't roll it back, it really almost doesn't matter what we do on the law enforcement and the military side.
Andy, thank you very much. Let me just remind people of what I said at the beginning about this strategic plan. It is a very instructive document. It's available for free at securefreedom.org. It happens to have as an appendix a list of our organizations and organizations of our friends, which include a number of the groups that Andy's just mentioned, identifying them in the Muslim Brotherhood's own words as the kind of civilization jihadists that we need to be worrying about. Andy, thank you very much. We have Congressman Mike Pompeo here, and he's going to have to leave at some point, so I want to cut to you, sir, if I may, and welcome you. Mike is a member of the Intelligence Committee in the House of Representatives. He's also on the Select Committee on Benghazi. He is one of the real stalwarts, a graduate of the U.S. Military Academy, as I recall, first in his class. General Boykin has been casting slurs around here about other services, but he's not going to cast it at you, sir. We're delighted to have you with us. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me here today. So Frank asked me, he said, Mike, I want you to give 5 minutes talking about the record to date in defeating radical Islamic terrorism. I told him I didn't need 5 minutes. That'd be a 30-second accounting. Thanks for the time. Two recent events that kind of stand out to me. So we had a leader at Al-Azhar and then a leader at the prayer breakfast. And I want to give you a couple of things that were said, and you tell me which place you think they may have been said and by whom. One of the national leaders urged Muslim clerics to re-examine their religious teachings. He said it was not merely an extremist interpretation of Islam threatening the world, but rather ideas at the core of mainstream Orthodox understanding of that religion, and that a religious revolution would be required to change. He said that Islam, as is being taught and practiced by leading religious scholars, has given birth to a globally destructive ideology which is now threatening all of us. That, of course, was the Egyptian president, not our own. Our president had a very different view. He had a view of it as a series of random acts of violence, a series of disconnected dots along the continuum. And you've heard from others this morning what that means. It means a failed American response to the very real threat to us here in the United States from radical Islamic terrorism. I could recount this failed record. I can talk about the failed understanding. I'll do that a little bit. Benghazi perhaps is a good perspective from which I can use my time here this morning to talk to you about how these manifest themselves. So there's lots of focus about the events on the ground that evening, about talking points, and these things all have relevance and salience for sure. But we have to remember how we got there and what it was a greater part of and why it was that the administration refused to acknowledge what really happened that night. It is symptomatic of what the speakers before me spoke to. It is symptomatic of a failure to recognize that what happened that night was an act of radical Islamic terrorism, perpetrated by jihadis, in this case, lots of groups, including Ansar al-Sharia, but perpetrated by men with the intention of expanding the caliphate and expanding the scope of Sharia law around the globe. This is what happened that night, and this is the administration to this day that has not come to terms with what took place. Rather, the response to date has been the plucking of one individual, Abu Khatala, from Libyan shores, bringing him back and putting him in federal prison not far from where we sit today. We know where there were dozens of people who killed 4 Americans that evening, yet we refused to do the right thing and do the intelligence work that is required and associated with what we could garner from that evening. And I mention that because we can all cite particular cases. We are bailing out of Sana'a even as we speak. And yet this is a president who said that Yemen was one of his greatest counterterrorism successes. We can go through this list. What you see is a failure of understanding, a refusal to acknowledge the real threat and its connectedness. I thought I'd end my remarks by talking about this president's absence of willingness on the ground. We can talk a lot about the president's strategy, but look at the tactics that he is selecting. Look at the tools that he is demanding Congress take away from him. Guantanamo Bay, right? An enormous intelligence collection asset, one that has proven very important for us knowing about these jihadis as they move around the world. He'd like to close it. Guantanamo should be open and full. We watched this morning him present an authorization for the use of military force. I sat with a White House lawyer last evening, and what the president is asking Congress to do is absolutely unheard of. This president is asking for Congress to restrict his authorities. It is truly remarkable to watch as they try and limit themselves. They are walking away from the threat that we all are talking about this morning. They want nothing to do with it. They don't view it as serious. The president says, went to West Point, my alma mater. He's been there twice. It's deeply disturbing. The first time he went there, he went to tell the cadets that we were going to depart Afghanistan on timeline as scheduled. And he identified for the enemy precisely how many troops on precisely which day they would depart. On his second trip, he went to graduation. You can imagine, right? Some of you have seen this, 22-year-old men and women sitting at Mikey Stadium. The president's coming. It's a big day. Their parents are in the stand. These are warriors. These are young men who have chosen to sacrifice themselves to go defend American freedom. And he told them that the biggest threat to America that they would face in their lifetime was global climate change. Sometimes cadets can be unruly. You can imagine the silence that day. It's funny at one level, but it is more importantly deeply dangerous. A commander-in-chief, a president, a nation that is unprepared to defend itself against the threat of the magnitude that the global jihadis present to us today is disturbing and dangerous. And I am so glad you held this conference, Frank, so that we can talk about it and identify it, begin to develop the solutions which will ultimately defeat them in detail. Thank you, Frank.
Congressman Mike Pompeo, thank you very much, sir. From the 4th District of Kansas, I failed to mention that, and plug to the people of Kansas who have the wisdom to send you to the United States House repeatedly now. Thank you. Not all of them, but enough. Enough. And thank you for your service in uniform as well, Congressman, is what you're doing now in the House. I know that we have another speaker somewhere in the vicinity, but I don't know if he's ready to roll out right this minute. Senator Cruz is not yet been seen. Could somebody ascertain whether he's ready to go? As 11 o'clock is the appointed hour, and I don't want to keep him waiting or chew into his time. I'm getting confusing signals. He's good to go. Okay. We will pause for a moment and welcome the junior senator of the state of Texas. Needs no introduction, and we'll get a very short one here, but we're delighted as always to have him. Senator Ted Cruz, if you want to use the podium, I know you're given to walkabouts, so if you want to do that in proximity to the podium, you're welcome. But let me just say, first of all, how grateful we are to you for coming today, and appreciative that this is only one of the things that you have to be attending to at the moment. But your leadership on so many of those things is really appreciated, and your leadership in this space is desperately needed. So welcome. Thank you for coming.
Well, thank you, Frank. Good morning. Thank you for everyone for gathering here, and I appreciate this conference being assembled to address the growing plague facing the world. And by that, of course, I mean the Crusades. This is an important gathering. This is an important gathering. Let me say thank you to the Center for Security Policy for its leadership for the Secure Freedom Strategy, a comprehensive, serious strategy addressing the threat of radical Islamic terrorism. You know, it's fairly striking, this gathering, the contrast with next week's Countering Violent Extremism Summit. It's almost as if the so-called violent extremism is just popping up spontaneously with no connection to any ideology. And if you are not aware of what you're fighting, you're not going to defeat it. These are perilous times in the world. And it is critical that we do two things. Number one, that we name and understand the enemy that we are fighting. And number two, that we defeat that enemy. Now, when it comes to naming and understanding the enemy, there is a consistent thread that links together ISIS and Iran and Hamas and Hezbollah and Boko Haram and the Taliban. And it is not simply some abstract violent extremism. It is radical Islam. It is the Islamist philosophy of jihad to use force and murder and violence to attempt to subjugate, to attempt to terrorize, to attempt to kill any who dare disagree with their extreme vision of Sharia law. Now, anyone who observes the president talking about this, or anyone in the administration, quickly notices that there's a set of words, it's almost as if they're given a card, a do not speak card. The words radical Islamic terrorism do not come out of the president's mouth. The word jihad does not come out of the president's mouth. And that is dangerous. You know, I made reference to the prayer breakfast last week. I was at the prayer breakfast. And it was fairly stunning to see the president get up and preach a moral relativism. Yes, there are radical terrorists. Mind you, he wouldn't note they were Islamic terrorists, but there are radical terrorists. But quickly, he moves that those of other faiths have done terrible things, and he quickly shifted to the Crusades and the Inquisition. Now, the last I checked, the Crusades began in the 11th century. I don't think it's too much to ask for the president to stay in the current millennium. The Crusades ended over 700 years ago. Let's be very, very clear. If there were Christians torturing and murdering those who disagreed with their faith in order to impose their faith on others, I and the men and women gathered here would not hesitate an instant to speak out against that perversion of faith. If there were Jews who were torturing and murdering those who disagree with their faith in an effort to forcibly convert them, I and the other men and women gathered here would not hesitate to speak out and say that is a perversion of faith and it is wrong. But right now, those who are doing so all have a common thread, and it is the radical Islamist theology and political philosophy of jihad. And it is dangerous not to acknowledge it. Now, I will note in that prayer breakfast, the president said something that I think was every bit as troubling as the moral relativism of analogizing what's happening to the Crusades. And I would note he did so just days after ISIS had taken a Jordanian pilot, put him in a cage, doused him in gasoline, and lit him on fire. the moral relativism of saying, well, 7 centuries ago, other people of different faiths did terrible things too, so it's all the same. Another component of the president's remarks was that he talked about free speech and freedom of religion are intertwined. And he said you cannot have one without the other. And when someone exercises their free speech to criticize the faith of another, we should all condemn it. Now, I found that a rather stunning assault on free speech from the president. It got very little press attention. Because, lest it be lost on anybody, what the president was saying is that Charlie was wrong to put a cartoon of the Prophet Muhammad on their magazine. And implicitly what that's saying is the terrorist who murdered those journalists had a legitimate grievance. That is wrong, that is pernicious. All across the world, people were saying, "Je suis Charlie," standing up for freedom of speech. And I would note, criticism and even ridicule of faith is not limited to any particular faith. I'm a Christian. Some time ago, there was news of an artist who had submerged a crucifix in a vat of urine. It was pleasantly entitled, "Piss Christ." Now let me tell you, that is offensive. And yet no one would have sought to murder the artist for insulting or ridiculing my faith. Right now on Broadway, a play is showing the Book of Mormon that is ridiculing and making fun of the Mormon faith. Last I checked, Mitt Romney didn't show up on Broadway trying to blow up the stage. It is not a permissible response for anyone of any faith to say, if you disagree with or if you criticize or even if you make fun of my faith, I will murder you. No one in any faith has the right to make that statement. And imagine how different it would have been if the president at the prayer breakfast had instead focused on a very different speech, a speech just a few weeks ago that President al-Sisi, the president of Egypt, gave in Cairo. Now, I'm confident the men and women around this table are aware of that speech. It was a brave, it was a courageous speech for President al-Sisi, where he stood up as a Muslim and called out the radical Islamic terrorists that are perverting his faith. And he called on other Muslims to speak out against the jihadists. Now, that was a courageous speech for President al-Sisi to give. In doing so, he knew well that he was risking his life to say that. That these religious zealots and lunatics would only redouble their efforts to come after him. Imagine what a different prayer breakfast it would have been if the president had stood up and commended President al-Sisi for having the courage to speak the truth. Rather than justifying violence through moral relativism of everybody does it, rather than suggesting that we should muzzle free speech because of radical Islamists who take to violence, imagine if the president had been willing to name and understand the enemy. And then the second thing we have to do is defeat the enemy. Once we understand it, and I would note the name of this summit, Defeat Jihad Summit. Next week's gathering, I'm pretty sure they would say, what's that? Because that is not something they're intending to discuss. If you look at ISIS, ISIS is the face of evil. They are beheading children. They are crucifying Christians. They are beheading journalists. This weekend I was in Munich at the Munich Security Conference. And I met with the president of Kurdistan. He described how ISIS is deliberately using rape as a tool of warfare. In particular, he shared a story of one of the communities ISIS has targeted, the Yazidis. He shared a story of a young Yazidi man who said to him, "They have captured and raped my mother, my sister, and my wife. How can I bear to live with what they have done to my family?" He spoke of the enduring grievous wound. That's what ISIS is carrying out right now. Congress is preparing to debate an authorization on the use of military force. I think that is a good thing. I think that is consistent with the Constitution that ascribes the power to declare war to Congress. But one of the great benefits of it is that I hope it will force this administration to clearly articulate their objective and their specific plan to accomplish that objective. That the process of going to Congress and seeking authorization leads to the natural question, authorization to do what? What do you intend to do and how do you intend to do it? With regard to ISIS, we have not seen a seriousness of purpose. We have seen instead photo op foreign policy, a bomb here, a missile there. Some months ago in the Senate Armed Services Committee, I took the opportunity to ask the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, what would be required militarily if the objective were to destroy, not to degrade, not to weaken, to destroy ISIS in 90 days? What would be required militarily? The response from General Dempsey, "I'm sorry, that is simply not possible." Now, my response was, okay, perhaps that time frame is unrealistic. You tell me from the military perspective, if the object is to destroy ISIS, what is required to do so? The response was, we cannot destroy ISIS until we change the underlying conditions on the ground that make young men in poverty susceptible to extremism. Now, there is a technical term for such things. It is nonsense. At the bar, it's a different technical term. But live streamed in front of our friends in the media, nonsense is the term we will use. The solution to ISIS is not eradicating poverty throughout the Middle East. The solution to ISIS is not expanded Medicaid in Iraq. The solution to ISIS is to hunt down and kill the terrorist leaders. But when you have an administration that will not utter the words radical Islamic terrorists, you have an administration that is unwilling to effectively design and implement a strategy to defeat radical Islamic terrorists. And I would note one of the critical elements to doing so is we should right now, immediately, be arming the Kurds. I mentioned meeting with the president of Kurdistan. The Kurds have been friends of America for decades. The Peshmerga are effective, disciplined, serious fighters. They are boots on the ground right now, this instant. They are fighting the fight with ISIS right now, this instant. The problem is ISIS has U.S. military equipment that they've seized, and they're using it to murder the Kurds. And we rather foolishly are insisting on sending any military aid through Baghdad, which delays and prevents the Kurds from actually getting that weaponry. And the entire approach is driven by a desire of seeking political consensus and compromise. You hear the administration say on and on that first in Iraq we've got to see the different groups come together in peace and harmony. We have to bring Shia and Sunni together. Listen, the Shias and Sunnis have been battling with each other since 632 AD. For a president of the United States to believe that he is going to resolve a 1,500-year-old religious conflict is the height of hubris and ignorance. It's not our job or objective to cause Sunni and Shiite to sit down and break bread together and embrace like brothers. It is our job to prevent radical Islamic terrorists who want to murder Americans and our allies from being able to do so. We need to stop these silly political considerations from getting in the way of providing serious weaponry on the ground to the Kurds to hunt down and kill the ISIS leaders. We also need to recognize the threat of that coming back home. There have been roughly 100 Americans that we know of who've gone and joined ISIS. In the Senate, I've introduced the Expatriate Terrorist Act, simple legislation that says if you go and take up arms against America, if you join ISIS, by doing so, you forfeit your U.S. citizenship. We should not be allowing jihadists to go and train with ISIS and come back here with American passports to American cities to murder innocent men and women carrying out their radical Islamist philosophy. That is the height of foolishness, and it is my hope in Congress that we can see bipartisan agreement, that at a minimum, let's protect this country. And I would note, by the way, there is an existing statute that provides for the forfeiture of U.S. citizenship. What my legislation does is it simply adds joining a radical terrorist group like ISIS to one of the grounds for forfeiture of citizenships. In addition to ISIS, there is, I believe, an even greater threat. And that is the threat of the nation of Iran acquiring nuclear weapons capability. In my view, that is the single gravest national security threat facing this country. You know, just recently, President Obama did a press conference with Angela Merkel. He made two comments that I thought were highly revealing and reflected the manifest failures of the Obama-Clinton-Kerry foreign policy. One comment the president made was, quote, "It is entirely legitimate for the American people to be deeply concerned when you've got a bunch of violent, vicious zealots who behead people or randomly shoot a bunch of folks in a deli in Paris." Now, I want to draw your attention to one word the president used there. Randomly. No sentient being believes what occurred there was random. They were not shooting people at random. They were shooting Jews because of their Jewish faith. We have a president who not only refuses to acknowledge that, but affirmatively speaks the contrary. This is not just random violence. This is a very direct religious theology and political philosophy. And a second thing he said regarding Prime Minister Netanyahu's continued press for meaningful sanctions to deter Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons capability, the president said, quote, "What's the rush?" You know, 3 words that can sum up the entirety of the Obama-Clinton-Kerry foreign policy. What's the rush? What's the rush to protect this country? Leading from behind. The rush is simple. We are right now, I believe, repeating the mistakes of the 1990s with regard to North Korea. The 1990s, the Clinton administration led the world in relaxing sanctions against North Korea. Billions of dollars flowed into North Korea, and they used that money to develop nuclear weapons. The Obama administration has gone and recruited the very same person who led the failed North Korea talks, Wendy Sherman, to lead the failed Iran talks. You can't make this up. And here the dangers are qualitatively greater. With Iran, you have a very different situation from North Korea. North Korea, Kim Jong-il, Kim Jong-un, they're radical, they're extreme, they're unpredictable. And yet both father and son fundamentally are megalomaniacal narcissists, which means there's some degree of rational deterrence that's possible. Both father and son understood that if they ever actually used a nuclear weapon, that instant their regime would end. What makes Iran qualitatively more dangerous is its leadership, Khomeini and the mullahs, are radical religious zealots who embrace death and suicide, which means ordinary cost-benefit analysis doesn't work the same way. That's why understanding what it is we're fighting is so important. If you assume these are rational actors, then the Obama administration's policy, which I believe is facilitating Iran acquiring nuclear weapons capability, I wouldn't even go so far as to say makes more sense, a little sense. At least if you misunderstand who you're dealing with, there is a possibility of deterrence. But when you understand religious extremism, it changes the balance. In my view, if Iran acquires a nuclear weapon, the odds are unacceptably high they would use that weapon in the skies of New York or Los Angeles or Tel Aviv. And if they set off a nuclear weapon above Tel Aviv, it would murder vast numbers of Palestinians. And the danger is that Khomeini and the mullahs would find those acceptable losses. That the Muslims they would murder would go to be with Allah. These are leaders who have pledged their intention to annihilate the nation of Israel. And by the way, for anyone who is confused about who their enemy is, it is Israel that they call the little Satan, and it is America whom they call the great Satan. And because the White House seems confused about this, great Satan is not something your friends say to you. If Iran acquires the nuclear weapons, the odds are unacceptably high they might use it. But here, and I'll close with this point. Here's the alternative. Let's say Iran acquires a nuclear weapon and it doesn't use it. The inevitable result will be nuclear proliferation throughout the Middle East, as one country after another gets nukes to counterbalance Iran. Now, you've got a region that has been a powder keg for most of human history. You will end up with a scenario where you have nukes pointing at each other throughout the region, with governments that have long historical ties to radical Islamic terrorist groups. The danger of nuclear cataclysm becomes exponentially greater. And that, mind you, is the best case scenario. That, mind you, is the scenario that you go, oh, thank God the Iranians didn't use their nuke. They just set off a nuclear arms race in the most dangerous area in the world. And I will say this to any observers. If you're trying to figure out whom to believe about the dangers of Iran acquiring nuclear weapons, should you believe President Obama, who seems to believe it's no big deal, whose deputy national security advisor said that an Iranian nuclear deal will be the Obamacare of the second term? I think he meant that as a compliment. If you're trying to decide whether to believe the president, who does not seem concerned about Iran acquiring nuclear weapons, or the men and women gathered here who are, to a person, deeply concerned, then let me suggest some folks you can look to. For many decades, it has been publicly reported and widely acknowledged that the nation of Israel has nuclear weapons capability. And yet, throughout those decades, none of the Arab countries felt the need to get their own nukes. The Saudis, the Egyptians, the Emiratis, not a one of them has had a moment's concern that Israel would affirmatively and aggressively use nuclear weapons against them. They felt no need to respond or reciprocate because they understood the nation of Israel acquired those weapons purely for defensive purposes. What does it say? That the Saudis, the Egyptians are all quite candid that if Iran gets nuclear weapons, you better believe we're getting them immediately. If you want to understand the nature of the Iranian regime, look no further than the Arab neighbors who sit right next door, who understand perfectly well that Khomeini with a nuclear weapon is qualitatively different because the odds are unacceptably high. He might use them. And yet President Obama asks, what's the rush? The first and most important responsibility of the president is to be the commander-in-chief and to protect the national security, to protect the safety and the lives of Americans. Radical Islamic terrorism is a threat to this nation. And we need leadership to stand up and defend the United States of America. Thank you.
Senator, thank you very much. I just would have to add that what's the rush has now been transferred into strategic patience in the national security of the United States. So thank you. Thank you for your patience with us and for sharing, as you have so valuably, your time. We appreciate it very much. Come back to us again soon. We are a little off schedule as a result of this time. I want to recognize Congressman Steve King, who has just joined us. I don't know if you'd like to speak from the podium, Congressman, or Jerry has just vacated his chair, I think. But either way, wherever you'd be most comfortable, we're delighted to have you with us. Steve King, as you know, is a senior member of the House from the great state of Iowa. He just had a remarkable summit of his own, the Freedom Summit in Iowa, in which he enlisted, I believe Senator Cruz made an appearance there too, as I recall, among others, talking very pointedly and specifically about national security. And we appreciate your leadership in this space and your encouragement to others to do the same. And welcome. We're delighted to have you with us at the Defeat Jihad Summit.
Well, thank you very much, Frank. I look at the faces of the stellar people around this table, and I realize that there's a vast amount of knowledge here. And so I'm going to try to speak into that vast amount of knowledge by putting it in a certain kind of a perspective. And but first, I'd start with this: that it encourages me that we now are talking about a victory against radical Islamic jihad. And so much of this has been about containment, about some type of defensive maneuvers and being prepared with enough intel that we can continually be lucky all the way through the course of history. And I am of the mind, and have been for some time, and I'm seeing these ideas form now in this country, that we're starting to finally have the discussions about how to establish a lasting victory over the jihadis who believe it's their calling to try to kill us. And if you watch the expansion of Western civilization, and I look around the world and I tie that together now, and I've been doing some things as far as traveling, but if you go clear down to Oceania and you say the New Zealanders and the Aussies, they're part of Western civilization. All of Western Europe is part of Western civilization. Great chunks of Eastern Europe are, and you can go to Moscow and ask them, are you East or are you West? And they will say, we're not sure, which means there's hope if they're not sure. And so that tells me there's a foundation of our belief system. And the history of that goes back a long ways, back to Moses. And I won't give the discussion about all the foundation of what is Western civilization, but I don't want to leave out the Western Hemisphere when I talk about Western civilization. The entire Western Hemisphere is rooted in Western Civ. And so now I've described a huge, vast area of the planet that we are rooted on with our belief system. And how did we spread that way? Because our ideas are more powerful than theirs. And they have been attacking us. If I look back through history, maybe on average about once a century, there has been a large battle that has settled, at least for a time, the fight between radical Islamic jihad and the beliefs and the values of Western civilization. And so I had some of these remarks this morning that I made at the breakfast that I host at Conservative Opportunity Society, of which I happen to get to say hi to Newt Gingrich on the way in. He's one of the founders of that back in 1984. And I went back and said 732 AD, Battle of Tours, when Charles Martel let the Muslim cavalry charge into the trees where they couldn't fight very well and took them on with the infantry and ended up chasing them back as far as there was somebody left to kill and left their bones on the plains. They laid there for a long time. Nobody picked those bones up, and that was the message. Don't come back again, you hear? And of course they did come back. And then there was the beginning of that word the president uttered at the National Prayer Breakfast last Thursday. That was around 1096. There are a couple words. You don't say the C word, you don't say the I word in this business. So around 1096, those excursions began back to the Holy Land. And that took a few rounds and didn't come out the greatest on our side of that. But I'd move you forward to 1529. And that would be the Siege of Vienna, where they were turned back again. And then in 1571, you had the Battle of Lepanto, the huge Armada battle in the Aegean Sea that sunk a large share of the Ottoman Turks' navy. And that turned them back again, 1571. Well, they show up again at the gates of Vienna in 1683. And to stand there and on the top of the hill at the church where they held a service with the Polish King Jan Sobieski and the three German kings' armies, and stand in that spot and look down across that valley and see and know and hear the history of what happened at the gates of Vienna. And they were within just a day or a few days of being able to, they were detonating black powder underneath the gates of Vienna and the wall. It was a walled city at the time. And the armies had to come, the Polish cavalry had to come. Western civilization, Western Christendom was saved by a Polish cavalry charge at the gates of Vienna in 1683. And Pope John Paul II went back there 300 years to the day and celebrated Mass at the same church where they prayed before they had the battle. This has gone on a long time, and we should not forget that, but we should also remember that these milestones along the way, like we went to Tripoli in 1802, but these milestones, we had to go back again because they didn't believe us the first time. These milestones along the way have been a long ways apart. It hasn't been a continual we ding them, they ding us, chattering effect of conflict that has gone on since 732. There were decisive battles that shut down radical Islamic jihad that was coming at Western civilization over and over again. And I'm suggesting that we need to put together that kind of strategy that can win this thing. I don't think we're going to win it once and for all, but I don't think we should be talking about, well, in 10 or 20 or 50 years, we might find our way out of this. I think that we can put together a strategy to defeat them within the next term of I should say, not necessarily the term, but within the next presidency. I want to see the next president step up and make this pitch to put together a strategy. And the strategy that we need, in my view, is this. That the kinetic action side of this thing is a bit hit and miss. And it's going to be hard to come out on top of that if that's all we're going to do. In fact, some will say impossible, and I don't like to use that word ever. But I would say this, that first it's their information warfare. The internet has given them the flexibility to carry their message out through the internet. We need to do not just defensive cyber warfare, we need to do offensive cyber warfare. And that means crank up our operations and go after on any kind of cyber communications there are. Everything they have that supports our operation should be under attack from us. We should be putting viruses into their cyber capability, and we ought to be putting misinformation in there. We should scramble their communications to where they're scared to use it for fear that we know a lot more about what they're saying to each other than they do. That's number one. Number two is go after the money the same way. Any place where there's money that's flowing, and President Bush started that process after September 11th, and to some degree it was successful. But we can do a lot more. There are international banks that are laundering terrorist money. There are countries that are facilitating and cooperating, and some of them are our allies. Any place where that money trail leads, we ought to be hard-nosed tough on that to shut down that flow of money, and that includes oil. And with bad oil prices now, that helps us. It gives us more that we can grab. So we should see this is an opportunity that should give us some optimism. We're strongly influencing all of the cyberspace because of our technology foundation we are, and the nexus of communication in the United States is. We are strongly influencing the banking. We can do that with the full force and the leadership of the United States. We need to go after the educational systems that they have. That doesn't mean take on every madrasa, but it does mean that we have to be aware of all of the education that is educating their next generation to attack us. And we need to begin to shut that down at this country to set the example, and then diplomacy with other countries and other efforts. Also, the moderate Muslim countries, Egypt, for example, UAE is another one, Jordan is another one. By the way, all Sunni countries, that they are our allies, and we can bring them into this. Next one is expand the intel globally and put the investment in it. And all of that sets the stage then for kinetic action, the kinetic action that is necessary without limits. All of that can bring us, I believe, with a strong leader to a place where we can win this and win this for the next half a century. That's the goal I think we ought to have, and I'm glad I had a chance to describe how I look at this and appreciate the opportunity. I'd sure like to sit here and listen to you all because you've got a lot to offer, and thanks for pulling this together.
Congressman, you described, I think, very nicely many of the elements of this secure freedom strategy, and we appreciate both your understanding of the multidimensional pieces that we can bring to bear to defeat these guys and your leadership in doing so. Thank you very much for being with us.
And Frank, I would say that I came to this conclusion before I read your material.
Oh, I know you did.
So
independently, you're just validating it, which is most appreciated.
Well, it's encouraging to me that we arrive at the same conclusion independently. I say we're right.
I think we're right, and we need, again, your leadership over on the Hill and the debates that are coming up now. So thank you very much, sir, for joining us as always.
Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Is Speaker Gingrich in the House? Why don't we ask him to come on in if he would? This is a little bit of a fluid program at the moment, as you may have discerned, and we're probably going to have to get back on track for the conversational piece of this after lunch, but we're going to welcome the Honorable Newt Gingrich, former Speaker of the House of Representatives and member of Congress from the great state of Georgia, who has, among other things, in his post-government career, written voluminously, spoken articulately, and become actually a paid television personality, just as opposed to one who did it for free at CNN, among other places. We're delighted to have him with us, most especially in the aftermath of some remarks that he gave at Steve King's Freedom Summit in January in Iowa, of which we just spoke. Speaker Gingrich, thank you for your leadership and particularly for taking the time to be with us today to talk about defeating Jihad. It's great to have you with us.
Well, I'm going to actually try to get us back to a conversation because I'm going to be very brief in my initial remarks. Let me say, first of all, I'm delighted to be here. I very much appreciate the steady persistence that Frank Gaffney has shown over the years in trying to raise tough issues and defend America. And I think that the Center for Security Policy Press and their publication, which I will hold up as an ad here, that this the Secure Freedom Strategy starts a really important comprehensive conversation. And I think it's essentially correct in its broad patterns. I was really struck with the degree to which, in a sense, we resemble the movie Groundhog Day. If you remember in Groundhog Day, the central figure wakes up every morning and it's the same day repeated. So Daniel Pipes is beheaded in 2002 and we're all terribly shocked. And we're back this year being terribly shocked, and in between we are really shocked each time it happens. And it's as though there's no collective memory of anything. The president remembers that the Crusades is a good excuse to not condemn modern ISIS, and forgets, for example, that Pope Francis in 2013 canonized 813 people in Otranto who were beheaded by the Turks around 1481. Because, of course, atrocities in the Middle Ages committed by Islam are not atrocities and did not actually happen and cannot be discussed, but any excuse to avoid facing reality is a useful one for this president. But as I thought about all that, and Clist and I had done a movie with Dave Bossie and Citizens United in 2010 called America at Risk, and what's sobering is everything in the movie is still true. And I want to pose what I think are two core problems and what I think is the probable step forward, but I just want to pose this for all of you and then stop and maybe we can chat for a few minutes, Frank, if that's all right. The first problem is that this president is hopeless. It's really important to understand. It's not like we're having an argument with the president. This president is hopeless. With all accolades to Diana West, I would pose, I'm going to write this in the near future, I would pose the proposition that if FDR had retained Henry Wallace instead of picking Harry Truman, that there would never have been a Cold War because we would have been defeated. It would have been over. Wallace himself said at one point that he wanted to appoint Alger Hiss as Secretary of State and White as the Secretary of the Treasury. People we now know were in fact active agents of the Communist Party, of the Soviet Union. And it's important to understand this because when people think spies, they think James Bond. They forget that agents of influence can be vastly more devastating and vastly more destructive. And so in a way, what you now have is a person who is probably more out of touch with reality with regard to the global jihad and the entire problem of the global war with radical Islamists. I would say that Obama makes Wallace look rational. Now, this is a real problem because Obama is the President of the United States. And so you have to start with the notion that we are in a 2-year damage containment project. And because she is clearly the front runner for the Democratic nomination, we should be in a Hillary clarification project. Every time the White House is insane, Hillary should be asked, do you agree? Do you think that killing the Jews in the Jewish grocery store was in fact a random act? Do you agree that the Taliban is not a terrorist movement? I mean, she needs to be forced every morning to choose, is she on the side of utter, total, irrational avoidance of reality? Or is she prepared to split with Obama, the State Department, and the White House, and actually be in favor of telling the American people the truth? And she's far more important for our future than Obama. I mean, Obama is a problem we currently have to endure. She could be 4 or 8 years of worse. And so making her choose is very important. And I think part of the purpose of the clarification, the reason I wrote a piece in the Wall Street Journal a couple weeks ago calling for congressional hearings is precisely because until we obey, and here I'm stealing directly from your paper by the Tiger team, until we obey Sun Tzu's injunction to know your enemy, we are hopelessly unable to make decisions. And so let me get to the second part of this. The president is about to send up an utterly, totally irrelevant proposal for the inadequate, constricted, and absurd misuse of force on behalf of a conflict he can't identify, an enemy he can't define, and a total misunderstanding of the war. I mean, this would have been like Franklin Delano Roosevelt coming in after Pearl Harbor and saying, what I'd really like to have is permission to go to Guadalcanal. Now, I don't even think I'm an extremist, so I don't want to go beyond Guadalcanal. And in fact, I'm not sure I want to land at Guadalcanal. But I'd like to at least be able to send the Navy over to look at Guadalcanal. And I promise you, if there are too many casualties, we'll pull back because we certainly don't want to do anything risky. This is where we're at. And tragically, in both political parties, people fall in place. And so they engage in an argument over Benghazi. Now, Benghazi may or may not be significant, but Benghazi compared with Boko Haram is not significant. And the fact is, you have an entire crisis. More people were killed last year by Boko Haram than were killed by Ebola. And if Nigeria truly becomes destabilized, it is the largest population in Africa and the largest gross domestic product. And yet it's not even on the radar. The president proudly in October said, we have proof that our system is working, and it's called Yemen. The most recent article I saw literally on the way in the door is that the rebels have now taken over the vehicles left behind in the American embassy when we abandoned it. Now, I realize the Obama administration is capable of being deluded about many things. Having your embassy occupied by the enemy and having the vehicles you bought used by the enemy is not called victory. And yet this is where we are. And so somehow what we need is we need a national movement to demand of the Congress. And as I've developed this, I originally thought we needed 4 committees, but I think you're going to have 5 committees in the House and 5 committees in the Senate. And we need to start from a simple premise. We have been at war, I think, at a minimum since 1979. And I think you have to look at the Ayatollah seizing the embassy, which is what happened. I mean, anybody who believes students seized the American embassy in the middle of the Ayatollah's dictatorship and he wasn't aware of it or didn't tolerate it or didn't support it is literally out of touch with reality. And so we've been at war now for 35 and a half years. And we've learned nothing. If anything, we are less capable today of describing our enemies because they have managed to infiltrate our elites, they've managed to infiltrate our universities, they've managed to infiltrate our State Department, they've managed to infiltrate our think tanks, and increasingly the armed services. I mean, when you can describe Fort Hood as the Army did as a workplace incident, you are in very, very deep trouble. And so 5 committees need to look at what's happening. First, just to create a benchmark. I mean, I would say the Congress should not vote on any more irrelevant and utterly misleading examples of feeling good by doing nothing until we've had a series of hearings. And the intelligence committees should hold public hearings on the failures of intelligence, particularly strategic intelligence. ISIS was a surprise. The collapse of Libya was a surprise. I'm sure the collapse of Yemen was a surprise. How could the president in October claim Yemen was working? And so you have this enormous intelligence superstructure that is currently incapable of describing reality. So the intelligence committees in both houses. The armed services committees ought to be looked at. Look, we fought 2 wars and we didn't win them. And there's, again, a story this morning that we're now looking at staying in Afghanistan longer for a practical reason. The minute we pull out, it's going to collapse. Because we were never honest about the Taliban. I mean, forget Josh Earnest, who, after all, is simply paid to be the public spokesperson for a man totally out of touch with reality. I mean, he's only doing his job. But the truth is, the United States government never followed its own doctrine that there cannot possibly be sanctuaries. The Taliban has always had sanctuaries, and therefore you're not going to beat them. I mean, this is just basic, military doctrine 101. So the armed services committees need to look at How could we have had 7,000 dead, multiple thousands wounded? It's not enough to go see American Sniper and feel good about American soldiers. We have to ask ourselves what was profoundly wrong about the strategies and the doctrines and the operational systems. And that will make a great number of general officers very uncomfortable. Because in fact, the systems failed. Then you need to have, and all of this leads ultimately to saying, who is the enemy? What will success require? How do we redesign strategies for success? And how do we rebuild our structures to be capable of executing the strategies? Third, you've got to have the foreign affairs committees. How can we have tolerated the Saudis funding this much terror and funding this much Wahhabism? This is a very, very weak state. And yet we have held their hand literally, pretended that they were modernizers, which is an absurdity. Had the president visit to pay his respects without mentioning the man who's been subjected to 1,000 lashes in public. Not noticed the journalist who's now been sentenced to years in prison for having suggested that maybe the monarchy could change a little bit. And the process of the State Department runs on. I gave a speech in 2003, which is sadly absolutely as relevant today as it was in 2003. The American State Department is incapable of developing a strategy that will enable us to win. That may, by the way, have always been true, because I think there's a reason that Roosevelt sent Charlie Murphy to North Africa and told him to report directly to Roosevelt, not to the State Department, because the State Department's always had this propensity to not figure out how to win. But to its credit, right after World War II, the State Department did produce, maybe partially by accident, the most important single document in setting the stage for the Cold War, and that's the long telegram by Kennan. There have been no long telegrams from the State Department explaining the reality of where we are. Well, that needs to be looked at. Next, I think you've got to look at the two Homeland Security Committees. I mean, I found it very striking that and I would commend to all of you as a very chilling example of the future, a book by my co-author, Bill Fortune, who on his own has written a remarkable book called Day of Wrath, which describes ISIS coming across the southern border and deliberately targeting about a dozen American schools simultaneously. It's a very sobering book. It is very practical. And he took part of it from the Beslan attack with the Chechens. He took part of it from what ISIS actually was doing, running up and down the road, shooting people. And then shortly after his book came out, you had the Pakistani military school attack. And it really raises profound questions about the nature of defending America at home and the dangers we're running at home. Finally, I think you have to have the two judiciary committees involved, because the head of the FBI went 2 weeks ago to Mississippi, spoke to a police conference and said, we currently have active investigations in 49 states. The only state, according to the director of the FBI, in which the FBI is not actively investigating terrorists, potential terrorists, risks of being terrorists, people who might someday consider possibility the opportunity to become a terrorist, or however you want to describe it. The only state we're not doing, according to the director, was Alaska. Now, by the way, to the best, I don't know any details here, obviously, and he didn't say anything secret, but I will bet you that all 49 cases that and there may be some states with more than one case, but all the cases they're investigating have one common characteristic. They're all radical Islamists. You know, they're not Rotarians who are offended, or the Kiwanis Club on a rebellion. And yet, of course, the director couldn't say any of that, because it would be so politically incorrect to be honest about our enemies. So I think the two judiciary committees have to ask the question, what is our capacity for coping with this? Now, let me just close to explain to you how all this comes together. So the president is going to send up a carefully crafted document to fit the political realities of the current situation, which is about as comfortable as Great Britain in 1937 and early 1938, where the political class doesn't want to do anything too radical, because after all, you know, maybe Herr Hitler really doesn't mean any of it. And who are we to overreact? Remembering that the Congress, as late as October of 1941, voted against fortifying Guam so as not to offend the Japanese, who had been practicing the attack on Pearl Harbor since July. But we didn't want to rush forward. And so you have a politically inspired document which will allow people to say we did something while they did nothing. It will spend money and risk lives to no long-term achievement. And yet here in the morning paper, actually Associated Press story, is today's report on ISIS, which is that the new estimate is that there are 20,000 foreign fighters, up by 1,000 from the last estimate, currently with ISIS, including potentially 150 Americans, over 600 Britons, and over 1,000 French. Now, how can you have a geographically focused war resolution about a worldwide organization which the director of the FBI tells you is active in 49 American states? This is madness. And I'll just close with this comment. Because I've gone back, I've started to pull up all of my speeches over the many years of talking about this stuff. And it's really, that's why I got to Groundhog Day. And it's really sobering to realize you say the same things year after year, and the system just ignores you, and then it comes back and bites you again, and you repeat the same things. A group of us, 2 days after 9/11, said we should have a declaration of war. I think that's true. I think having the hearings to define what the declaration of war is about is central to the survival of the United States. Because it's not about ISIS, it's not about al-Shabaab, it's not about AQM, it's not about Boko Haram. It is about a worldwide, religiously motivated, ideologically driven, totalitarian movement that is dedicated to the destruction of Western civilization, and as a part of that process is dedicated to the destruction of the United States. And we are at war with these people, whether we like it or not. We need to move to wartime legal circumstances where betraying America is an act of treason. And we need to set a stage where taking money from those who would kill us becomes illegal. And I think that this is a serious, and we'll get there eventually. As Churchill once said, in God's good time, the new world will show up. The question is whether we can get there before there's a disaster or we get there after. I believe insisting that the Congress hold rigorous hearings in public and hear from people and having the fight in public is vital to our future and could in fact be a central stage to then have a discussion in 2016 between various presidential possibilities and insist that every presidential candidate in both parties explain. Are they for defeating our enemies, or are they for us enduring risk until we get hit so hard that it's unavoidable? So, if I might.
Mr. Speaker, that was breathtakingly important. Thank you. You were kind enough to plug this. Let me just mention that at the back end of it, there is a draft declaration of war that would implement this Reagan strategy in the present time. And I take it you have a few minutes for a further conversation.
I'm honored to be here.
Great. I know you were obliged to get out of here, so we're mindful of your time.
A number of the people that I learned from, so I'm pretty.
We're
honored.
delighted to be able to learn from you as well. Questions or comments for the speaker? Or
Let me ask the speaker.
you got your mic there? There we go.
Yeah, Admiral Ace Lyons. Mr. Speaker, great to have you here today. And I couldn't agree more with what you said. Oh, is that it? Okay. Is there any possibility that anybody in Congress can find the courage to start a censure movement of the president?
I don't think it would matter. I mean, could you find somebody who started? Sure. I mean, Ted Cruz could start it, Steve King could start it. But the fact is, censure has no impact.
Well, it's only a step leading to what you really want to get to.
Yeah, and my advice is that that's not relevant to where the country's going. You're not going to impeach this president. He's not going to leave office. He's going to be there weakening America through early January 2017. The question is, can you set a stage where people understand how disastrous it is, and can you set a stage where it's impossible for the next president to get elected? Again, think about the 1948 period if you'd had Henry Wallace in office.
Yeah.
And you had a really head-on fight about, is it okay to lose Europe? And I think you'd have had a different kind of environment.
Tommy Weller.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate you bringing up the topic of members of the military being uncomfortable. Comfort-based decisions are something that we are taught we never do. To make a comfort-based decision in the face of the enemy generally means to die. let me talk about being uncomfortable. To be handed a copy of the Constitution from the parents of a team leader of mine who was killed in Iraq, who was their only son, saying, never forget what he died for. And to take an oath to this Constitution. To be currently serving as a reserve officer in the Marine Corps. Yet having been issued a do not speak card that Senator Cruz referenced in terms of our enemy. That is an uncomfortable position.
Sure.
And I'm speaking to the audience now as a member of the Center for Security Policy in my capacity as an employee. But I also think it's fitting that these discussions are taking place in the Reserve Officers Association, an institution that was founded on the request of General Blackjack Pershing, who he himself faced jihadists in the Philippines. I think it's fitting that General Boykin described that the last time that our country had a true strategy to defeat its enemies was in World War II. And I think it's worth highlighting that, 16.1 million Americans fought in that war, 11.3% of our population, yet today we expect less than 0.5% of our population to volunteer over and over and over again to fight the global jihadist movement, and yet we do not allow them to study it. All I might add is that we've learned that Sun Tzu's principles are not being adhered to. We said that in our Secure Freedom Strategy. If the military officers out there that have studied in school after school could remember one name, it might be Karl von Clausewitz. And what I'd like to illustrate is just one quote by Clausewitz in his Principles of War. Now, if it is to get safely through this perpetual conflict with the unexpected, two qualities are indispensable. In the first place, an understanding which, in the midst of this intense obscurity, is not without some traces of inner light, which lead to truth. And then the courage to follow this faint light. I personally want to thank this audience for giving a faint light to those that serve in uniform, to talk about the truth of our enemy. And I ask those who have sworn an oath to this Constitution, whether in civilian capacity or in uniform, to have the courage to tell those that serve to follow that light. And the very beginning of that light is in this strategy, which you highlighted, Speaker, and I appreciate it.
Let me just say a couple of quick things to what you said, much of which I applaud. One of the purposes of the Armed Services Committee hearings ought to be to surface the degree to which we are now forced to use fundamentally dishonest language, and we are forced to deny facts, and the degree to which the military culture has been corrupted by a political layer of almost commissar-like indoctrinations. I think that's important, and I think that should be happening. Let me say second that in fact there has been a successful grand strategy since World War II, and it's exactly the one that the Secure Freedom Strategy is based on. I mean, Ronald Reagan, and this is part of why I'm an optimist. Jimmy Carter was in the process of doing a whole series of things that were destructive. The country rebels against it, and I'm going to get to the third part, which is part of what they did. Reagan comes in, he has a very clear, compelling vision of what's at stake, partly because he has been thinking about it since he first encountered a Stalinist in Hollywood in 1947. So Reagan is engaged in a 44-year campaign, which ends in 1991, and his strategy is probably as successful a grand strategy, and is a reminder that you don't always have to fight total war. I mean, there are a number of different ways to defeat your opponent. In fact, Sun Tzu mostly argues against fighting total war and argues for a lot of other strategies. The third point I make is my memory of the late 70s. The number of retired officers who we need to get, and the number of retired intelligence agents, et cetera, that we need to get to form large enough blocks that the media can't isolate them. It was absolutely central to our winning the argument in 78, 79, and 80 to have Admiral Moore, a retired chairman of the Joint Chiefs, willing to stand up and say, we are in desperate trouble. Because all of a sudden people who didn't care about Republican politicians saying it said, wow. And I think, frankly, the recent statements by General Flynn have been very sobering to the news media. And you've seen a shift in the news media. I mean, you've seen more anti-Obama columns recently as the news media starts to realize that things like Josh Earnest explaining that the Taliban is not a terrorist group or the president explaining that the killings were random are just insane. I mean, they're totally out of touch with reality. And so I think that's a key part of how we win the fight over the next 2 years.
Mr. Speaker, do you have time for one more?
Sure.
Okay. David Yaroshelmy.
I'll try to make this short. And the Speaker and I go back to the 1980s when we were involved in a project to bring free market reform to the Middle East itself. Senator Cruz, before you were here, I think you might have been off to the side to listen, used a few phrases. And since the purpose of this conference is to address those questions in particular, I wanted to get your remarks on those. He ended his remarks by saying that Iran and its leaders, the mullahs, were not rational actors, which made them dangerous, whereas the leaders of North Korea had some aspect of rationality. And I would have thought that it would have been the reverse of that. Iran and the mullahs are extremely rational, but if you don't know the enemy, if you don't know the doctrine and the worldview from which they are acting, it does appear irrational, and you can't defeat them because they're all over the map. The other thing he remarked upon was the idea that the ISIS and the other jihadists around the globe engage in an extreme version of Sharia. Now, I for one would say that I'm prepared to say that there is a version of Islam, a westernized version of Islam that's peaceful and noble and everything else. But the version that we are at war with, the one that has an actual historical pedigree going back to Muhammad, is not an extreme version of Sharia. So I just raised those issues for your comment.
Okay. I am going to end on this one because each of these lends itself to a whole new world. Let me say, first of all, when I try very hard never to disagree with Ted Cruz because he's extraordinarily bright, I think, first, I'm not particularly comfortable that the nutcakes in charge of North Korea are in any way rational because I'm not sure they have any concept of reality. And you could imagine a really bad weekend, gets jilted on a date, feels he's got to prove himself. I mean, who knows what he would do? So I'm not comfortable with a North Korean nuclear weapon, but there is a difference. The way I used to describe it, I'd say you could create détente with the Soviets because if you are an atheist communist bureaucrat, a nuclear war is the end. If you are, in fact, an Iranian who is a true believer, a nuclear war is the beginning because you're going to go to heaven. And if you said to any of the senior Iranians, would you swap Tehran for Tel Aviv? They would do it in a heartbeat. So in that sense, there is, and this is one of the great problems our secular elites have in the State Department and at Harvard University and you name it. If you are a truly secular person, you have no understanding of the religious imperative which is at the heart of the global movement. And I think in that sense it is a profound problem. You also have a great underestimation of what they will do to you if they win. And almost all of these people would in fact be either killed or imprisoned overnight if the jihadists won. Second, you picked up on a theme which I'm going to put Andy on the spot. He can correct me. We've been swapping emails about this. I believe it's very important for us to distinguish between modern Muslims and medieval Muslims. I actually first said this in a speech in November 2001. And I would look at a couple of simple tests. Do you agree that somebody can be an apostate and not be killed? Do you agree that women have the right to appear in public without a man and can drive and vote and have their own job and live completely independent lives? Do you agree that if we're going to have genuine equality of opportunity, then if the largest mosque in Europe is in Rome, there should be comparably a very large church in Saudi Arabia? Now, if you're prepared to be a genuinely modern person, we have no fight with you because you're not trying to impose your beliefs. You want to live them out yourself and try to convert others by persuasion, which is the American tradition. On the other hand, if you fail that test, you are in fact a medieval Muslim. And this is one of the great mistakes both of the military and of the State Department. ISIS does all sorts of things which are embedded in the 7th, 8th, and 9th century. I mean, they have very specific historic analogs. They sit down and they study this stuff. And they think they're actually living out a parallelism to the emergence of Islam in its first wave. And I think it's a huge mistake for us to not understand how deeply this is felt worldwide. I'll just close with this example, because we got into this argument a while back, and he's at least not nodding no, so I feel somewhat secure I'm gaining it.
The only thing I would say about it is what you call it is less important than if we actually had an environment where publicly you could ask the questions that you just asked, it wouldn't matter what you'd call it.
But I'm suggesting the way you get that environment is you start doing it. Well, if we hold congressional hearings and people show up who are Muslim, they should be asked those questions. So you can determine, are you a modern Muslim or are you a medieval Muslim? I'll just close this, but this is an example of how totally irrational our elites are. So we got into this argument about Boko Haram. And it turned out that while Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State, they would not name it as a terrorist organization. I frankly don't know in the Bush years if it didn't come up or if they overruled it or what was going on. But the State Department bureaucracy was saying, no, this is a local group, let's not make them too important. So I went back, and thanks to Herman Perchner, who along with Ilan Berman, produces an annual almanac, which is very helpful of Islam in every single country in the world. I got their chapter on Nigeria. When Boko Haram is founded, their base camp is called Afghanistan. Now, I mean, you look at this, you think, let me get this straight. This is a local group with no connection to the worldwide jihad, and they named their base camp Afghanistan. And this, by the way, was shortly after the blowing up of the Buddhist statues on the mountainside, because from the standpoint of Boko Haram, which means Western education is evil. And this is the other thing to remember. Boko Haram actually means Western schooling, not education. Western schooling is evil. Now, I'm an old-fashioned kind of historian. A guy joins a group entitled Western Schooling is Evil, I get a hint. We have a fundamental gap in our worldview. So I want to close and say, Frank, you have endlessly pursued a very hard job. And I think eventually we will break through. And just as the people who empowered and strengthened Churchill in the 30s ultimately were historic, I think you will be one of the people who helps this country save itself despite its elites. And I thank you for letting me come and share with you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that is a hard act to follow. So we're going to try an experiment. Because we are live streaming, and a camera that has nothing going on is not going to make for very good programming or audience retention. I'm going to ask the indulgence of some of you to stay in your places and listen to two people who need to be heard from on these topics, and ask the rest of you, self-selecting, to go get something to eat and bring it back to the table. And then those of you who stayed can go get something to eat, and we'll hopefully keep this program going, but without too much clatter so that we can hear the two people that I really want you to take aboard. Deborah Burlingame is a woman that I have had the privilege of knowing since shortly after she suffered a personal, terrible tragedy in the midst of a national tragedy. Unlike a lot of people who suffered a tragedy, she did not curl up and let the problems that afflicted her and her family and her community and her nation go unremarked, unchallenged. She took up the cudgel. She helped found an organization called 9/11 Families for a Safe and Strong America. She has written on any number of occasions, often in the Wall Street Journal. She has appeared very frequently in the various other media, and she has really helped all of us think through why her brother Chick Burlingame, who was the pilot of the American Airlines flight that was hijacked and flown into the Pentagon on 9/11, why he died, and why his death must not be in vain. She's done it with courage, with clarity, and with, I think, a passion that has moved our country forward. And I'm deeply grateful to her for her friendship as well as her participation in so many things that we've done over the years, but most especially this really important Defeat Jihad Summit. Deborah Burlingame.
Thank you, Frank. And thank you for holding this summit. And I'd like to acknowledge that I'm surrounded by people that I'm very much in awe of, and some of whom have been my teachers, Andy McCarthy, Steve Coughlin over there stuffing his face. And some of the people in the trenches, John Guandolo and David Jerushalmi. I'm going to start by something recent that happened and then go back just a little bit, and I'll try just be pithy. I got a call a couple of days ago from my older brother, Brad. He asked me if I'd seen the videotape of the pilot who was immolated by ISIS. And I said, I saw some of the images and some of the video, yes. And he said, Deborah, when I saw it, I dropped my head and wept. And he didn't really have to say any more. I knew exactly where he was. This was an F-16 fighter pilot. My brother was a Naval Academy grad, fighter pilot, carrier-based, hundreds of trapped landings, who died in the cockpit of his commercial airliner. And so we were thinking of not just our brother, but all the men and women who put themselves in harm's way in this fight for the free world. Now skip forward a few days, and I watched excerpts from the Vox interview with President Obama, in which he was asked, do you think that the reaction to all the recent events of terrorist attacks in various places throughout the world, do you think this is an overreaction? And our president said yes. And he likened the coverage to local news, where you have fire coverage and local crime, and he used the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. And it was at that point that I knew, however much I disagreed with this president on so many issues, it was at that point that I knew that we were really on our own in this fight. That this president is not going to help us. And in fact, it confirmed for me what I've felt for very many years now, that he is working against us. When 9/11 happened, I didn't really know anything about jihad. I'd never heard of Al-Qaeda. I had heard of the Taliban, but I didn't really know who they were and what animated them, other than the fact that they were in Afghanistan. I really didn't know much about the Islamic religion. I was a New Yorker who passed by mosques and didn't even know it. I didn't care. I was a secular liberal in New York City. What I have come to learn is this. The American people really don't know. They have been deliberately kept in the dark by this campaign of political correctness. They hear the term moderate or peaceful Muslims, and what they really don't understand is that the vast majority of the Muslim world does, in fact, embrace Sharia. General Boykin is wrong about that. There is a sliding scale as to what Sharia is, but the fact is, most non-violent Muslims who would not go out and do anything, the things you see ISIS and Al-Qaeda doing, nevertheless embrace the blasphemy laws. They embrace the adultery laws that would permit stoning. They absolutely embrace the laws against insulting religion and would like to see those laws implemented here. And I would like to say to the American people, one of the things, I mean, I have learned a lot, not from the media, I might say, from the Center for Security Policy, from my own research. It's all out there if you want to find out. That one of the ambassadors to the Muslim world in the United States, he was appointed by the Clinton administration, again by the Obama administration, the ambassador of the Muslim world, Imam Faisal Abdul Rauf. He is considered or was touted as a peaceful Muslim who wanted to bring the faiths together and build a mosque at ground zero. He also embraces Sharia. He has a Sharia index project, which is measuring the degree to which Sharia is complied with all over the world. But he has stated publicly, not here in the United States, but in Malaysia, where he has offices, that he would very much like to see a cause of action created in the United States, which allows for lawsuits against people who insult the Prophet Muhammad. And I would say that, for me, the biggest danger that we face is not so much the military action. I think if you unleash the full force and power and fund the United States military, we can defeat these people on the ground. It's the cultural war here at home. And but there is a way. It's hard. I think it's the hardest thing we'll face because, as Andy McCarthy has said on any number of occasions, we've ceded our education system for the last 50 years to the people who worship at the altar of liberalism and political correctness and the god of diversity. Not because it would necessarily enrich us, but because it gives them power. It gives them absolute power to control what we may and may not say. And so I would encourage all of you here who I admire so much to not be afraid to be called an Islamophobe, to not be afraid to say that you hate Muslims or you're a hater. And in fact, none of that is true. I do not hate Muslims. I have deep concerns about that political ideology. And I think if we don't face it with courage and understand that when we are being called these names, that means we're getting to them. It means we're saying things they don't want our fellow Americans to hear. And that means we have to say it even more and even louder. And not with emotion. I would just recommend that. When CARE came after me, they wanted to get me bounced off the 9/11 Memorial Foundation because of the things I've said publicly. My reaction was, what took them so long? I was a little bit dismayed that they hadn't come out after me before. I thought I wasn't being effective enough. That was my reaction. And by the way, their effort to get me bounced off was defeated summarily without much effort at all. Basically, the foundation didn't respond to them. They put out a statement saying, "We love her." I'm paraphrasing, but it was unmediated with words of explication and tolerance and blah 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 blah. It was basically not happening. Ditto when CARE came after the Memorial Museum wanting to get a 10-minute film which describes the roots of Islam, or the roots of Al-Qaeda, in a 10, it was very difficult to make, in 10 short minutes. They wanted it either removed from the museum or edited so that the word Islam or Jihad or Muslim Islamist appeared nowhere in the film. This is describing Al-Qaeda and the roots of Al-Qaeda. The museum basically said this film has been vetted by historians and national security experts, and we're satisfied with it, and we're not changing a frame. And that was the end of the discussion. When they know, you know what you know, and you believe in what you say, and you're not backing down, it's not good for them to keep coming after you because they don't like to lose. They don't like to be seen to be losing. Perception is very, very important to them. And we can win that perception game. The American people are good people, but they've been grossly underserved by our media and by our leadership. But they, I think, in their gut understand that ISIS, Al-Qaeda, all of this is very, very bad. And they're at odds at what to do about it because they don't feel they have any leadership. But when you speak the truth to them, it resonates. I believe it does. So don't, when you feel yourself checking, I know you won't, Steve Coughlin, and I know you won't, Andy, but it can happen. Don't check your words. Say it out. It'll feel good, but it'll also be very effective.
Well done, Deborah. Thank you. I also just want to note that this is Deborah's birthday, so I'm particularly pleased that she wended her way out of the snow of upstate New York to be with us, and I hope it's a very happy birthday besides the part that we're sharing with you. Diana West, as she often does, I thought made an exceptionally important point earlier in our program, in which she talked about the importance of not just looking to Muslims who are willing to disagree with the tenets of their faith, the traditions, the institutions, the leaders, important as they are, and we will have one with us shortly in Dr. Zuhdi Jasser, but also Muslims who have abandoned this faith, to speak truthfully about what at least the Sharia program, as enshrined in all of those sacred texts and leadership doctrines and so on, entails and what it portends for the rest of us. So it is with great pleasure that I welcome a senior fellow of the Center for Security Policy, who unfortunately was not able to be here earlier in the program and missed Diana's comments, but who is with us now to talk a bit about that perspective. A woman who hails originally from Egypt, whose father was a Fedayeen who was ultimately killed in the struggle with Israel, and who has seen the light in a way that has, I think, spoken to what Tommy was talking about in terms of the light that hopefully is going to lead us all. Noni Darwish is the author of numerous best-selling books and an extraordinary resource on these matters, and it's a delight to have you with us. Welcome, Noni.
Thank you, Frank. What I can add to the discussion really is the magnitude of Islam. And I don't call it radical and moderate Islam because when I was born and raised a Muslim. There was nothing called radical and moderate Islam. The problem with moderate Islam is they don't have books to support their moderation. So they are always shut up by the radicals because the radicals really regard themselves as the true Muslims who follow what the book said. There is no Islamic book that's moderate. And that is our problem in the West. The magnitude of the problem of terrorism really is that terrorism is a norm in the Middle East. It's used at all governmental levels. This is a culture, and I'm very glad that Andy McCarthy mentioned the cultural aspect of this problem, because terrorism is a tool that is used by Islam at every level of government. It is a slave-master relationship. This is a culture where people relate to one another as slave and master. There is no equality between human beings. If you go to Saudi Arabia, if you go to even to Egypt, people relate to one another as master-slave. And most of Middle East governments use terrorism as a legal tool. It is a legal tool accepted by Sharia to run the way the government is run. Saudi Arabia uses beheading legally. This is cutting of limbs. This kind of torture that ISIS is doing is legal under Islamic law. So the magnitude of our problem really is huge. And when I heard the president say that we're just over concerned about ISIS, my heart sank because culture is everything, and to try to understand terrorism or give it an excuse is really to promote it, to make us look at terrorism as something that can be excused, or it has happened in history before. So what? To desensitize Americans to terrorism that I grew up with. I grew up with being desensitized and accepting terrorism as a tool for government to use against the people. And which I'm noticing that America is starting to feel that terrorism is just like Groundhog Day, like the Speaker of the House when he spoke. So it is like a Groundhog Day. We get excited. We see the torture, the beheading, the terrorism, and we forget about it. But it's starting to become a normal thing that I would hate for America to start being desensitized and having terrorism normalized, because people who start feeling normal about terrorism will end up becoming moderate Muslims. That is the problem of moderate Muslims. Moderate Muslims have already accepted Islam, radical Muslims. They've already lived under them and lived in a convoluted way to accept them as real. And this is what I would hate to see America compromise with the devil like that. And to make excuses for terrorism, to compare it to historical other acts of violence in history, is really to promote it and to tell Americans, well, face it, this is the future. We have to accept it. Who are we to judge? So when I heard President Obama say that, my heart sank, because this is what moderate Muslims have been living with forever. They don't find terrorism abnormal. It's almost like part of life. I lived under terrorism. I lived under Sharia. I lived in Egypt till I was 30 years old. And I came to America for freedom, and I hate to see this country starting to accept this kind of subversion of human nature, because terrorism has become so much part of nature of the Middle East. It's not just in terror groups. We think it's ISIS or this or that, but no, it's in the family. There are some fathers who would kill their daughters if they don't follow Sharia. Terrorism is part of the nature of the Middle East. This is not just ISIS. I just want to tell the American people this is a huge problem, and it will need huge dedication and awareness on the part of the West to win.
Noni, thank you. Well done. Noni has said something that is very important. Do we have Dr. Jasser? You're getting him now. Okay, well, let me know when you've got him. That I wanted just to pick up on, and I see Steve Coughlin is back at the chow line. Could I draw you out here one more time? Noni, you made a very important point that there really isn't any basis in the sacred texts for the moderation. What we're often told is that actually there's all kinds of texts in the Quran that are peaceable and tolerant of other faiths and so on. And I'd like you to comment on that, but I maybe Steve can start us off on the principle of abrogation and how that has affected what is the relevance of those pieces of the Quran that are contradicted by an awful lot of the rest of it. And then over to you.
One of the things I like to point out is I'm going to talk about what abrogation is, and there's two ways to look at this. There's the we can prove this is true manner, in which case we can get everybody on board, or for the people who are a little faint of heart, all we have to prove about abrogation is that everybody we're fighting thinks it's true when they design their doctrine to fight us. And if we can prove that's a part of their threat doctrine, I will argue that it's malpractice that they don't analyze it. So its validity in our analysis is not whether it constitutes true Islam. Its validity is that it is the basis of a stated threat doctrine. And therefore, I know I'm restating myself before I go to abrogation, therefore it's malpractice, professional malpractice, not to know it. So what is abrogation? It's a concept that's ingrained in Islamic law that goes all the way back to no less than three, some would cite 5 verses of the Quran that says, but the things that were stated later in the Quran chronologically, not in the order of the Quran, supersede or overrule what was said earlier. Now there are 4 phases of the Quran really, as it's generally broken down by Islamic scholars. The early, middle, and late Meccan period, okay? And that's the period where you have a whole lot of verses. They're pretty peaceful. But then you have the Medinan period. And if you look at the Muslim calendar, it's after Hijrah. The Muslim calendar starts after Hijrah. That's when the Medinan references come in. And that is where you find the jihadi quotes. So every place you find a peaceful verse, you will find that it is abrogated by later verses. But it's not just because in the order of the Quran it does that. It's because you have hadith that are recognized as authentic saying that, and you have published Islamic law saying that. So that we're in a situation where I don't have to say abrogation means this. I can just quote source after source after source of authoritative Islamic scholars to say that, and then cite source after source after source from the Brotherhood, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, that they say the same thing. So the issue becomes the relationship between Muslims and non-Muslims is established by Surah 5, which is the last surah to talk about those relations chronologically in the Quran. And then the last surah to talk about jihad is Surah 9. Surah 9 says you must fight them until they testify that there is no God but God, and Muhammad is the messenger of God. And someone asked Muhammad what that meant, and he said, in hadith that has been ratified by Bukhari and Muslim, someone said, Muhammad, what does that mean? He says, well, it means that I have been commanded to fight them until they testify there is no God but God, Muhammad is the messenger of God. Now that is a fact. Anybody who disagrees is wrong. And they will never be right. Okay, and that's abrogation.
Thank you, Steve, very much. We have Dr. Zuhdi Jasser with us. Zuhdi, I have to say, is one of the most courageous people I know. He has served in uniform in our country's Navy as a medical doctor. He is in internal medicine as his day job. But what he has been doing, I think, oftentimes with extraordinary skill, is to try to help give voice to what is almost entirely a silent community of people who, as we've discussed in the course of the program, do not embrace this doctrine of Sharia as it is being practiced by the jihadists, as it is being inculcated by leaders of Al-Azhar and the like that we've heard several times now the president of Egypt has challenged. Zuhdi has an organization called American Islamic Forum for Democracy. He has been widely quoted and interviewed, as you know. He is an author as well, and a man who I think brings an awful lot of insight to the challenge that we're facing, Zuhdi Jasser, specifically as to how do we try to ensure that Muslims like yourself are not forced to submit to this cultural jihad, civilization jihad, if you will, and how can, in other ways, we help advance a reform of Islam, a tolerant Islam that you embrace. Welcome.
Thank you, Frank, and it's an honor to be with all of you and to participate in this just heroically and important session on how to defeat the jihad. And I hope that you realize that I do this work because I believe that Muslims have to be at the head of your spear, that ultimately we can't defeat jihad without Muslims reclaiming our faith away from the Islamists. And what I want to do is the few minutes I have just sort of lay out briefly. You've already talked today about what the nature of the problem is. I don't think you'll get much disagreement from me as a devotional Muslim that our problem is political Islam, that jihad, even the concept of jihad itself, is a tactic for their supremacism and the creation of the Islamic State. And I think, we formed our organization back in 2003. It wasn't against terrorism. Our organization was formed with a mission state to separate mosque and state, and that by doing that, we Muslims would protect the Constitution and freedom and liberty. And ultimately, ISIS has validated, people finally realize why our mission statement was about separating mosque and state, that the only antidote to radical Islam is the pool that they swim in, which is political Islam, and draining that. And our present approach, obviously, as you've talked about also, is not working. And I think the next step that I hope to be a part of, and I have been obviously very close to working with Frank and many of you, is being part of the solutions. And that ultimately, as a doctor, we always like to diagnose, but the diagnoses don't help if you don't know what the treatments are. And that ultimately, I hope that these treatments can be related to a vision of where the world should be. And just as Ronald Reagan ultimately defined that the Soviets were the evil empire, we also had enough wisdom throughout most of the Cold War that we had a national consensus that the Communist Party in America, the communist movements in Central America, in China or elsewhere, while they may not be certainly part of the military Soviet imperialism, they certainly weren't our allies, and we realized that they were swimming in the same pool as the Soviets. And I hope that what you all get from this, as you probably know more than most Americans already, is that Islamism, the political Islamic State, is that pool, and that we should not be allying with nonviolent Islamists. We should not be allying with non-Al-Qaeda Islamists, because they are going to be basically feeding that ideology. And I want to give you an analogy, which is where I work, which is you've got if you're talking about people in a field at a game, soccer or football game, you've got those on the field that are the militant jihadists. You've got folks in the stadium that are cheering them on. And then you've got people that don't come to the stadium that are silent and that are still part of that ideological movement. While the radicals that are on the field may be 5-10%, I would tell you those cheering them on are 10-15%. And then, we still need to study this, but I think the silent, as elections have shown in the Middle East, we're looking at 30 to 40% movements of that 1.6 billion that believe in some form of the Islamic State. And you don't need to take my word for it. The elections in Egypt and Tunisia and elsewhere have proven that. But I will tell you that the silver lining is the fact that one of the quiet stories was that in Tunisia a month ago, the Islamists and Nahda were rejected by the Muslim population there that did not want the Islamist party. The Muslim Brotherhood was rejected a year ago by a majority of Muslims that did not want it. So ultimately, I hope that the solution will realize that when Muslims are mobilized, they were mobilized in the Middle East because their very survival was dependent upon defeating the Brotherhood. The reason they're not mobilizing in the West is we are being given a pass, and you all know better than I, and I don't want to waste my time going over all the obstacles in America right now, but basically when we have an administration that's telling Christians to get off their high horse rather than telling Christians to help lift up Muslims to the horse of liberty, you have a major problem. The solutions that I think need to happen are basically, let me lay these out for you, in that one is, in order to get Muslims to feel that there's an urgency, just like the Muslims in the Green Revolution in Iran. If you truly had elections in Iran, the Islamists would never be elected again, the Khomeinists there. And I think we should not be fooled that somehow the Assads of the world are going to protect the minorities. Assad is a Shiite jihadist that's working with Iran and Hezbollah. He's just the other side of the Sunni jihadist coin. So we need to enable Muslims that reject both sides of that sectarian jihadist or Islamist division and really want to find that third pathway, but they really have not yet formed the ability to unite. In Tunisia, they fractionated into 70 different parties. In Egypt, they did the same thing, and the Islamists won. So part of what the West can do, and I think what Muslims in America are uniquely positioned to teach the world, Muslim population, is that there's a way to unite diverse political groups into a common party, if you will, for liberty, which is really what Americanism was all about. So the solution, I see it, as number one, to stop the nonsense of CVE. We're not countering violent extremism. I can't help you as a reform-minded Muslim with my book, A Battle for the Soul of Islam, if you say this is a battle for the soul of violent extremism. That's nonsense. So this whole movement that even includes people in the anti-jihadist movement, you know, I have great affinity for the strength of Senator Lieberman, but, you know, folks like that are still using this language of CVE. This is not violent extremism. It's CVE is a symptom of a deeper Islamist ideology, and Senator Lieberman and others have mentioned Islamism, but still not to the full-throated problem that we need to identify. The second solution is to identify that the OIC is the evil empire of today. That ultimately within these countries that might be our allies in a short-term whack-a-mole program against al-Qaeda in Yemen or wherever it may be, ultimately they are fueling the radicals. Saudis fed the radicals and militants in Syria. They continue to fuel an ideology. While they marched with us in Paris, they were whipping prisoners of conscience like Raif Badawi. And I think Natan Sharansky's article last week in the Washington Post, along with Dave Myers, really pointed out that where is the Reagans of today that would identify America with the prisoners of conscience like Raif Badawi? If my organization was in Saudi Arabia, I would be whipped every Friday in front of a mosque the way Raif Badawi was being whipped. And yet our president, our commander-in-chief, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs was having essay contests flattering the king upon his death, rather than, you know, sadly, I would say it should be cheered. These are tyrants, and I think ultimately we can't engage reformists with credibility in the West if we continue to cheer on their tyrants that are ruining any efforts at modernization. So that's redefining the OIC. Third is identifying prisoners of conscience in every country as being the leaders of the future of the Middle East. Fourth is creating platforms for reformers, safe spaces where we can have a voice, a seat at the table. As much as it may help to call some of the Islamist group terrorists, I will tell you that ultimately I can't engage groups that then get pushed underground. I think Turkey has the problem today it has because the Islamists of the AKP were pushed underground for decades, and it empowers them. In Egypt, the Brotherhood is as powerful as it is because Nasser, Sadat, and Mubarak pushed them underground. So yes, groups that openly advocate violence are terror groups, but groups that openly advocate the Islamic State concept or Islamists, they're just like the communists, but we can defeat them in America without pushing them underground and making them illegal. So I think this is important, in that we need to engage anti-Islamists against Islamists in a productive fashion. And this needs a public-private partnership. And I hope ultimately as we build a strategy in defeating the jihad, you realize, and you help me realize, that that public-private partnership includes how do we declare the OIC the evil empire and the neo-caliphate of today? You say, you know what, Muslims don't want Islamic states of any kind, whether it be ISIS or An-Nahda in Tunisia. They want liberty, and we can help them figure out how to do that. Like when the Iron Curtain fell down, we helped modernize the previous satellite states that now Estonia and Romania and others are beginning to somewhat thrive because of Western influence of how to create civil society. So this is an important. I think the new doctrine shouldn't be this absurd doctrine that we just heard from Susan Rice called the strategic patience, but rather one of a liberty doctrine. And that's what if there's one thing you leave from my comments, I hope that the next president has a liberty doctrine, that we advance and protect those Muslims that are on our side on liberty and reject the Islamists of the OIC as the evil empire. And I think ultimately the last plank for solution is to stop lifting up Islamists, obviously not meeting with them in the White House, not endorsing them in countering violence. They may have common enemies sometimes because the radicals of al-Qaeda may hate the Brotherhood, but ultimately they're feeding from the same trough. They have the same vision, but a different sense of how to get there. And we in the West need to identify all forms of political Islam and the Islamic State as a threat. And I will tell you, if you look at, there are reformers, I talk about them in my book. President Wahid had a book called The Illusion of the Islamic State, and he did the 500-page description talking about how you can reject certain hadith that are calling for Islamic government. There are leaders like Abdullah Naim that has a book called Islam and the Secular State, on and on. So as much as certainly doctrinal Islam is a problem today, there is a way to engage pious, devotional Muslims in that solution. So we're here to partner with you. I will tell you that lastly, if we miss the crosshairs and we identify Islam, the faith, as the problem, you will end up marginalizing the very solution, and I think taking a long war and making it an infinite war. So I think that Islam is in the same time a history as where the West was in rejecting theocracy, and I hope that we can have a long-term strategy for that by engaging reformists and not just the apologists.
Dr. Jasser, thank you very much, as always, for your insights and, as I say, your courageous addressing of this problem for your community, for you personally, of course, and for the rest of us. There are many different views on this subject. I want to treat you and most especially our audience via the live streaming to a couple of other perspectives, some of which are starkly in contrast with that just espoused by Dr. Jasser. There may not be a consensus coming out of this meeting, but I think one of the things that is important for us to have is the facts in front of us. And so I want to turn to several individuals who are in other parts of this war I call the war for the free world, including some of those who are really leading the fight. We have a pre-recorded videotape by a prominent anti-Islamist leader on the continent of Europe these days. He is a Dutch parliamentarian by the name of Geert Wilders. He has kindly recorded this, and we're going to show it now, and then we will take one or two more recorded comments or Skype comments from elsewhere in this global jihad. But I just wanted to offer this sort of advance notice. This is a very different view than the one that you just heard from Dr. Jasser. So if we can roll the tape with Geert Wilders at this point. Thank you.
Dear friends, I'm sorry I could not make it to Washington, but it's an honor to be able to join you in this important conference. I look forward to meeting you in person on the next occasion. I've been asked to address the question, what needs to be done for the free world to prevail? My friends, the answer is easy. The largest threat to the free world today is Islam, and we must confront this threat. We must oppose it. How? Here are 5 important things that I believe we must do. First, we must tell the truth about Islam. The most important thing which we and the citizens of the free world must realize is that Islam is not a religion of peace. It is a violent, totalitarian ideology that wants to conquer and submit the entire world. Islam has declared war on us. Islam orders its followers to wage jihad. We see it all over the world. In Nigeria, Boko Haram abducts schoolgirls, forces them to convert to Islam and turns them into sex slaves. In Iraq and Syria, the Islamic State slaughters people in the most horrible way. In Iran, gays are being hanged. In Pakistan, Christians are being murdered. In Saudi Arabia, apostates are beheaded. From Gaza, Islam fires rockets on Jewish homes. And all over the free world, from Ottawa to Sydney, from New York and Boston to Paris, from Moscow to London, from Bombay to Nairobi, terrorists are committing horrible atrocities. And the root of all this violence is Islam. Not radical Islam, not Islamism, Islam. Muhammad, the founder of Islam, was a terrorist who participated in beheadings and enslaving people. The Quran, Islam's holy book, orders hatred against unbelievers. Fight Islam, fight against them, until Allah's religion reigns supreme, says Surah 8, verse 39. Or, when you meet the unbelievers, smite their necks, says Surah 47, verse 4. And people who say that Islam is a religion of peace are either ignorant about Islam or are lying about it. And we must expose these lies. Islam is violent. Islam is dangerous. The less Islam, the better. I always repeat it, and I repeat it again. I have nothing against people. I have nothing against Muslims. People can be moderates. Muslims can be moderate. But Islam, my friends, Islam cannot. Second, we must get rid of the moral and cultural relativism. The evil nature of Islam is a taboo amongst our politicians. Some are afraid to tell the truth, but many no longer believe in the superiority of our own Judeo-Christian civilization. However, we are not in the middle of a clash of civilizations. We are in the middle of a clash between civilization and barbarism. Our civilized Western society is far superior to the barbaric culture of Islam. And once we acknowledge this and stop being afraid of saying it, we will be better prepared to defend our own civilization. We owe nothing to Islam. Third, we must stop the Islamization of the West. We should recognize two politically incorrect facts, namely A, that immigration is one of the most important instruments of Islamization, and B, that throughout history, more Islam has always meant less freedom and more violence. Hence, our course of action is clear. A, we must close the floodgates of Islamic immigration to the West by stopping all immigration from Islamic countries. And B, we must stop pretending that Islam is merely a religion. A free society should not grant freedom to those who want to destroy it. Every halal shop, every mosque, every Islamic school, every burqa is regarded by Islam as a step toward the ultimate goal of our submission. And as such, we must close down all Islamic schools. We must close down all the mosques, especially the radical mosques, and forbid the construction of new mosques. We must ban the burqa. Fourth, we must defend our freedoms, especially the freedom of speech, which is the most important of our liberties. Fortunately, you in the United States have a First Amendment. But in Europe, Canada, Australia, we are less fortunate. In our countries, political debate is being severely restricted by laws limiting freedom of expression. 4 years ago, I was taken to court in the Netherlands on hate crime charges. And after a trial that lasted almost 2 years, I was finally acquitted. But now, I've been taken to court again on similar charges. And these laws are introduced to protect subjective rights, such as the right of certain groups to not feel offended. Such legislation is stupid and dangerous. If some feel offended by the truth, fine, let them feel offended by the truth until they start seeing the truth and until the truth sets them free. Western countries must repeal all hate speech laws which are used to silence Islam's critics. When people such as we protest against the Islamization, we are denounced as hate mongers. We are not. But we do not know hatred. Islam sows hatred. People who oppose Islam love their country, their freedom, their children. They do not want to to be the slaves of Islam. And finally, the fifth thing the Western governments must do, but unfortunately fail to do, is protect their citizens. In the West, we have dozens, hundreds of returned jihadis who fought in Syria with the Islamic State. And we have thousands of Islamic youth who sympathize with them. Here are a few concrete measures which my party has proposed. Let all jihadis leave, good riddance, but rob them of their Dutch nationality and let them never return. Introduce administrative detention for those jihadis who have already returned and those who are a danger to our society. We are at war, so use the army. Let soldiers assist the police in protecting our railway stations, our streets, our parliament, our shopping malls. Restore our national sovereignty and start controlling our own borders again, instead of leaving this task to the supranationalists of the European Union. We should leave Schengen. My friends, I am an optimist. I know that we are facing an enormous challenge, but we can win, and we are winning. Look at what is happening in Europe today. Parties such as mine are growing everywhere. The Party for Freedom is currently the biggest party in the Dutch polls. In Britain, UKIP will make a major breakthrough in the general elections next May. And in France, Marine Le Pen might become the next president of the Republic. What these parties have in common is that they oppose mass immigration and defend national sovereignty, including the right to control their own borders. The establishment parties do not want to act, and that is why new parties and parties opposing mass immigration, cultural relativism and Islamization are so successful all over Europe today. We are the only ones who have a solution to the present problems. And ever more people realize this. People want to be free. Once they realize what Islam really is, they will join us. My friends, we are the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Geert Wilders. I apologize for absencing myself for part of that, but I think one of the things that is worth noting is that Geert has been living under a very credible death threat for years and has nonetheless been unwavering in his clear calls for defending Western civilization against this jihadist threat, and I'm delighted that he was able to participate in our program. We're going to hear next, I believe, from Mark Dury in Australia. Is he on the line? He is on the line. Mark Dury is a pastor, an author as well, a man who is in another frontline state in the war for the free world. He has written with great clarity about the third choice, which is, I guess, defined in the layman's terms as dimitude. And I'm thrilled that he was able to be with us, obviously not in person, but we're doing this international summit on the cheap by having a number of our foreign friends participate via Skype, and I'm very grateful for him for finding the time to do it. Mark Dury, the floor is yours. Welcome. Can you stand by just 1 second, Mark? We've got you coming in via an audio feed that seems like it's in a computer. Can we try it now? Take it from the top, Mark, if you would, please.
Thank you, Frank. It's great to be here with you today. Let me begin by noting that the United States and the West in general is engaged in a long, drawn-out struggle with a self-sworn enemy, the Islamic Jihad movement. But it is fighting the battle with a self-imposed blindfold, and I'm going to call that the blindfold of religious illiteracy. I'd like to draw a lesson from a long drawn-out episode in history known as the Dutch Aceh War, which involved the contribution of a young Dutch theologian. When the Sultanate of Aceh in North Sumatra became assigned as an area of Dutch influence by a treaty with the British, the Acehnese proved very difficult for the Dutch to overlook because piracy was an enduring problem along the Straits of Malacca, interfering with the Dutch trade. So in 1873, a Dutch expeditionary force landed at Kuta Raja, now Banda Aceh, and occupied the capital. The Sultan fled, and it was imagined by the Dutch that the whole region would soon be overawed and capitulate to Dutch rule. The tactic did work elsewhere for the Dutch. But instead of securing a quick victory, the Dutch colonial authorities became embroiled in a guerrilla war with the Acehnese, which lasted for about 40 years. And over time, the Aceh question, as it was called, became a military and political debacle, a running sore in Dutch colonial policy. And despair actually set in. The problems were legion. One problem was that Dutch attempts to stabilise Aceh were constantly plagued by what we now call blue-on-green attacks and lone wolf attacks. For example, a famous Acehnese leader, Tuku Umar, fought at first against the Dutch, then he claimed to be their ally. The Dutch gave him weapons and military support, and then he used these weapons and turned against them and resumed his jihad against the infidels. This was regarded by the Dutch as an odious betrayal, but for the Acehnese it was a brilliant strategic ploy, and Tuku Umar now is celebrated as an Indonesian national hero. Avenues are named after him all over Indonesia. In 1891, more than 20 years into the war, a Dutch theologian and Islam expert, Snoeke Gronje, was dispatched to Aceh to report on what the Dutch called the pernicious Aceh question. His report included a blueprint for a successful military strategy. And the cornerstone of his analysis was a frank acknowledgement, for the first time in Dutch colonial policy, that the motivation for war against the Dutch was theological. He pointed out that the desire for jihad was universal amongst the Acehnese. He also pointed out that the occupation had greatly strengthened the power of religious leaders at the expense of traditional rulers and traditional political structures. He emphasized the core role played by militant theology in Islam from its very beginning. He pointed out that the circumstances attending the origin and development of Islam have rendered it par excellence a militant religion whose aim was no less than to convert all who held other beliefs, or else reduce them to subjection. He explained to the Dutch authorities that because jihad was an individual duty, any Acehnese individual or small band was obliged to take up war against the Dutch. And they didn't need to, indeed they were forbidden to wait for someone to lead them. They required no orders from rulers or from generals. This doctrine created the conditions for a grassroots, spontaneous, bottom-up war in which every individual Acehnese Muslim man was obliged to be a self-recruiter and self-radicalizer for jihad. And it's really striking that exactly the same ideological drivers, the same verses in the Quran, the same worldview, theological worldview identified by Snoeke Gronje is promoted by groups like the Taliban and the Islamic State, they all singing from the same song sheet. It also meant that new leaders rapidly arose to replace those who were killed. Now, I think today Snoeke Gronje's advice would be considered a counsel of despair or fear-mongering because it located the will to fight against the Dutch in a theological foundation of Islam itself. For many, that might imply an endless civilizational conflict. But in fact, the opposite proved to be true. Snoeke Gronje's theological explanation for the war was what provided the keys to winning the peace. In a nutshell, he proposed that the Dutch should, once they accepted the religious basis of the war they were fighting, pursue enemy insurgents, renounce the use of intimidation against the wider civilian population, specifically target religious leaders who promoted war, that is, to kill the ulamas, the jihadi ulamas, strengthen traditional rulers in opposition to religious leaders, and protect religious freedom but limit it to the personal sphere. So ban the teaching of jihad but build mosques. Snoeke's diagnosis was resisted at first, but in the end it was triumphant. And in 1902 he wrote, Now no one any longer doubts that the dogmas of Islam on the subject of religious war, so fanatical in their terms, supplied the principal stimulus to this obstinate rebellion. This was acknowledgement of the theological basis of the conflict that provided also the Dutch with the keys to win it, at least to a significant degree. The lone wolf attacks continued in gradually decreasing amounts right up until the Japanese came. But in essence, Aceh became a peaceful place. Today, the West is facing an intractable, long drawn-out war with radical Islam. This is a multi-decadal war. It cannot hope to make progress in the war until it acknowledges its religious character and develops sustainable policies based fairly and squarely upon the religious nature of the conflict. We're facing a dire enemy who seeks our destruction. It is time to take off the blindfold and name it for what it is. Only then will we be able to understand the nature of the struggle we find ourselves in and to develop appropriate strategies to address it. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to these discussions, and I wish you the very best in achieving influence in levels of government policy in the United States.
Mark, thank you very much for both being here and what you do there. I'd like to go next, if we can, to Israel, where we have a speaker. Actually, this was videotaped, as I understand it, in the States for the moment, but he is on his way back to Israel. Ambassador Yoram Ettinger. Ambassador Ettinger was assigned to the Israeli embassy here for a number of years as the liaison to the Congress. He's deeply knowledgeable about this country and very sensitive to what we are confronting, but also understands that the same enemies that are now threatening us, about which we have been talking all day, are very much a threat to his own native Israel as well. Do we have Yoram's video ready to go? The audio is not great, and the video was entirely unusable, so we're making do. But the fact that all of this is working as well as it is a small miracle, and I thank our wonderful team. So roll the tape, please.
Iran constitutes a clear, present, and lethal danger to the most critical interests of the USA, the Western world, including Israel, but not primarily Israel. In fact, one can determine the lethality of the Iranian threat based on Iran's track record. And when you examine the track record of the apocalyptic regime of the Ayatollahs and the mullahs, find out it's much more dangerous than that of the Soviet Union during the days of the Cold War. One should not underestimate the ruthlessness and the rogue nature of Iran, a regime which was willing to sacrifice 500,000 children on the altar of clearing minefields during the days of the Iran-Iraq War, 1980 to 1988. We are talking about Iran, which currently is involved on a daily basis, subverting, terrorizing every single pro-American regime in the Persian Gulf, trying to topple the House of Saudi Arabia and the ruling families, the pro-American ruling families of Kuwait, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Bahrain, and Oman. It is Iran which currently is involved in Yemen in an attempt to establish an invasion potential to Saudi Arabia and control of the very critical water passages, the water straits of Bab el-Manda, connecting the Indian Ocean to the Red Sea and the Mediterranean and the Strait of Hormuz, the only access to the Gulf. That would accord Iran potentially control over the supply of oil and therefore the price of oil, potentially causing havoc to Western global economies. We're talking about Iran, which has intimate strategic ties with North Korea, including the co-development of intercontinental ballistic missiles with capabilities, so they plan to reach the mainland of the USA. At the same time, they collaborate with the anti-American, radical, unpredictable regime in Caracas, in Venezuela, which is a plan for them to reach deeper into Central and Latin America, including Mexico, which constitutes already a homeland security issue for the USA. And last and not least, we're talking about a ruthless regime which has denied civil liberties of its citizens. Last year, an all-time high level of public execution, about 700 in 2014 alone. And this is the regime which commemorates every year Death to America Day on November 4th, commemorating the seizure of the U.S. Embassy. This is Iran, which is actually involved in sponsoring global Islamic terrorism, including the hundreds of sleeper cells in the USA. How does one deal with that Iran? Certainly not by referring to Iran as a negotiator in good faith, as an innocent until proven guilty. The opposite, obviously, is true. And we have seen how Iran reacts to American policy. Number one, obviously, was the devastating mistake of Jimmy Carter when he was president, which enabled the rise to power of the regime of the Ayatollah. The other one was 1988, they agreed to ceasefire. They agreed to ceasefire in the war against Iraq only after the U.S. escalated the bombing. Only when American tanks appeared on the streets of Baghdad and snatched Saddam from it. The U.S. was not a Doberman in the Middle East. The U.S. was acting much more so-called peacefully, elegantly, focusing on engagement rather than devastating their enemies. And that has led to the current clear, present, lethal danger, imminent danger to vital American interests.
Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much. I do apologize for that audio. I'm not quite sure how it got that ragged, but we're delighted nonetheless to have had him with us at all, with a very important perspective from Israel in connection with one of the elements of the global jihad that we've touched on several different times. I'm very pleased to be able to turn now to Brian Kennedy, the president of the Claremont Institute in California. Brian has been a colleague and partner in many of our efforts to raise awareness about the challenge that we're facing from the Sharia ideology, a member of the Team B group that pulled together behind Sharia, the Threat to America, which is also available for free as a download online if you care to check it out at securefreedom.org. Brian was also a member of the Tiger Team, which contributed to this, we think, very important study, the Secure Freedom Strategy. Brian, thank you very much for being with us, coming all the way from California for the purpose, and we're delighted to have you with us. Over and now.
Thank you, Frank, for the kind introduction, and thank you, Frank, for your leadership here in Washington and nationally to have Americans understand the threat of Islamic Jihad. I know many people have said that, but you really are a national leader on this, and it couldn't come at a more important time. Let me say a few things for the good of the order, as it were. The first duty of constitutional government is to provide for the common defense. Indeed, it is the purpose of government to protect our natural rights, the beginning of which is to be secure in our persons. An American foreign policy dedicated to the security of its citizens requires not only informed and prudent statesmen, but also a responsible citizenry that is engaged in a national discussion over friends and foes. We have lost this understanding since the end of the Cold War. Soviet communism presented a strategic threat to America and democratic capitalism that united both the disparate parts of the conservative movement and the country as a whole. In contrast to the unity born of the Cold War, the post-Soviet era has been marked by strategic confusion regarding the threat of Islamic terrorism, as we've been discussing, and as was experienced most spectacularly on September 11th and the subsequent response in Iraq and Afghanistan. A key aspect of this confusion was the inability to understand the threat of Islamic terrorism and that it means to destroy the United States as the key defender of freedom in the Western world. We need moral clarity on this point. If we are to defend the free world, what must we do? An affirmative strategy would look something like this, and we deal with some of these things in the report. First, we must declare the Muslim Brotherhood and its affiliates terrorist organizations and make their activities illegal in the United States. Second, we must recognize that, in fact, Islamic terrorism does present an existential threat to the United States. Third, we must build a military that can fight wars of a large scale on multiple fronts and defend the homeland and our allies from ballistic missile attack. Let me take these in turn, and most of you know all this, but it's worth repeating, especially for those online. First, the Muslim Brotherhood. We've mentioned the Strategic Memorandum on North American Affairs, but for those of you who haven't read it, let me just read a couple relevant parts. Quote, their goal is the enablement of Islam in North America, meaning establishing an effective and a stable Islamic movement led by the Muslim Brotherhood, which adopts Muslim causes domestically and globally, and which works to expand the observant Muslim base, aims at unifying and directing Muslims' efforts, presents Islam as a civilization alternative, and supports the global Islamic State wherever it is. Now, they took the trouble of writing this down in a very clear, descriptive way because they wanted other people within the organization to understand this is what their goal was. And they state that the role of the Muslim Brotherhood is, quote, the process of settlement is a, quote, civilization jihadist process with all the means. This is them talking now. The Ikhwan, the Muslim Brotherhood, must understand that their work in America is a kind of grand jihad in eliminating and destroying the Western civilization from within and sabotaging its miserable house by their hands and the hands of the believers so that it is eliminated and Allah's religion is made victorious over all other religions, end of quote. Now this is the operational principle of the Muslim Brotherhood and their organizational arms that we've mentioned, but they're worth repeating. The Council on American Islamic Relations, the Islamic Society of North America, the Islamic Circle of North America, and the Muslim Student Associations, among many others. Now, given that this is their stated objective, we must educate U.S. congressmen in the hopes that they will declare the Muslim Brotherhood a terrorist organization and watch over their dismantling by a president's administration, however politically difficult this may be, and however unlikely it may occur during this administration. Which leads me to my second point, the existential threat of Islam. One reason we have not so far made the Muslim Brotherhood labeled a terrorist organization is that we do not see them as an existential threat. And although they can't kill all of us, if they carry out mass casualty attacks in the United States, they will force us to alter our free republic and create something of a police state in order that we might enjoy some security. This is not the kind of existential threat we think of. We usually think of matters of life and death. But if we must alter our fundamental way of living, and one can argue we've done much of that already, from airport security to the militarization of local police departments to having to fight wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, there is something existential in its very nature. If we continue to erode our freedoms here at home, the terrorists will have won a tremendous victory. We cannot let this happen. We are losing an ideological war where we cannot declare the dangers of Islamic thought or take them seriously. Take them not merely to their logical conclusion, but their explicit ends. If we took seriously that there are Muslims living amongst us who believe in the destruction of the United States and its Constitution, it would have clear implications for our immigration policy and who we allow to immigrate to the country and the conduct of the imams in American mosques, from what is taught to the funds that are raised and where that money ends up. Because we are a country built on religious freedom, and I raised this point earlier, we are today at a disadvantage in dealing with a religion like Islam that does not accept other religions as morally or politically acceptable. Believers of faiths other than Islam are targets for conversion, subjugation, or destruction. My final point is that we must have a military that can operate on a much bigger scale than today. So long as we are positioned to fight limited military engagements, we will fight only limited military engagements. It was a new conventional wisdom that we would never fight large-scale wars because the threats we faced were so much different when it came to terrorism. But that has forced the United States into a state, what my colleague Mark Halperin has called strategic minimalism, where we would have just enough military wherewithal to do something, but not enough to present our enemies the kind of massive military blow that would yield them devastated. Yes, we presented an awesome show of force in Iraq and Afghanistan, but it was still rather minimalist in the kind of strategic degradation of Iraqi and Afghan society that would have made them ready recipients of American political and social reorganization. Instead, when we are finally removed from these countries, they will be tenuous allies at best and renewed threats at worst. So a rebuilding of our military is in order, along with what should be the bleeding obvious, the building of a national missile defense to stop any threat, but most immediately that of Iran, which has been mentioned, and their ambition to establish themselves as the sword of the Islamic world and civilizational jihad with the West. The Iranian threat of a ship-launched ballistic missile that can be exploded in the high atmosphere as an EMP weapon is indeed an existential threat that can destroy our electric infrastructure and therefore our economy, our ability to provide food, water, and medicine, and maintain an armed force capable of defending the country. And however dreadful that sounds, it is within our power to build a missile defense and to harden the electric grid, as my colleague Frank Gaffney has so often spoken. So long as we fail in these three areas, we cannot defend the free world. It is up to all of us to build a national consensus to get this done as soon as we can. We've described this, I think, rather well in this report, and I would encourage all of you to both read it and to disseminate it to your congressmen. Thank you.
Brian, thank you. Last but hardly least, we have another individual at the front lines of this war for the free world. He has not only been threatened by jihadists with murder, he has actually had one try to accomplish that. He is Lars Hedegaard, a man I've come to admire tremendously, both for his courage as well as the degree to which he has, despite hostility not just from the Islamists, but from his own government in Denmark, nonetheless seen it as his duty, and a duty that he has fulfilled admirably, to speak truth to power about the global jihad and about the necessity of defending Western civilization against it. Lars, we're very grateful to you for taking some time to join us for the Defeat Jihad Summit. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Frank. Okay.
There we go.
Am I on?
Yes, you are on, and I think we actually are hearing you now. All good?
That's good. Thank you, Frank, for this introduction. When you are in a war, it helps to understand what you are fighting. During World War II, it was clear that the free world was fighting Nazism and fascism and Japanese imperialism. During the Cold War, we knew that our enemy was not the Russian or Chinese people, but the pernicious ideology of communism and Bolshevism. Today, our enemy is not individual Muslims, but the ideology of Islam that is oppressing somewhere between 1 and 1.5 billion human beings around the world. One of the most important weapons in the arsenal of our foes is their ability to make us believe that jihad is somehow different from Islam. With the help of stupid Western intellectuals, they have invented a distinction between Islam and something called Islamism, which they want us to believe is something entirely different from the peaceful religion of Islam. Indeed, we are led to believe that Islamism is practically the opposite of what the Prophet preached. and that jihad is a perversion of his teachings, when in fact it is the core and fundamental essence of his message. Of course, anyone who goes to the trouble of studying what Muhammad said and did will conclude that Islam is Islamism and that Islamism is Islam. Some think that you can somehow isolate Sharia law and extract it from Islam. And of course you can do that, but if you do, Islam would evaporate because there would be nothing left. As Andrew Boston pointed out in his 2012 volume, Sharia versus Freedom. The real distinction that makes any sense is between Islam and Muslims, just as you had to distinguish between communism and Russians and between Nazis and Germans. The second point I'd like to emphasize is that jihad is a multifaceted phenomenon. What we need to keep in mind is Islam's end goal, world domination and the enslavement of mankind. What means are used to achieve this objective is of secondary importance and may vary according to circumstances. Killing and open warfare is just one part of it, and right now it may not even be the most effective weapon in the Islamic arsenal. More important, I think, is cultural jihad. The fact that we in the West accept such Islamic practices as the veiling of women, the imposition of halal rules in public institutions, the separation of sexes in schools, etc. We almost never ask ourselves why these practices are so important to the leaders of the Islamic Ummah, wherever it's found. They are important because their imposition in Western countries is proof that Islam's local power holders, imams and other holy men, are in control. By making the rest of us accept these pre-modern phenomena, the imams can prove to their flock that they are calling the shots and that our Western societies are unwilling to defend the human rights of all. So if you are a Muslim, your best bet is to accept the rule of Sharia because our secular societies are unable or unwilling to uphold the rights and freedoms of all of us. So as we talk today, I believe that our defensive battle against the utter darkness that Islam stands for has to be fought on every front opened by our enemies. Thank you.
Lars, again, thank you. The International Free Press Society, which you organize and run, is truly a bulwark against much of what you've just described there, and it's always a privilege to have you participate with us in helping people understand what we're all up against, and I thank you again for finding time to join us. At this point, we're going to open it up once again. I would like particularly to invite comments from those of you who have not spoken. If you would like to make an intervention, you're welcome to do so. Otherwise, we will ask those of you who have already spoken to do so again. Diana, do you have your mic on for purpose? Go ahead.
Well, I would like to highlight the fact that we have heard from some speakers, notably some of our European friends, Lars Hedegaard, Geert Wilders, discuss Islam, not radical Islamism, not Islamist movements and things like that. And I think that I would like to offer some food for thought here, which is that one of the bases, or perhaps the basis of control that Islam uses against people is Islamic slander law, which prohibits criticism of Islam, and of course the death penalty for leaving Islam, apostasy. That's a pretty big control. And I think, and I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I've talked about it with many of you over the years. I do believe that when we and some of our most fiery, passionate leaders, political leaders, persist in discussing Islamism and radical Islam, and most of the fighting right, you might say, subscribes to this as well. I believe that we are operating under Islamic slander law that prohibits the criticism of Islam. And when you hear someone like Lars or Geert Wilders and some of the others actually speak about Islam, it is simple, it is also defensible. And when we go back to the language of radical Islam, I think the implication is always that there is some regular Islam that has a regular Quran and a regular Sharia and a regular prophet that is okay and completely compatible, and all the measures that we want to take to protect ourselves or to fight against these incursions into our own liberties, we're always completely still shadowboxing with this fantasy notion. And I say it's fantasy only because the books are there to prove it, as Noni Darwish mentioned earlier. So I just put it out there for somebody to think about, because I know everyone here really, really wants to get at this and move this forward. And I think, we have a lot to learn from some of our European friends and others.
Steve Conklin.
Thank you. I'd like to kind of write in on that draft. We had someone talk earlier about the fact that Sisi stood before Al-Azhar and called out the violent extremist, radical extremist, violent people, fundamentalists. I could keep going here. He did not do that. He went to Al-Azhar and he told the imams at Al-Azhar, and that is as doctrinal and mainstream as it gets, that they are responsible for what's going on, not calling them radical, but recognizing that their tradition, meaning Islam to date, is, I think as he sees it, going to destroy the Muslim world. But in doing that, he didn't call them radical, he called them who they are. And the blind sheikh was brought up earlier. His only status is that his status as an imam from Al-Azhar. Qawadari is from Al-Azhar. Azam, who founded the Muslim Al-Qaeda, is from Al-Azhar. We've heard phrases like radical Islamic extremist, extreme Sharia, fundamentalist, which if I could, when you use the word fundamentalist, which is actually a term that only applies to a 20th century Protestant Christian movement, you're allowing that word to be used against Christians in the future, because there's no such thing as fundamentalist Islam, okay, and a whole lot of other language. What you're doing is you're denying the fact that Islam is what it is. Now, I understand the tactics of it, but here's the thing. One of the reasons I use Reliance of the Traveler is because at the very beginning of the book, it says it was approved by Al-Azhar. And then you go to another page and you get the triple hit. It said it was approved by the American Muslim Brotherhood, which is everybody, anybody in this government and media talk to. Okay? It was signed also by, he also signed that in his capacity representing a school in, or a center in Saudi Arabia, so it also represents Saudi buy-in. But most important, that entity he signed off on their name, I think it's I can't remember what it is in Riyadh or Jeddah, that is the OIC's subordinate element that does Sharia law, so that we know when we quote Reliance of the Traveler, it represents the prevailing view of Sunni Islam, period. So if I can take a quote out of that book, it is Islam, as is understood by everybody you talk to. So if you think, so when you decide you're going to call this extreme radical, you've already submitted, I understand the tactics of it, that you have to bring people along, but if you're basically saying, as some people are, radical Islamic extremists, they're extremely correct. They're violently correct. And that is why the moderates can't get a hand in there. That's why they're all over here. So I just think we need to get there.
David Yerushalmi.
I want to have Rob come and speak to Diana West's comment about the imposition of the blasphemy laws in the United States de facto in some of the cases we've dealt with.
Bring that mic a little closer.
But before I do that, I just want to drill down on something. This is a group of professionals, and I want to make sure that we're all speaking at the same level. Understand that the Quran, the scripture, and even the Hadith, which are the legal sunnah, those sunnah that have legal implications, in and of itself, while it's the basis of Sharia, the threat doctrine, in and of itself, it's somewhat meaningless. In the same way that in the Torah or the New Testament, there is the lex talionis, an eye for an eye. It literally says that. But what comes on top of that is everything. Sharia is scripture and it is hadith. But what it really is millennia of usul al-fiqh, the science of Islamic jurisprudence, fiqh. That doctrine tells the devout Muslim what abrogation is. It tells the devout Muslim how to read any particular surah. The problem that Zudi has, and I'm a great admirer of Zudi's, and we have all kind of gone back and forth on that. But the problem he does have is if you're going to ask any moderate or academic Muslim who wants to read those verses differently than they have been over 1,000 years, he has to figure out a way to, as it were, replace the ulama, the legal authorities. It would be like me saying, I want to interpret the Commerce Clause as it literally says, which is not how it's interpreted. The only way I could do that is to get Andy or someone else appointed to the Supreme Court. Well, I can't do that, so it's just not reasonable. Yeah, not in any Senate that I know of.
We're holding out great hope, nonetheless.
Right. Now, I want to come back. The idea that Diana brings up and that Stephen talks about at the polemical or discourse level, but Diana talks about it at a more broad at the more broad social level, is something I'm going to ask my colleague, co-founder of American Freedom Law Center, Robert Muse, former, actually I can't say former Marine, but former combat officer, and one who's been litigating for over a decade First Amendment issues. In Dearborn, as everyone knows, Dearborn, Michigan, the largest Arab American community in the United States, they have had a festival every year. And just about every year, Rob, before we hooked up 3 years ago, and now the two of us, have been in litigation with the city. And 2 years ago, they arrested a group of Christian, peacefully talking to Muslims, Arabs and Muslims. Rob had them acquitted, and then we ultimately sued them and got $300,000 in a settlement from them and a public apology. The next year, the one we're now litigating, the Bible Believers case, I want you to hear what happened at the event and understand how the police actually enforce these blasphemy laws.
All right, thank you, David. And you know, there is no coincidence that it happens to be the city of Dearborn, which has the largest Muslim population. It was in 2012, actually, this group of Christian missionaries who go around and evangelize throughout the country went to the Arab Festival, had signs, they walk on the sidewalk, and they were literally attacked, stoned in the city street by an angry mob of Muslims. I mean, you can see this video on our website. The video went viral. And you have to pause for a minute and say, is what I'm watching here happened on a city street of the United States of America? I mean, it's absolutely, it was unreal. But even more so, at the end of the video, you'll see the Wayne County Sheriff's Department, and they bragged that they had the largest law enforcement presence ever at the Arab Festival that year. They had, I think it was 34 officers, 19 reserve officers, and a horse-mounted force of 6, larger than they had for the Super Bowl, larger when the President of the United States come. Well, they had this gang of miscreant teens literally throwing stones and bruising these Christians, and the Wayne County Sheriff's Department pulled them over at the end, and they gave the Christians an ultimatum. They told the Christians that if they did not leave the Arab Festival, they would be arrested for disorderly conduct. They didn't arrest one of those bottle throwers who was engaging in criminal acts. Well, we sued under the Civil Rights Statute, First Amendment. The federal judge in Michigan ruled against us, and he held that the violence justified the police essentially suppressing the free speech rights of Christians. I mean, pause and think about that for a minute. I mean, it's called the heckler's veto in First Amendment jurisprudence. It turns the First Amendment on its head. We appealed to the Sixth Circuit. I argued the case for a 3-judge panel, and they affirmed 2-1. The dissenting judge wrote a scathing dissent, and it was scathing and rightfully so. He said, not only is this decision wrong, it is dangerously wrong. And when you have a judge calling out his colleagues that way, and he made the point to say, look, the state should not be in the business of enforcing blasphemy laws.
I mean, he said that in his opinion. We did a petition for a hearing en banc, meaning a full court, and any lawyer here knows how rare those are, and it was granted. It was granted this past October. So I'm going to be re-arguing this case, very important case for First Amendment rights. I mean, even to have it granted en banc, the standard is it was a precedent-setting error of exceptional public importance. So a majority of the judges in the Sixth Circuit granted en banc review, and I'm going to be re-arguing this case March 4th to a panel of 15 federal court judges. So I mean, this is real. This threat on our free speech, and that's just one of many examples that we have. And Frank, when we opened this session, talked about the Muslim Brotherhood, and the explanatory memorandum, and how they their goal is to subvert us by our own hands. And we see they're using our laws, right? Because the problem we have with Islam, and here from a legal perspective, is obviously it's cloaked in protections under the Civil Rights Act and cloaked under protection under the First Amendment. And so dealing with those issues can be very difficult. Just one other quick example, another one happened in Michigan. One of the things that we see happening, and I think it ties in with David's study about how the mosques become centers for the jihadists, is that we see CARE and these other organizations going around the country and purchasing property in residential communities, and then going to the zoning board and say, we want to put a mosque here, knowing that there's going to be a zoning issue. They have to get the zoning laws modified for that. And when the city says no, we're not going to allow this zoning to take place for traffic concerns or anything else, what is it? It's automatically Islamophobe, and they sue them under a federal statute called RILUPA, the Religious Land Use Institutionalized Persons Act, and they drag the city into the litigation. And we just had represented several citizens showed up at one of these zoning board hearings who lived in the neighborhood. Who said, "Look, this is going to create traffic problems for our kids. This isn't right to build a mosque in our residential neighborhood." Well, what did CARE do? CARE subpoenaed everyone who spoke out at that public hearing with harassing subpoenas, asking for private emails, commanding that they appear at depositions. We got contacted by 7 of them, and we filed what's called the motions to quash. And thankfully, our federal judge in Michigan granted those, which meant they, got rid of the subpoenas, and they awarded us attorney's fees as a result. But this sort of thing is going on, throughout the country, and they're using our laws, the Constitution, and the civil rights statutes against us.
Rob, we appreciate what you and David do to help push back on this. Another of our colleagues, Karen Lugo, has also been working very hard on this. And I understand that in a number of these cases, the Justice Department is actually engaged and threatened, various harassing penalties, including fines of individual, county commissioners and what have you, zoning board members for violating what they call, the civil rights of these folks. Deborah Burlingame?
I just wanted to agree with Diana, and I think not only is it having our own law enforcement apparatus enforcing blasphemy laws, I think by not talking straight and trying to split hairs and make it sort of an easier way into the discussion, we really subvert our chances of really having a full and open discussion and exploration about what Islam is, what the history of this ideology is, and how it operates today. And I remember going to an event sponsored by Steve Emerson at the Investigative Project. He had a Muslim woman there who was an activist against what we are now calling the Islamists. She was a, quote, moderate Muslim, and she said something like, I'm sick of hearing, where are the moderate Muslims? Where are the peaceful Muslims? It's so tedious to hear that. And that sort of got my dander up. And what I said to her was, the fact of the matter is, you don't have the scholarship or the chops to go up against the imams from Al-Azhar. That's why your folks are so quiet. And so I think that probably, David, tell me what you think about this. I wonder sometimes if the so-called peaceful Muslims, I don't know what else to call them, people who are not interested in sending their sons to jihad and losing them in suicide bombings, would welcome this conversation. They don't. They're sort of under the thumb of these imams as well. I can't tell you how many conversations I've had with Muslims in taxi cabs, in car services, complaining about the imams and their mosques. An Egyptian man who's been in this country 25 years told me there isn't a there isn't a mosque in Queens where you can go where there isn't a fiery imam advocating jihad. I tell my kids to go in there, pray, and get out. So I'm wondering what you think about the rank and file Muslims who really aren't interested in a global caliphate. They want to live their lives peacefully here in this country. They've already removed themselves from these tribal conflicts elsewhere.
I'll just say quickly.
Quick response.
Very quickly. Andy's been writing about this for years, and that is they just don't have a place to talk. If you go to your mosque, you can't talk there. You'll be ostracized. Andy always talked about it in the context of trying to find confidential informants from the Muslim community and witnesses even in his criminal trials. They'd be so socially ostracized, if not physically hurt, that it's not possible.
Andy?
This is a bridge too far for me. And maybe I come at this from a different perspective, because the first Muslim I got to know well was not a terrorist. It was the informant that we inserted into the terrorist organization, without whom we could not have stopped the attacks. And I don't think anybody has been stronger than I have on the idea that we have to understand the enemy's ideology. But the thought that we have to take on whether the enemy's ideology is the true Islam or not, under circumstances where a religion is not simply a doctrine, and a belief system is not simply a doctrine, it's a combination of the doctrine and the way that the doctrine is practiced. I think if the message is going to be ISIS is Islam and Islam is ISIS, then we are antagonizing a lot of people who should and would otherwise be on our side. And I don't think that taking that position means that you're opening the door to Muslim Brotherhood taqiyya, because we do have, and this is the reason we've concentrated so much on Sharia, we do have a mechanism and a metric to divide the people who are dangerous to the United States from the people who aren't dangerous to the United States. And frankly, I must say, I couldn't care less whether Zuhdi Jasser's Islam is the true Islam or Baghdadi's Islam is the true Islam. I have my own view, and I think it's the view that most people in this room share, about the doctrine and the literal doctrine, and the fact that it's very hard for the moderates to get any traction because they're like the guys dancing on a head of a pin, and the terrorists are the ones who are literalists. And to the extent they're extreme, it's because they're extremely literal about what the doctrine is. But their intramural dispute is of no consequence to me. I mean, we have a ton of intramural disputes in Christianity. We have it in other religions as well. The only thing that makes any difference, I think, to us, outside of winning the academic point, is who is a threat to the national security of the United States. And if we can get to a point where we have a metric for measuring that, and we hammer the people who are a threat to the United States, who the hell cares whether they're right or wrong about Islam? I just don't understand why we need to bite that off.
Charles Dickens.
We talked about losing the cultural, or not engaging the cultural aspect of this enough, and we are losing the cultural war. And I want to say that the enemy here is the left more than the Muslims, and that is that, I mean, they're the ones building bridges for radical Muslims to come through. So under the guise of global education and peace studies, all of the radicalism that you find on college campuses, we now know, is spread out through K-12 public education. And that's because political correctness or postmodernism and its axioms leads everybody to be Islamophilic, if not pro-Islam. And there are very few people actually doing the work of vetting the schools. I know in Newton, Massachusetts, which is a leafy Jewish suburb, we found horrific pro-Islamic stuff in Wellesley, Massachusetts. They take the kids to the Islamic Society of Boston Mosque. We actually caught them praying to Allah. They're 13-year-old, some Jewish boys and others, praying to Allah at the mosque. But even if it's not that, it's that You know the axioms of PC, right? There's no truth. All narratives are equal. I mean, if you go down that list, Islam is going to come out great, and no one. This is undermining our entire civilization.
Claire Lopez.
Going back to a point that that Andy made, and I think he's exactly right. Any of us who are not Muslim, we really don't have any standing to say what is Islam or what is not Islam. We can read the text, we can read the doctrine, we know what the doctrine says. But I think in the final analysis, what we need to do is place the responsibility on the Muslim community. They need to say, I am faithful to Sharia or I am not. It's not for us to say if they're faithful or not faithful. If they do not speak up and do not say, I take exception to jihad, I will not be a supremacist, I will not hate Jews, if they don't say that out loud and publicly, then we are left to say, well, then we give you full credit for being a faithful Muslim, and a faithful Muslim is one who believes in these things, and we know what the doctrine is. So we place the responsibility on the Muslim community and the individuals in it to say what they are or what they are not. It's not for us to say. But if they do not speak up and they do not say these things, I oppose Sharia apostasy laws, then we have no other recourse really but to give them full credit for believing the doctrine of their own faith and for being faithful to it.
I would like to just do something here really quick.
Just let me get Admiral Lyons. I'll come to you next.
Well, let me say, and I agree with...
Down a little bit, Ace, please.
Is it on?
It's on, but just
that better?
Yep.
I couldn't agree more when we say we identify the threat and we go out and hammer them. And that's what I've been trying to do for the better part of 50 some odd years. However, you got to face facts. Today, we got a Henry Wallace in the White House. In my view, Wallace was a communist. But what we have today is an Islamist. And when our military, if we unleashed them, could carry out the task that we all hoped they would do. But they're restricted. The restricted rules of engagement that we're in, it's a signal that we're not really serious. The 7 to 10 airstrikes a day we're doing against ISIS, it's an embarrassment. You're giving air power a bad name. It just isn't going to happen. So, while we say we got 23 more months with this administration, and just to say, well, we got to try and put bounds on it through hearings and so forth and all of that to me is sort of abrogates some of the responsibilities that are in our Constitution. And that's why I asked Speaker Gingrich if there any courage to start censor procedure. Unless you do something to fight, to hold, to stake out your ground, we're going to continue to lose this battle. And there are no bounds on this administration as it now stands.
Steve Coughlin.
I would just like to clarify a couple points, and that is this. I personally do not make any judgments about what individual Muslims believe or don't believe, and I'm perfectly prepared to understand that a vast majority, or at least a large number of them, don't buy into the positions. As an individual, I may have no standing to say whether someone is a proper Muslim or not, but as a national security intelligence officer, I have a duty to make a call about who constitutes a national threat and who doesn't. And we take a look at what that doctrine is, and we assess the relevant combat power capable of being projected from the institutional understanding, which is the doctrinal understanding, which these people have behind them from Al-Azhar, and we have the moderates who do not have a basis. And so when we take a look at how we're going to orient on the enemy, we are not orienting on two we're not, with the moderate group, we have people who lack the foundation to sustain an assault inside their own domain. I mean, I put my life at the risk of a lot of Muslims just very recently, meeting with a lot of the Sisi's people. Okay, or people who are close to him, I should say. I support everything he's doing. He knows that what a lot of people don't know is the next day he had Al-Azhar imams come out and say what he said was apostasy. And when someone does an analysis of that, they have to say they're right. And we have to understand that they're right. And we have to understand that because it means, first of all, Sisi crossed the Rubicon in his own domain. There's no going back on that. And second of all, we support what he's doing, but we also have to understand that he's drawing on the current feeling inside Egypt that they just don't want to do that anymore. That's not moderate Islam, and we don't need to talk about it. We don't want to do it. And I'm all for that, so I think it's not good to use the words like moderate because you actually crouch those people out. You brand them moderate, that's what makes them get tagged by the Al-Azhar imams. Just let that argument go. But it's important. Personally, I don't have a stake. I completely agree with everything you said. But I also think from the combat power analysis point of view, when we look at what Zudi says along with what the Imam of Al-Azhar says in any century, and we say, wow, it's like that. We can't pretend that doesn't make a difference, not in our personal opinions. I could care less. But it makes a difference in how we do an estimate of the threat and how to defeat them and what it will take. I'll stop there.
And a duty to know, which is the subject of your forthcoming book, Catastrophic Failure. So watch this space for Steve Coughlin. Fred Fleitz?
Thanks, Frank. Fred Fleitz, Center for Security Policy. I guess I'd mostly associate with Zudi Jasser. I think we need to reach out to moderate Muslims like him and get Muslim groups to engage and to fight this battle. And he says he's the tip of the spear, and I agree with what he had to say. And I really didn't agree with most of what Geert Wilders had to say. But I'm still glad he said it, because the radical Muslims don't want us to hear him, because they want to kill him, so we won't hear what he has to say. And bear in mind that his colleague, Ali Hirsi Ali, who also was a member of parliament, had to flee the Netherlands because her life was in danger, because she tried to make a film about how women in Muslim countries are being mistreated, with Theo van Gogh, who was assassinated for making this film in 2004. So we may not agree with everything that Geert had to say, but we can't let him be silenced by people who are trying to silence him by violence. And so anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Great, John. John Gondola.
Yep.
The curse of the information technology again.
Technology. I just have a few points. I think from the ground level, and again, I stated early on, speaking to people, especially at the state, local, and county level, I think there is a great deal that can be done there, and I think the war is going to be won in this country at that level, because I believe at the federal level, our federal system, from the chief executive to the Department of Justice, specifically the Attorney General, and the leadership of Congress in both parties is failing, and the courts don't seem to be answering the mail either in some cases. So I think that the time for half measures is over. And I think as we talk about defeating this, I do believe it has to begin with a very rigorous and raw discussion of the threat, which is what I think we've done here. I think it's okay for us to disagree, but the biggest threat I see, which Charles not only alluded to, specifically stated, is there are even people that would say they're with us who live in this pink cloud unicorn world where we don't actually discuss reality because it's too scary. And that's okay. But those people just need to kind of move out of the way, because the big boys and girls need to deal with this, and this threat needs to be handled. I think a couple key parts of the strategy have to include dealing with the people, again, you mentioned this, Charles, who are aiding and abetting these people. And that means people like secretaries of DHS, FBI directors, police chiefs and sheriffs and Christians like Rick Warren should have handcuffs on them. And I think when you start doing some of these things and charging them with actual chargeable and indictable crimes, so long as you can do that, then that will send a chill across. Now, it's not going to happen under this administration for sure, but that, I believe, needs to be a part of the strategy. And I don't know if Diana's over there, but during the Cold War, I believe we did go back and do that to some people even after they were out of office. I think that has to happen because we need to send, going forward, a very clear message that it doesn't matter how high up in the government you are, when you've committed crimes like treason or conspiracy to overthrow the country, and you go out and you raise money like some members of Congress are doing, and like a particular Virginia congressman, and you go to Hamas functions and you get people, or you're a sheriff like the LA County Sheriff, and you raise money for Hamas, you should be held accountable for that in the legal process, so long as the legal process can support it. And when we're clear that Sharia is the threat, and Sharia is what they not only seek to impose, it's everything to them. So then a lot of these things, Deborah brought up the idea that they hate to lose. I mean, understanding that they don't do willy-nilly and everything they do comes from and through the Sharia. I do not believe we have to work with the moderates. In almost 15 years, that's done nothing. In my experience inside and now outside the government, working with Muslims in the community who would like to help, the biggest problem is right now they can't. Because, for instance, inside the FBI, the only people the FBI are dealing with are Hamas, Al-Qaeda, and Muslim Brotherhood guys. So they don't want to become sources and assets. And while we do have some, there is a very limited number, and obviously the rules and restrictions on law enforcement are severe. But as a strategy, I think saying we need to work with them doesn't make sense to me, because it has not just because it hasn't proven itself to be worthy, but what it's done is it's delayed the process of us coming to an understanding of what the real threat is. And finally, I believe that any strategy, and I mentioned this at our meeting 5 weeks ago or whatever, I think any strategy has to begin with a national campaign that once again invigorates or reinvigorates an understanding of our founding doctrine and our founding principles. The idea that our liberty, our rights come from God. No man or government can take them from us. And that's why everything that flows both in our legal system and our moral principles comes out of that there's a God who gives life, and therefore life is valuable. And we have to honor that. One of George Washington's parting gifts to us was this quote, "You do well to wish to learn our arts and ways of life, and above all, the religion of Jesus Christ. These will make you a greater and happy people than you are." And we shouldn't be afraid to talk like that, because it's you're imposing your Christianity. The founders never said you had to be anything, but they said there has to be, in a constitutional republic, a moral framework, and they said it was the scripture, it's the Bible, sacred scripture. And what we want to take out of that is that's worked. And that was taught since the time we landed at Jamestown and the time we landed at, have been here in this country, and we taught it. So I think until we get back to that and talk about the founding in the ideal of the Declaration, not just the Constitution, I think as it's been mentioned by several people, we're going to have a hard time, because we need to understand what are we defending. Because if it's not worth it, then defeating these guys doesn't necessarily make sense.
Could I ask someone who hasn't asked for recognition to say something? Jerry Johnson, president of the National Religious Broadcasters Association, you have been very much engaged, in particular on helping promote this understanding of our founding values and so on, but also on the threat that Sharia blasphemy laws and other restrictions on freedom of expression represent. I would welcome your
in a couple of weeks, February 24th, we'll be having our convention in Nashville. We'll have about 4,500 people there. We have 17 speakers on Islam. This has never been done before at NRB. We have thousands of members. We have about 60 million listeners every week, not potential audience, but actual audience. And I have to tell you, I think evangelical Christians have been kind of late to the game in this. I think we've heard different expressions and actually different views of how to approach this, but defeating jihad is going to be a coalition effort. So I think that's okay, but I want to represent that coalition, part of the coalition today, evangelical Christians, to say, I think, there's a theological challenge. Most evangelical Christians have been thinking about missions and evangelism and, winning Muslims to Christ, to Christianity. That's been what they think about. And stopping this at the source, moderates, moderns, nominal Muslims, liberal Muslims. And I think, that's going to remain a priority. We're going to affirm that. I think what we're going to be doing is stressing, though, another biblical truth, which really comes from the Old Testament in Genesis 9:6. Whoever sheds man's blood, by man his blood shall be shed. It's a setting up of order, really, against the taking of human life. And then in the New Testament, Romans 13, that the government powers are ordained of God to use the sword, to use deadly force to protect human life. So, yes, we want to evangelize the moderates. We want to win them. But ISIS, the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, Hezbollah, and Hamas, they have to be killed. The government has to kill those who want to kill us. And Christian ministers must teach that. They must understand that, and they must demand that of government leaders. So we're going to be talking about this. Theological challenges, cultural challenges, security challenges. We've got Baroness Cox coming, we've got Frank coming, John Bolton is coming. It's, I think, going to be a very interesting day. I'm going to speak to this in the State of the Union address on Monday night, and I think I'll be making some fairly new statements for NRB about this, because our signature issue is freedom of speech. And I'll just say to you, I've met with people at the FCC, I've met with the Speaker, I've met with House members, the Senate. I have said, because of what the administration is pushing down at the military level and the State Department, these speech codes that you've talked about, I anticipate that the FCC is going to say in due time, if you talk about this, we want to talk about your license. I anticipate that the IRS is going to say, if you talk about this, we want to talk about your 501c3 status. I expected someone at the Commission or at the House or the Senate to say no. Everyone has agreed. Some have looked down, some have looked up, some have looked ashamed, but they all agree we couldn't have dreamt 10 years ago this is where we would be today. And if you project that momentum forward, certainly the arms of the administration are going to project these speech codes at the Commission and at the IRS level. So we're concerned about that. We want to speak out. We want to speak up.
Well, we're deeply grateful to you for that, and for obviously the big amplifiers that you're bringing to speaking in this manner. Deborah Weiss, I'd like to close with you. You also did not ask for recognition, but the engine of this sort of leading edge of the Sharia blasphemy program in the West is, as we've heard now from several of our speakers, an organization that is not well known in the West, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. You've done a lot of serious study and work on it. You're contributing a monograph to our Civilization Jihad reader series, for which we're very grateful, about sort of institutional jihad. And maybe you could just give us a couple of minutes on that problem and what, as we're looking about what we do differently than what we've been doing, we need to do about the OIC.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, you're right. I didn't really prepare anything. I sort of assume everyone knows who the OIC is. It's the second largest international organization in the world, the largest Islamic organization in the world. It is largely funded by our pretend friend, Saudi Arabia, and top of its agenda is Sharia blasphemy laws. It's obviously in furtherance of gaining a caliphate, ultimately. And so the way I view it, the two reasons for seeking Sharia blasphemy laws is, one is to make non-Muslims submit to their religious law, because in their religion it's they're not allowed to defame their religion, so that's fine if it's them, but why should we have to do it? And the second is to create a safe space for jihadists to pursue their goals, because if you can't acknowledge the existence of Islamic terrorism, then you can't identify it in its early stages, and you certainly can't come up with a plan to counter it. I agree with everything that was said here, which is basically, the way I heard it, two things. One is to identify the enemy. And I guess I have a slightly different view of some of what I heard. I come actually before law school from an advertising background. I worked in advertising on Madison Avenue. And I think it's a little bit different than dealing with combat, where you're in a situation where you have to shoot or die. In advertising, which is how I view this, it's a war of ideas. We're in the business of trying to persuade people. So I think we have to be very cognizant of both what we're saying, but also how it's being heard and whom our audience is. In any event, I think the two issues are, one is to identify the enemy, and the other is to know who we are. People leave that out very often. Sun Tzu had that for two parts, to know the enemy and to know who we are. So I see the protecting Islam. I know some people often ask me to talk about the OIC and the UN resolutions that would have the effect of enforcing this. But protecting Islam from so-called defamation is more than just speech. It's more than just stifling criticism, and it's more organizations than just the OIC. CARE, ICNA, all the organizations that don't want you to not just speak about it, but to have corporations, for example, change their product designs, their logos, to give people special preferences if they're Muslim, to change their production procedures to comply with them. All of that is properly called combating defamation of Islam. And as you know, in this country, we only have defamation as applied to people, not ideas. It's only false statements. It's only statements of fact. Truth is a defense. But in Sharia blasphemy laws, it's anything that sheds a negative light on Islam and anything that violates their Islamic blasphemy codes. I have one last thing to say. I'll probably remember it when I get home. Sorry.
We'll
Did I lose my train of thought?
Another chance. Thank you very much,
Okay.
Deborah. We have two last contributions. One from someone who had wanted to be here but couldn't due to other demands of his office as governor of Louisiana, but a national figure who has spoken very forthrightly about the problems that we've been addressing in the course of the day is Governor Bobby Jindal. He was kind enough to send us a short videotaped message, and I'd like to play it now with deep appreciation to him for contributing to this particular event, as he has now to a number of other fora, by helping to speak truth, as he sees it, about this jihadist threat. Let's go to the tape.
Hi, this is Bobby. Thank you for inviting me to attend your conference. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but thank you for inviting me to speak on this very important topic. You know, I think that the threat of radical Islamic terrorism is a huge threat not only for America, but for our allies in the West as well. Indeed, I gave a speech about this just a few weeks ago in London. And there I said some things that got the left mad. The reality is, if you have the courage to stand up and talk about these topics, you'll be called a racist, or they'll say that you just must be anti-Muslim. Neither of those is obviously true. However, there are some hard truths we've got to face. The reality is we do face a grave and dangerous threat in the threat of radical Islamic terrorism. It's amazing to me that for some reason our president doesn't like to use those words. The reality is this: Islam has got a problem. Individual leaders in the Muslim community have a responsibility. It's not enough for them to condemn just in general acts of violence. Rather, they've got to condemn the individuals that are perpetrating these acts of violence. It's important for these leaders to stand up and say, these individuals, they're not going to enjoy a reward in the afterlife. Rather, these fools are going straight to hell. These aren't martyrs. They're not using honorable military tactics. Instead, they're attacking innocent women, men, and children. They're shooting individuals, teenagers, for watching soccer. They killed over 100 students in Pakistan for going to school. They killed cartoonists because they didn't like their editorial content. These are barbaric idiots who they burned a Jordanian pilot alive. They've committed atrocities all over. And the reality is that for some reason the left wants to pretend like this problem's not as serious as it is. And when you start saying things like Islam has a problem and individual Muslim leaders have got to condemn these individuals, they want to act like this was just some kind of small conflict. The reality is this: I hope and believe the majority of Muslims don't share the beliefs, the ideology of these radical murdering terrorists. But individual Muslim leaders have a responsibility to condemn the individuals that are perpetrating these acts. But they're not the only ones with a responsibility. Here in the West, we have a responsibility as well. We have a responsibility to insist on assimilation and integration for those who want to come and live in our societies. Now, that used to be non-controversial. I remember a time when we talked about the melting pot, we talked about America being the great melting pot. It used to be just common sense to say that if people wanted to come to America, they should want to be Americans. Unfortunately, many of the politically correct set, they don't believe that anymore. Now we've got folks that say, well, we should be the salad bowl, that somehow it is culturally arrogant. It is a colonial mindset to tell people that want to come here they should have to integrate and assimilate. You know, the great thing about America is we believe in the freedom of self-determination, in religious liberty, the freedom of speech. We're a majority Christian country, but we don't discriminate against those with different beliefs. We simply say that you shouldn't use the freedoms we give you to undermine those very freedoms in the first place. By the way, I'm also against this whole idea of hyphenated Americans. I think we need to stop calling ourselves Indian Americans, African Americans, Asian Americans. We're all just Americans. We need to stop dividing ourselves. We need to start insisting on English as the official language. We need to teach in our schools this idea of American exceptionalism. In other words, we need to do what used to be common sense in our country. Insist that those that want to come to America be Americans. It is a great strength of our country, but if we don't do this, all we have to do is look to Europe to see what could happen here in America. You have folks there that have been second, third generation that don't consider themselves integrated, assimilated. And that's a very, very dangerous thing. Now I'll close with this. I'm optimistic, I'm confident that America can beat any external threat. We've done it throughout our entire history and we'll do it again, but we've got to remember our heritage, our tradition, our values. We've got to remember what has made this country so great and strong in the first place. And in part, our founding fathers got American exceptionalism right by understanding the purpose of our limited government wasn't to create but to secure our God-given rights. And it's only common sense that we insist on those that want to come into our country, respect and share our freedoms, respect and don't undermine those rights or freedoms, not only for themselves but for everybody else. And I just wish and I hope that our president would finally understand the real threat that radical Islamic terrorism poses not only to America but to our allies and our interests all over this world. Thank you for organizing this conference. Thank you for coming together to talk about the threat we face. But thank you, most importantly, for having the courage to stand up to the left when they denounce you for saying commonsensical things that need to be said in these dangerous times. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Jindal. Finally, just by way of kind of a, I don't know, wrap-up, summation, as you will, Congressman Pete Hoekstra, I'm very pleased to say, is staying in the fight, having had to put down his gavel some years ago as the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. He has picked up the gauntlet and is now working, among other things, in connection with somebody who was, I had hoped, going to be with us, but was unable to be. It was mentioned a moment ago, Steve Emerson at the Investigative Project on Terrorism. Congressman, we very much appreciate both the leadership you provided in Congress and the work that you're doing now, and we're delighted to have you with us to give us a sort of, summation.
All right. Thank you, Frank.
You may need to use this.
This one's not on?
This one. It is working, but it's soft.
It's soft.
Just use this one.
Use this one? All right. Frank, thank you. Thanks for inviting me to be here, and it's great to be with this group of folks, many of whom have been in the fight for 20 years. I still remember, walking from, I guess, the Hudson up to the remains of the World Trade Center, and 13 and a half years ago. And if I would have thought that 13 and a half years later, we would be having this kind of a discussion and this kind of debate. You almost want to stand up and scream that we've made so little progress in identifying, confronting, containing, and defeating the enemy after the price that we paid on that day and the price that we've paid in Afghanistan, Iraq, and other activities around the world, that we have to have a discussion like this to try to get America back on the right track. And identifying who the enemy is and how we're actually going to defeat the enemy and preserve America. But that's where we are today. And let me just, I put it in context. And I've watched some of this on the internet during the day. And Frank, you put together a great conference and great speakers. But let me first put it in a context. It would be one thing if we were only dealing with the threat of jihad, but we're not. We're dealing with the threat of a resurgent Russia, and it's not only Ukraine, but Putin is in Egypt yesterday because we're driving Egypt away from the United States. We're dealing with a resurgent China that is aggressive militarily in Southeast Asia. They are economically very, very active in China, and they are moving into the Middle East. And we're cozying up to Iran, which means that with whatever friends we have or had left in the Middle East, we're pushing them away. And then we have this problem of jihad. And so we're not only talking about, how do we develop a strategy to confront jihad, but we're also talking about how do we confront a strategy, or how do we develop a strategy for confronting jihad and move it to a priority in all of the issues that we are facing internationally? I mean, it is a disaster right now where the U.S. has dropped to in terms of international leadership, specifically regarding what is happening fighting jihad. I don't know. I don't know if Newt said it here this morning. I only saw part of it, but I saw, I think, his speech that he gave in Iowa, and he said, "Let's be honest, we are losing." There are those that think that this is a battle of accommodation with jihad and radical jihadists. No, this is very much about. For them, it's not about accommodation. It's destroying the West, and we need to realize that for us, it's about very much our survival. You take a look at what's happening around the world, and we are losing. Just take a look, and it'd be nice to have a map up here and say, okay, when we were talking about this threat initially, we said, jihad thrives in places that are ungoverned. And we talked about this remote region in Pakistan and Afghanistan, the border region, and said, that's where Al-Qaeda can plan, prepare, and train to attack the West. It was someplace that most Americans couldn't find on a map. And what we've heard from the speakers today and the discussions is that ungoverned areas now are much closer to Europe. And take a look at the listing of the countries. Syria is now an ungoverned area. Not just the area that, where ISIS is in control, but, when a nation state loses control of a significant portion of its land, really it has become a failed state. The same is true of Iraq. This morning they announced that we're pulling out of Yemen. Yemen was always a problematic area to begin with, but that is now basically an ungoverned area. Libya is an ungoverned area. Nigeria, moving in that direction. Any country that needs to delay an election by weeks or months because they don't have control of the geography is approaching something that we would call a failed state. These are all now areas where jihadists can plan, prepare, and train to attack the West. Tripoli is an hour from Rome. It's 2 hours from Paris. That's the kind of environment that we are in. And when you have you have that picture of the Middle East, recognize that it creates an environment that now challenges countries that would like to be our allies. Egypt would like to work with the United States. King Abdullah and Jordan, but it threatens those nation states as well because it is chaos in the region around them and gives the jihadists an opportunity to launch attacks against those nation states as well. It's a dangerous world. You know, you laid out, you know, you've written, the B team has written a strategy for confronting jihad. Newt has talked about how we identify this politically and identify the threat. The good news is, you know, that there are folks out there that are willing to fight with us. The Kurds, 1,000 killed in action. Libya, the government that's been booted out of Tripoli, the people fighting with them, they have lost 1,000 killed in action. Both of these are either a region or a country that have about 5 to 7 million people. And think about that. If you extrapolate that proportionally, that would be equivalent to over 60,000 Americans killed in action in a period of 24 to 36 months. These folks are willing, they're the boots on the ground. They are the front lines. They are sacrificing. We shouldn't forget them. But we are. Because what do the Kurds, the Libyans, and the Jordanians have in common, other than being on the front lines? They are all standing in line, waiting for America to provide them with the weapons, the ammunitions, and the equipment to confront ISIL. You know, I was talking to someone who had just recently been on the front line with the Kurds, and he says there's 4 soldiers, they've got 120 bullets, ISIS is 100 yards away. There's plenty of equipment in Baghdad. But Baghdad won't ship it to the Kurds. In certain cases, there's rumors they're actually making the Kurds buy it from them, even though it's designated for them. So we have the allies. Overall, it's a pretty bleak position. I tend to agree with Newt that to believe that over the next 22 months we're actually going to change this president's view of the threat, I don't think it's going to happen. I think that the tools that Congress has are very, very limited to make a president do something in the area of national security that the president doesn't want to do. They can give him the authority to do it. You know, this AUMF discussion is going to be an interesting discussion. They can give the president a tremendous number of tools to confront ISIS or ISIL. But if he doesn't want to do it, he won't use them. They can't make him do what he doesn't want to do. And the last thing that I would want to do is force a commander-in-chief to go into a battle that he doesn't believe and commit our troops. That's not fair to our troops and those types of things. So what I hope, you know, all the work that so many people around this table have done for the last number of years, you know, the challenge now is make sure that today is not an event as good as it was, but that it actually becomes a catalyzing event for more action over the next 23 months, so that when we actually get to November of 2016, we can elect the leadership in the House, the Senate, and in the White House that will actually respond aggressively and implement the kinds of strategies and tactics that so many of you have identified today. And this is a requirement that says, you know, and this is why I'm glad to see Newt engaged the way that he is. Newt is a great communicator. He has the gravitas, and hopefully, maybe he can bring us together, because, you know, I now work with Steve Emerson, and we saw what happened to an organization, the leader of an organization who's been on the front lines for 20 years. And we see what happens to someone in our fellowship who makes a mistake because they're out there waiting. And they literally tried to destroy Steve. And they can do that to any one of us if we don't stand united. But with the folks that we have around the table and other people who have been part of this fight for 20 years, if we come together and are coordinated, it provides us with the opportunity to shape the future. It's the old question, everybody's got to ask. If we're not going to do it now and we're not going to do it over the next 22 months, who will do it? And if we don't do it, what will be left? So Frank, thank you for hosting this event. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, especially for putting this into the larger context of a world of hurt that we're in. This focus today has been on one piece of it, but we are obviously wrestling with others. And the strategy that you were kind enough to refer to as well starts with the proposition that you've got to try to deter those other elements at the same time that you're working against the one that is at your throat at the moment, which we've been discussing here today, the global jihad movement. Let me just conclude with 2 minutes of quick sort of observations of my own. I think we've had a very important conversation here, and I'm very grateful to everyone who's participated, particularly those of you who've come from quite far removed to be part of this, as well as those who joined us sort of virtually. One key element of it, it seems to me, is this question that Diana framed very directly, and that is, are we dealing with something that's radical? Absolutely. Unfortunately, is it radical Islam, or is it something that is mainstream in Islam, despite the fact that heavens knows how many millions of Muslims do not embrace it? I think we would agree that there is some number and it's large. Unfortunately, among that number are not the authorities of Islam. The authorities believe this is the mainstream of Islam. They and the other adherents to this program call it Sharia. I personally have learned so much from so many of you around this table about it that I think that's the most clear way to describe what is at its core the problem. In this case, it is manifesting itself through various forms of jihad. All have this common purpose of imposing it on the rest of us, Muslim and non-Muslim alike. It has a violent jihadist component. We have largely been focused on that for all of the obvious reasons. We've talked, I think, very, very importantly about the cultural or civilization jihad, the pre-violent, if you will, more than non-violent form. We also touched upon al-Hijra, the idea of sort of demographic jihad. We've touched upon the institutional jihad. We also have at least alluded to the material support component of jihad, which of course is every bit as revered within this program and community by the authorities as is the violent or other kinds. Make no mistake about it. I think what we've laid out here at this alternative to what the president will be convening a week from today is an existential threat to freedom, to our form of government, to our Constitution, to our people. Notwithstanding the National Security Advisor to the President insisting that there are no more existential threats. This is one. I think we've certainly heard and I believe broadly accepted that we need a strategy to deal with this threat and to deal with it decisively. We have tried at the center with our extended network, including many of them around this table, to offer one point of departure for developing that strategy, for adopting it. It has, we think, the advantage that others don't, of having been tested and proven successful under at least the circumstances President Reagan employed it in the Cold War. I'm for hearings. I think there's a lot of oversight. I'm very excited about Congressman Perry's new position, hopefully helping to provide some of that. It has been unfortunately not nearly rigorous or comprehensive enough to date. Personally, I simply am concerned that we may not have time to develop this in the kind of, extended way that Congressman Gingrich spoke of, desirable as that might be, simply because, among other things, members of Congress are going to be asked in the immediate future to vote on this new authority for the president, expansive or de minimis, depending on who's got the votes. So again, we come back to this idea that you need to start with something. And we hope that this strategy, we hope that this conversation, we hope the important ideas that have been advanced here by people in the roundtable conversation we've had, as well as the eminent figures here and abroad who've addressed us, but that it most especially will be of value to the American people in providing a measure of leadership and clarity about what needs to be done. Starting with the idea that even if this president's mind can't be changed, that we need a loyal opposition that is equipped with the kind of understanding of the threat, an understanding of what doesn't work, and an understanding of what needs to be done, that can, in fact, as Reagan said, meet this generation's existential threat to freedom. So that, again, we can tell our children and our children's children that they can enjoy in the future what we have enjoyed in our time, which is freedom. I'm going to ask Tommy Waller, Major Tommy Waller, to lead us in closing in the Pledge of Allegiance. Tommy? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much to all of you for being here, and those of you who've joined us via the television. We're delighted to have you with us. Godspeed, and go forth and multiply.
Good to see you again. Good to see you again. You can sit here a while back.